Hey there, my name is Antonio and this is part 2 of the multi-tenant e-commerce tutorial. In part 1, we built the store layout, integrated payload, set up categories, added authentication, and implemented the multi-tenancy architecture. In this half, we'll complete the platform with the full purchase flow, including cart, checkout, Stripe Connect integration, product reviews, vendor subdomains, and finally, deployment. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, you can find the link in the video description below. Before I move on to the next part of this tutorial, I want to acknowledge and resolve some of the mistakes that I did in the previous part, which only came to my attention after reading the comments. As you might know, when I initially developed this tutorial, I was using Node version 21.7.3, and I told you that you can upgrade to the latest long-term support version. In my case, that would be 22.14.0, so some of you might have been using this version. Let's double check, 22.14.0. But what happens if you try running generate types, for example, one of the scripts we have added? As you can see, we get the error module not found issue. But not only for this script. You are most likely getting the same error if you try cleaning your database. So it is definitely a hiccup in this tutorial, which I think it's important to resolve. That being said, if you are already watching part 2, you have most likely figured this out yourselves. But still, I want to show you how you can fix it. One quick and easy fix is to simply use the latest version. An older version that I'm using, 21.7.3. Once you switch to that version, so the exact one that I'm using, you can feel free to try bun run generate types, for example, and you will see no more errors. But that isn't exactly the best fix. What if you really want to use the latest long-term support version like 22.14.0? One thing that you can do is you can add type module to your package.json file. And once you do that, go ahead and try it again. So 22.14.0, bun run generate types, and there we go. No more errors here either. And one more thing that I have noticed is that when I developed the plugins, user has access to all tenants function. I told you that roles is not typed, even though in our users collection here, we have clearly defined the roles. You can fix this quite easily by simply adding a config which you can import from /payload types. You can see it right here, /payload types. And now once you have config and save the file, you can see that user.roles is correctly typed. So just those two things I wanted to show you how to resolve. But as I've said, if you have come this far in the tutorial, you have probably found your way around these issues. So you can just continue doing whatever you're doing. And let's go ahead and start chapter 17. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and develop the product page. This is what it's going to look like. We're going to start by building the get1 product procedure so that we can actually get the data we will be working with. As always, ensure that you're on your master branch and ensure that you are up to date. I'm going to quickly do that using get status. You can go ahead and do bun run dev after that. Then let's go ahead inside of source, modules, products, server, procedures. And above get many, I'm going to add a base procedure called get1. I'm going to define the input here, and I'm going to define the query. Let's do the input first. Inside of this Z object here, we are only going to be looking at the ID. That's it. And then in the query here, let's go ahead and destructure the context and the input. And let's go ahead and define const product here to be await context database find by ID collection products, and simply pass the ID as input.id like this. And for now, you can just return the product. We're going to fix the types later. Remember, we have the depth thing and the images. So that's it for the base procedure. Now, I want to go ahead and create the actual product ID route. So we are going to go ahead inside of app folder, app tenants, home, and we're going to create products and then product ID. So go ahead and create a page.tsx inside, and we're going to create an interface props here. And inside, we will be able to destructure two things from the promise: the product ID, but also the slug of the tenant. Now let's export. Actually, we are doing a default. So let's define the props here. And in here, we can destructure the params. We can already turn this into an asynchronous method. Let's destructure the product ID and the slug from params like this. And let's do void. Actually, let me just revisit the layout here in the tenants. That's where I did my most recent prefetch. So I'm just going to do that here. It's a new syntax for me, so I still don't remember it, right? And my original source code is of no help because it doesn't use the new syntax, right? Great, so we have this, and now let's add the hydration boundary. And let's add the state, dehydrate, query client. So now we are prefetching. And what we have to do now is we have to create the actual page view here. So let's do product view. And let's pass in the product ID, and tenant slug to be slug. Now let's go ahead and let's create the product view page. So we're going to do that inside of source, modules, products, UI, views. And I'm going to add product view.tsx. Now inside of here, we are going to create the props which accept the product ID and the tenant slug. And now let's go ahead and create the content of this. So export const product view. We can go ahead and destructure the props from here. So product ID and tenant slug. And then we're going to go ahead and start building the UI. Class name, px4, on large, px12, py10. Now let's go ahead and add another div here. And in here, let's add a border, rounded small, background white, and overflow hidden. And then in here, another div with a class name relative, aspect 3.9, and border bottom. And in here, an image from next image, which is going to have a source of /placeholder.png, which is the same thing we do in our product card. We use the placeholder PNG, so just use the same thing here for now. Alt will be cover, fill, and class name object-cover. I think this is enough for us just to start seeing some results here. So let's go inside of the page and let's import the product view from modules, products, UI, views. Now, in order to see this page, we also have to go back to our product card component and fix the href link. We're going to be using the generate tenant URL with the tenant slug. And then we're going to go to /product/ID. So if you've done run dev, you should be able to visit localhost 3000. And once you click on a product, you should now get redirected to this page. So this is my URL, so you can see this is where I'm being redirected to. Localhost 3000, tenants, the name of the tenant, /product, and then the product ID, which is exactly what I've just put in the product card component. So your URL should look like that, and you should be seeing this right here. So that's my structure, right? Let me just confirm with you. Inside of my app folder, app route group, I have tenants, the tenants, slug, home, products, product ID. There we go. And now we can see what we are developing. So let's go ahead now and actually fetch the data here. We already prefetch, so all we have to do here is get use the RPC, and then we have to get the data using use query, actually use suspense query, because we prefetched this. So trpc dot products get one query options and pass in product ID. And now we should most certainly have data at this point. So what we can already do here is we can use data.image?.url or placeholder.png, and we can also do data image alt or data name. Actually, we should use data name here for the alt. Now we have the type error for the image. So we have to go inside of get one here and just modify the product here. So I'm going to return the product, and then we're going to have an image, which will be product.image as a type of media or null. We already have media imported from the types. So this works because the depth by default is 2, meaning that the image is populated. If you change it to 0, it's not going to work. But if you change it to 2 or 1, it will work. Or if you don't add it, the 2 is the default. There we go. So now what I want to do, I mean, you don't have any, oh yes, my apologies. Add use client here. So I still see the placeholder because I didn't add any image here, but you can go to the admin dashboard and try. And also, by the way, yes, images are uploaded here because we didn't add any storage for payload. So it's just keeping them here in the media folder. I forgot to tell you about that, sorry. Now let's go back inside of the product UI views product view, and let's continue developing here. So after the div encapsulating the image, let's go ahead and add a grid. Grid columns 1, but on a large, grid columns 6. And then inside of here, let's add a div with a class name of call span 4. And inside, let's add another div, which will simply be used for padding. And it's going to render a heading data.name. And this heading will have a class name of text for Excel and font medium. There we go, John's product. Perfect. Now outside of this div, let's add a new div with a class name of border Y, which means up and down. And let's add flex here. Then inside of here, we're going to open a new div with a class name px6 py4 flex items center justify center and border right. And inside of here, we're going to add one more div, relative, px2, py1, border, background, pink, 400, width, fit. And the paragraph, data.price. And the paragraph can have a class name of text base and font medium. There we go. If you want to, you can go to the product card and you can extract this into a util where we added the generate tenant URL. Let's export function format currency, value, number or string. Let's return new INTL number format and pass in the value. And I think this should work just fine. You can now use the format currency here. From lib utils. I think this will come in handy. And you can do the same thing in the product card now. Make sure you've imported it. There we go, looks great. And let's just confirm that it didn't break the card. It didn't. Still looks great. Now let's continue developing the product view here. So we stop here, creating the box. And I don't think we need a relative actually. It will look exactly the same without it. Now let's go 1, 2 divs outside here. And in here, we're going to create a div which will render the author or the shop, right? The tenant. So px6, py4, flex, items, center, justify, center, on large, border on the right side. And in here, let's add a link. And the href will simply be generate tenant URL from lib utils and pass in the author username. Let's see. The author username. We actually don't have to do it like that. We can use the tenant slug since we have it. So yes, we can do that right here. And let's also, let's extract 2 things so it's easier. Const the tenant image URL will be data. Actually, we don't need to extract it. It's fine. Let's just go back here and let's continue developing. So now inside of this image, I'm also, inside of this link, my apologies, I'm also going to add a class name, flex, items, center, and gap2. And then I'm going to check if our, let's do data tenant has an image $.url. Only then are we going to render that image. So let's give it a source of data tenant image URL, an alt of data tenant name, and let's go ahead and give it a width of 20, height of 20, and class name of rounded full border shrink 0 and size of 20 pixels. Now let's go ahead and let's resolve these TypeScript errors here. So I'm going to go inside of get1, confirm that you have depth2 here, add a tenant, which will be product.tenant as tenant, and image media or null. In order for this to work, you need to have depth2 because loading the tenant is depth1. Loading the image of the tenant is depth2. So this will load the product.image, product.tenant, and product.tenant.image, right? That's depth2. You can now see my image here. But if I change it to depth1, I shouldn't be able to see my image. So you can keep it at depth 2 in this case. Now let's go back to the product view. And you can see no more errors in here. And inside of this link, let's add a paragraph, data, tenant, and let's showcase the name. Let's add a class name here, text base, underline, and font medium. There we go. I can now click here, and I will be redirected to the user's shop. Now, besides the name, we're going to add the rating. Keep in mind that we haven't implemented any rating yet, but we will have, but we will do later. So outside of this link and outside of this div, add a new div with a class name hidden, meaning not visible on mobile, but on large, it's going to be flex. Let's add px6, py4, items center, and justify center. Now in here, add a div with a class name, flex, items center, and gap1. And then let's go ahead and create a star rating component. So star rating, simply because we will definitely reuse it. So let's go inside of source components, not inside of UI. Inside of UI, I want to reserve for the chat-cn components, but star-rating.tsx will be our own component, so we can keep it here. Let's go ahead and import two things and add two constants. So star icon, the cn util, maximum rating, and minimum rating. Then let's go ahead and create an interface star rating props with rating as the number, optional class name, optional icon class name, and optional text. Then let's export const the star rating component, destructuring the props from above. Now let's go ahead and define safe rating using mathmax and mathmin, combining the minimum rating and maximum rating constants. And now we are ready to build a component. Let's create a div with class name cn flex items center gap x1 and whatever optional class name might come here later. And now we're going to create an array from length maximum rating, in this case 5. Let's map over the items, skipping the first one and just using the index. If you want to, you can also do this. Actually, you can't, my bad. Now in here, render the star icon. Give it a key of index and a class name, cn size 4 by default, and then conditionally, if index is less than safe rating, go ahead and give it fill black. Otherwise, an empty string and icon class name here. And make sure to add a comma after this. And then outside of this, add a text and a paragraph text. Like this. That's it. That's our star rating component. Now we can go back inside of the product view component. And we can now import the star rating component from components star rating. Let's go ahead and add some props to it now. Since we don't have any values here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a rating of 3, and icon class name will be size 4. There we go. If you change it to 5, it will highlight 5. There we go. Perfect. And maybe later you can even use it here if you want to. For now, let's leave it like this. So this star rating is specifically for desktop devices. What I want to do now is I want to go to the end of this div, border y flex. You can see I'm going to follow the line here to find where the div ends, right here. And I'm going to go ahead now and create a new block, which will be mobile only. So block on mobile, but when it hits the large breakpoint, I'm going to hide it. I'm going to give it px6, py4, items center, justify center, and border bottom. And then I'm going to add a div here with a class name, flex, items center, and gap1. I'm going to copy the star rating from above here, like this. And then beside, I'm going to add, for example, 5 ratings and give this a class name, text base, and font medium. Obviously, we're going to go ahead and change these later with real data. And now let's go ahead to the end of this block element here and add a new div with a class name, padding 6, and simply check if we have description. Go ahead and render the paragraph with data description. This will later be rich text element, but for now, I'm just going to keep it as a paragraph. And if we don't have description, we're going to render no description provided. And we're going to have special styling for that. Font medium, text muted foreground, and italic. So let's just confirm that this is working. I have my description, so my description is loaded here. And you can see on mobile, you should have a different view. There we go. You can see the ratings are below that element, but on desktop, they are all in one column here. And now we are going to finally develop this column right here. So go ahead and find where column span 4 ends. Looks like it ends right here with 3 divs left. And now go ahead and create a new div here with a class name, column span 2. Go ahead and create a div with a class name inside, border top, on large, border top 0, on large, border L, and height full. Inside, let's go ahead and create a div with flex, flex column, gap 4, padding 6, and border bottom. And then one more div. Flex, flex row, items center, and gap 2. Inside of here, we're going to render a button from chatcn UI. And this button will be used to add item to cart. So let's go ahead and say add to cart. This will also later be dynamic. If it's in cart, it will say remove from cart. Or if it's purchased, it will say view in library. Let's give it a variant of elevated. Let's give it a class name of flex1 and background pink 400. There we go. And now let's go ahead and besides that button, add one more button. This button will have a class name size 12, variant of elevated, on click, and disabled explicitly false. And for now, let's render the link icon. You can import link icon from Lucid React. Now you should have a button next to it, which we are going to use to copy the current URL. Outside of this div encapsulating those buttons, go ahead and add a paragraph with a class name, text center, and font medium. Inside of here, check if data refund policy is equal to no refunds. If it is, render the text no refunds. Otherwise, open backticks, render data refund policy along with the text money back guarantee. This will render 30-day money back guarantee, or whatever you have set for the product. And now let's go ahead and do the final component here. So outside of this div, add a new div with the class name padding6. Outside, inside, add flex, items, center, and justify between. Add an h3 element, ratings, with the class name text extra large and font medium. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead below this and create a div with the class name flex, items, center, gap x1, and font medium. We're going to use the star icon, which you can also import from Lucid React, and give it a class name of size 4 and fill black. Below that, I'm going to, in parentheses, render the number 5. And then I'm going to go ahead and render, again, 5 ratings. I'm going to add a class name here, text base. At the top of this entire file, I'm going to add add real ratings. And I'm also going to do the same in my product card. I want to do this just in case, so I don't forget it later. Great. So we now have the ratings here, and you should be able to see them like this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create a grid of progress bars indicating which percentage of customers gave what rating. So let's go ahead and give this a class name of grid columns, inside of square brackets auto _1 fr _ auto gap 3 and margin top of 3. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and open curly brackets, open square brackets, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 dot map. Get the stars inside, add a fragment. You can import fragment from React. The reason we are using the fragment as an element instead of just using this is because I want to pass in the key prop. So stars, my apologies, this will be, stars. And then we will do a div with a class name, font medium, and render stars. Or we can do this. Actually, do this, right? Star is equal to 1. In that case, the text next to this number will be star, otherwise stars. Let's refresh and see. There we go. So 5 star, 1 star, 4 star, 2 star, 3 stars. Let me just confirm that my grid columns is correct. It is, but we are missing something here. So after this div, add a progress element from components UI progress. We have modified this component early on in the tutorial, so it matches the neo-brutalism style, which we will use. Let's go ahead and give it a few props. Value, which I'm going to put to be, you can put it to 0, you can put it to 5, whatever you want, because you don't have real data yet. But give it a class name of height 1LH. And below the progress, go ahead and create a div. And in here, you can put 0 and then %, and give it a class name of font medium. And there we go. Now you can see how this distribution grid is going to look like. If you want to, you can go ahead and give it some values just so you can see how it's going to look like in the future. So we don't yet have any review data, but this is how it's going to look like later. And that's it for the UI part of the product view component. So if you take a look at this picture, we have pretty much written everything here. And in the next chapter, we're going to introduce ratings so we can finally see some real values here. And then we will have enough material to start implementing these buttons right here, right? None of these actually do anything right now. And also, one quick tip. If you want to, you can go inside of products, collections, products, and nothing is stopping you from adding another type of image, right? If you want to, you can add a cover like this and then use that here instead. Let me show you how that would look like. For example, you could go, let me see, inside of product view, find this and just use data.cover.url. And you would also have to go inside of get one here and modify this to be cover, product.cover as media or null. So if you want to, you can have two separate images, one for the cover and one for the card, right? And let me just see what is going on here. I think this is just MongoDB. Yes, no problem at all. So if you want to, you can use two images, right? I prefer using one. So I'm going to remove these changes now. But I just wanted to give you an idea of how that is going to look like. Great. So let's see if we did everything we planned. We added the get one procedure. We created the product view component and we put it in this spot right here. And we have modified the product card link href. Now let's push this to GitHub. So 17 product page. I'm going to go ahead and do git checkout -b 17 product page, git add, git commit 17 product page, and git push u origin 17 product page. After you confirm that you are on a new branch here and you can see your detachment, let's go ahead and merge that by visiting our GitHub and opening a pull request. Let's see what our reviewer has to say. And here we have our summary. We have launched a responsive product view displaying detailed product information, including images, descriptions, pricing, tenant details, ratings, and refund policy messaging. Of course, we can see the walkthrough of each change file by file and the sequence diagram, which is describing our product view and how prefetching works. So you can see that when user visits the page component, we resolve the params promise so we can continue going forward. After that, we initialize the query client. Once we have the query client, we can finally prefetch the data. And then we can pass that cached data to hydration boundary. And then hydration boundary, which renders the product view component, can query product using the suspense. Amazing diagram here. And let's see if it has any comments here. So refactor suggestions, new get one procedure to fetch a single product. You can see it looks good, but it's lacking some errors. So that's definitely something we should improve. Yes, this is cool. So I removed this line because I didn't need it, but you can see how it recognized it because I forgot to remove cover image from my collection actually. In here, of course, it noticed the hard-coded values. That's something we're going to fix later. In here, it also noticed unused on click. And yeah, this is exactly what we are going to do. We're going to copy the location href. But I'm satisfied with what we have. So I'm going to merge this branch 17 product page. And as always, I'm just going to confirm that my branches look correct. So let's see. 0, 1, 0, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. 17 product page. I could have sworn that in my previous videos it was the opposite direction. Perhaps after a certain number, the branches changed direction. I was already scared something happened. Great, so I have 17 product page here. I have merged it, and now I'm going to check out to my main or master branch and git pull origin master or main. After that, git status to confirm everything is up to date, and you can also confirm with your graph here and your IDE that you are on the main branch. And that concludes the product page chapter we pushed to GitHub. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement cart and checkout. But we are only going to focus on the UI part. We are not going to connect Stripe in this chapter. I want to keep that as a separate chapter because there are a lot of things going on in that part. So for this chapter, what we are going to do is we are first going to implement the add to cart functionality using Zustand or Zustand global store. And we are also going to implement the actual checkout page, which will in the future lead to a Stripe checkout page itself. Let's start with adding Zustand, however we want to call this, and add it to our project. As always, ensure that you are on your master branch, ensure that you have all the changes merged. And let's go ahead and do bun add Zustand. And you can see that my version is 5.0.3. So if you want to, you can use the exact version like this. After you have added that, I think it's going to be enough for now, and you can just run the project. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of source modules, and I'm going to create the checkout module. And inside of here, I'm going to create a store folder, and then use cart store.ts. And inside of here, I'm going to import create from Zustand, and I'm going to add create JSON storage and persist. This is also from the Zustand package, but the middleware extension. Let's create an interface, tenant cart, product IDs, string, and I mean an array of strings. So what we're going to make this use cart store do is hold each tenant cart, right? So we are not going to have just one cart. For each tenant, we're going to have their own cart. So now let's create an interface cart state. And first thing we're going to have inside of the cart state is the tenant carts, which will be an object and then a key and then the actual tenant cart. We're then going to have the option to add a product using tenant string and the product ID we want to add. Also, an option to remove a product. We will have the clear cart. And also, we're going to have clear all carts. And we can also do get cart by tenant. So just ensure that you have added the proper types here. Be mindful of the arrays. After we've done that, let's export const use create, use cart store. And now we use create and we give it a type of cart state inside. Go ahead and execute this, open parentheses, and in here add persist. And now in here, go ahead and add another set of parentheses, which is actually a method with the props set and get. And in here, go ahead and return an immediate object by wrapping it inside of parentheses, like this. Persists accepts two arguments. So here in the second argument, we're going to have to give it some properties about how we want to save this cart. So I'm going to give a name for this on-road cart, and storage will be create JSON storage, local storage. In case you're wondering, where does the constant local storage come from? It comes from window.local storage. That's why there's no error. You can see that it's a global reference, right? In case you were confused, how come we never defined or imported local storage? You don't have to type window.local storage. You can just use local storage. So that's where we are going to store the cart data. And now let's go ahead and implement cart data, starting with the tenant cards, which for starters can just be an empty array, empty object. And then let's do add product here, which will accept the tenant slug and the product ID. And in here, what we can do is we can do set. So be mindful that I didn't add curly brackets here. I'm immediately returning set. I just added a new line so it's easier to look at. Go ahead and open set, and then open another set of parentheses, which will not have set, but state like this. And this will be a method which is going to return an immediate object again. And then tenant cards in here will preserve the old state of tenant cards. And then for the current tenant slug that we are trying to edit, it's going to modify the product IDs. So this is adding a new product. So this is an array of IDs, which means that we first have to preserve all the existing ones. So let's do state.tenantCards, access the index using tenant slug. And this is where our tsconfig no unchecked index access comes in handy. Well, everything is an error now, so it's not really handy. But if you have this turned off, this would be, the TypeScript would assume that this always exists. But that doesn't have to be the case, right? So in our case, we have to add a question mark dot product IDs or an empty array. And then at the end, add the new product ID from here. And just to get rid of these errors, I'm now going to copy this and add it here. And I'm going to call this remove product. And I'm not going to modify it in any way. Instead, I'm going to copy it once again. And I will call this one clear cart. Let me just see, did I do this correctly? Clear cart does not accept the product ID, I believe, just the tenant slug. And I'm going to paste it one more time. Actually, two more times. One for clear all carts, which doesn't accept any props at all. And the set here can actually be fixed to be very easy. Just tenant cards, empty array, empty object. And last one is get cart by tenant. We also accept the tenant slug here. And then do get tenant cards, access tenant by tenant slug, question mark product IDs, or an empty array. The reason I did this is so that we get rid of all those errors, right? So now you should have tenant cards, you should have add product, you should have remove product, clear cart, clear all cards, and get cart by tenant. We know that our add product is finished. Now let's do our remove product. So it's going to be quite similar. We have to preserve the state of the existing tenant cards, and then we just enter the slug that we are modifying. And then inside of here, we're going to do a little bit different logic for the product IDs. We're going to do state, tenant cards, tenant slug, question mark, product IDs dot filter. Inside of the filter, we are going to get the ID of that product and check if that ID does not match the product ID that we pass in the function here. And then outside of that filter, we are going to add or an empty array. So we are basically filtering out the product ID from specific tenant slug. Now let's go ahead and do our clear cart here, which is going to be much simpler. So what's important here is that we preserve all other tenants, but when we enter our tenant here, we are simply going to change product IDs to be an empty array. Now for the clear all cards, it's self-explanatory. We just return clear all cards to its initial state here. There we go. That is the functionality which we are going to do for cards. Obviously, there's room for improvement, right? How many products can we actually have in our carts now? How do we invalidate this? How many tenants can we actually serve, right? And maybe a burning question some of you might have, why different carts for different tenants? Why not just one big cart for everyone? That was my plan initially. I wanted to do just one cart, which is going to hold products from any tenant, regardless of the slug. Unfortunately, when it came to implementing Stripe Connect, where we are going to add it so that our platform takes a 10% fee from each sale, it didn't work if the author of the product that we are selling is not the same for all products. The only way it worked was if I changed my implementation. And that new implementation required me to add real business details. And no matter how much I try to find an alternative, try to find maybe I'm somehow exiting the test mode or something, looks like they didn't implement a way to do that without real bank information, without real company information, which is something that I'm sure a lot of you will get blocked by in this tutorial. I'm not sure if you have real company information at hand here. So that's why I decided, okay, I'm going to use the simpler method. And I'm sure whoever completes this tutorial will definitely be handy enough to change this later on and experiment with one global store for all tenants in the future. But for now, this is the path I'm going to choose because I know it works. It's definitely not bad. It's a practice that you will see in many multi-tenant marketplaces. And we will get our achieved result. Great. So ensure that you have your use cart store. And now what I want to do is I want to create the hooks folder here called use cart. So in here, I'm just going to make it easier to use this store. So you can immediately import use cart store and then export const use cart tenant slug string. And then, my apologies for the typo here, const. We're just going to destructure a bunch of items from use cart store here. Get cart by tenant, add product, remove product, clear cart, and clear all carts. And now let's go ahead and get all product IDs by that tenant. After that, let's create a method to toggle product, meaning add it and remove it with one same function. So product ID, which checks if in the list of these product IDs for that tenant we have that product, then remove it. Otherwise, add it. It's important that you preserve the tenant slug across these places. Let's add another handy method, is product in cart, which will simply tell us if the product IDs for this tenant include a specific product ID. And lastly, let's do clear tenant cart, which will simply clear cart for a tenant slug. And now what we have to do is we have to return product IDs, add product, which will do product ID string, add product, tenant slug, product ID. So we are basically using this method, but we are automatically assigning the tenant slug. So it's just easier to use. We do the same thing for remove product. Basically preserve the tenant slug here. Clear cart will be clear tenant cart. And then we just pass along clear all carts, toggle product, is product in cart, and total items, which will be product IDs.length. There we go. So now we have a much easier way of using the cart store. Now I want to go ahead back inside of the product view, not list view, product view. Basically this page, right? You can also do run dev to ensure that it's loading here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable the add to cart button to do that. The way I'm going to do that is by creating a component here, which I'm going to call cart button.tsx, like this. Let's go ahead and create an interface props, which will accept the tenant slug, which is a string, and export const cart button. Inside of here, let's grab the props, let's assign them here, and let's extract the tenant slug. And then what we are going to be able to do is get our cart functionality using use cart, not use cart store, just by using use cart and passing the tenant slug. This will enable us to easily add, remove, or toggle items based on that slug here. And what we're going to do inside is just copy. Let me find my button. Here it is, button add to cart. So I'm just going to copy it here and add it in here. From components, UI button. And then we can do things like if cart is product in cart, we should also pass in the product ID here. Let me just add it, product ID. So is product in cart product ID? In that case, we can do remove from cart, otherwise add to cart, like that. So let's go ahead and try it. And we also have to do on click here, cart, add product, product ID. So we don't have to pass the slug, because inside of the use cart, add product automatically appends the slug here. So now let's replace this with the cart button. And let's pass in the product ID to be data.id and tenant slug to be, I'm not sure if I receive it as tenant slug, I do. So I can pass tenant slug here. So I actually have both. I have both product ID and tenant slug. So I don't have to use data ID. I can just pass the product ID. I already have it as a prop, right? Why not leverage it twice? So now your button should look exactly the same. But let's go and open our application here. Specifically, let's open the local storage for localhost 3000. I'm going to clear everything I have inside. Keep in mind that you might have some things here. Localhost 3000 might have some values from your other developments. Let's click add to cart. And as you can see, it has immediately changed to remove from cart. And I have funroad cart state here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the state. Inside of the state, I have tenant carts. And then for Antonio, I have a list of product IDs. So now it came to my mind that instead of add product, this should be toggle product. So just use toggle product. And now click remove from cart. And you can see that now my tenant carts for Antonio has been removed. And now I can add it to cart again. And now what I want to do is import cn from libutils and just modify this a little bit. So if cart is product in cart product ID, in that case, I want to add background white here, just so we have a difference. There we go. Great. So why did I add this to a separate component? Well, besides the fact that, it works easier this way to maintain it, this can be a part of hydration errors. As you can see in here, I think this is exactly what happened. Hydration failed. Let me zoom in. Hydration failed because the server rendered HTML didn't match the client. Basically, on the server, we don't have access to local storage. And I don't think there's an elegant way to add it there. I think if you want it there, you have to add it to server storage, like a database, right? I will explore if there are some smarter options, but I'm okay with using Zustand here. I'm okay with this only being client side. So basically, client side knows that it's in cart. So it's going to render the text remove from cart and it's going to render background white. Server does not know that. So server renders remove from cart, my apologies, add to cart, and it renders background pink. And that's a hydration error. The server and the client don't match. But there's an easy fix for that. Instead of importing cart button like this, we're going to go ahead and import dynamic from next dynamic. And then we're going to change the way we import the cart button. Let's go ahead and do const cart button. You can comment out this import for now. Is dynamic. And go ahead and import. And you can use normal import method. I think you can just do -- components cart button like this. But cart button itself is a named export. So we have to tell it which one. So let's do .then. You get the actual module. Don't call it module, call it mod. Module is a reserved keyword. So mod.cart button. There we go. And then SSR false. So now it's not going to go through server-side rendering. And now we don't have to worry about the mismatch between the server and the client in this part. So now you will be able to see that when I do this, it's going to disappear for some time. So there is no chance of the hydration error happening now. If you go ahead and comment this out, let's comment this out and let's enable this back and make sure it's in cart, right? And if you refresh, you will pretty much always see the hydration error, right? But if you change it to dynamic and turn off SSR, you will no longer have that issue. You will also no longer have this at all. So what you can do is you can add a fallback here if you want to. You can do loading prop here. For example, a paragraph of loading. And I think that now you should see the text loading while it loads, right? But we can do better. We can add the button component like this. And let's keep it as add to cart. So we're going to assume it's not added into cart. And we can add the variant. Well, actually, it doesn't need a variant. All it needs is flex1. So let's give it a class name of flex1. And let's give it a background pink of 400. And let's just make it disabled. So we are basically doing a skeleton. I wouldn't recommend exporting a skeleton here, because I'm not sure what happens if you add this import. You're going to have to add an import from cart button. So I'm not sure what exactly happens in that case. Perhaps you will trigger the hydration error. So I think that now, there we go. It looks much better, right? It's almost like it's loading the state. And you can't click it, and it's not even elevated at that point. Great, I like this solution a lot. We can now add and remove from cart, and we are also not getting any hydration errors. And you can do the same fix for this page here. I think that when you are logged in, we render, you have to be logged in, I think. We render the library button. But I think many times I've gotten a hydration error there. Right now, I'm not getting the hydration error, but if I get it again, I'm just going to do the same thing for the library button, right? I just want to remind you of that. And I think this looks completely okay. Now that we have this add and remove to cart functionality, I want to display the cart here in this corner of each tenant store. So we're going to do a similar thing here. I'm going to go inside of checkout. Let me just go here. So checkout, and inside of here, I'm going to create the UI, and I'm going to create components. And in here, we're going to have the checkout button .tsx. So the previous button we have created in the products here, because it's only used in the product cart, in the product view, right, as an add to cart. But this one is more of a, global, let's go to the checkout screen button. So that's why I'm going to call it checkout button. Let's go ahead and create an interface. Checkout button props, optional class name, and optional hide if empty. Actually, I'm going to hide if empty by default. Or, I don't know. Let's keep it like this for now. Now we can go ahead and export the checkout button using class name, hide if empty, and checkout slug. My apologies, tenant slug. Now let's go ahead and let's grab our use cart. It's in the same module, so we can use an import like this. Now that we have the use cart, let's extract the total items for a specific tenant. And now we're going to do a check here. If hide if empty is on and total items is 0, you can return null. Now let's go ahead and grab a component and some utils. So import button from components UI button, cn, and our generate tenant URL. Make sure you use the capital URL here. Generate tenant URL here. Great. So we are now going to go ahead and do a return here with a button, variant elevated, as child, class name, cn, background white, but pass the class name if needed. And then a link from next link. That's why we need it as child. And add an href here. Generate tenant URL, tenant slug, /checkout. And then let's add a shopping cart icon from Lucid React. And then beside, let's check if we have total items. If total items is larger than 0, in that case, render the total items. Otherwise, just an empty string, so we won't take up any space at all. Make sure you import the icon. Now that we have our checkout button, we can go back inside of the tenant module, UI, navbar. And after the link, which redirects to the user's shop, we can render the checkout button and pass in the tenant slug, which is the slug. We have it from the props here. So I think we're going to have the same problem now. You can see that I have one item in here, and when I refresh, at first I don't, which causes a hydration error. So we're going to go ahead and do what we just did in the product view. I'm going to import dynamic from next dynamic. Let me add that here. And then I'm going to modify the way I import my checkout button. So let me copy how I do it for the cart button here. And I will add it here, call it a checkout button. I'm going to go ahead and comment this out, but I will just copy this. And we are targeting the checkout button from that module. And then we have to create a loading state here as well. So let me import a button here. What's important here? Let's go inside of the checkout button from our modules. So background white is important. That's it. And we're going to add the shopping cart icon inside. So let's add the shopping cart icon and background white. And I don't think it uses any flex one here. Just make it disabled. So now your checkout button should be disabled at first. Looks like it cannot load the shopping cart icon. I'm not sure. Maybe it can't do that in the loading states. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's something else. Maybe the shopping cart icon has an invalid color. Yes, looks like it works that way. What if I remove text black? Then it doesn't work. Looks like when you are adding loading, you need to specify text black, which is something we don't need to do otherwise, as you can see right here. Let's remove from cart, and there we go. Now we have an empty checkout button up there. So we can now decide, do we want to hide that when it's empty or not? And as you can see now, you should not be getting any hydration errors at all. So if you want to, you can go inside of your navbar here. You can now remove this import for the checkout button. If you want to, you can add hide if empty. And then when you don't have it, it's just not going to appear. So whatever you prefer. Maybe you like it this way. Maybe I like it this way as well. And now let's go ahead and let's just add a skeleton here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this button. And I'm just going to add it here. That's going to be the skeleton for when the navbar is loading, because the navbar has to load the information, right? So when I click on Antonio here, you can see how I now have a skeleton with that button. Looks like it's also showing me, oh, okay, so I have this, let's do this. So I removed Antonio's product, and now I'm gonna go inside of John's shop. So you can see in John's shop, I have one here, right? But if I go to Antonio, I don't have it because my cart for Antonio's shop is completely empty. So initially I wanted to have the cart here, but as I've explained, when we built the use cart functionality, turns out we can't do it with proper Stripe Connect and fee sharing method. So I chose the next best thing. Great. So what we have to do next is we have to implement the checkout screen, which I'm actually going to do in the next chapter because this one is already half an hour. And I want you to, see what you've done and play around with it a little bit. But we've also done a lot. So we have implemented the cart functionality with Sustan Global Store. We modified the UI in product view and we separated the cart button component. We also added dynamic load without SSR to avoid hydration errors. The only thing we didn't do is implement the checkout page, which basically means that we didn't use this picture in the end. But it's okay. We're going to do it next time. So now let's go ahead and push our changes to GitHub. 18 cart and checkout. So I'm going to go ahead and do git checkout -b 18 cart checkout, git add, git commit 18 cart and checkout, and git push u origin 18 cart and checkout. After you confirm that you are on the new branch that you have detached, let's go ahead and let's merge this pull request. So I'm going to go ahead and open a new pull request with base master or main and comparing to my new branch here. And let's see what our next steps are. And here we have the summary. We introduced interactive cart button on product pages, allowing users to add or remove items. We enhanced the checkout experience with newly integrated button in the navigation that displays real-time cart item counts. You can see that this pull request introduces several enhancements here using a custom hook use cart on top of the store, which we use to manage tenant-specific carts. As always, you can see file by file change, and in here a sequence diagram, if you're interested, explaining how our cart button system works. You can see that when the user clicks toggle product button, we call the toggle product from the use cart hook, which contacts the cart store, and it checks whether the product is in cart or not. And depending on that, it calls the respective methods. And then we return the updated cart state and update the UI. we also do the same thing for the checkout button. We also have the renders nothing, hide if empty prop. And I'm proud to say, no comments besides some nitpick comments here, such as an extra comma at the end. So we did a pretty good job on this pull request. Let's go ahead and merge it. After we merge it, I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to ensure that I have it right here. There we go. And then once it's merged, I'm going back to my main or master branch. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull origin and ensure that everything is up to date. Hit status. There we go. And I can see that I detached here and then I merged those same changes back to my master branch. Excellent. That's it for this chapter. And then in the next one, we're going to focus on the checkout page UI. So let's mark this as completed push to GitHub. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement the checkout page, continuing from our previous chapter where we implemented the cart functionality. In order to do that, we're going to have to implement the checkout page, checkout layout, and the checkout procedures. As always, ensure that you're up to date on your master branch, which you can do by running git status. After that, go ahead and do run dev. Then let's go ahead and let's go and load our app and let's visit a random store. So I have John's product here. So I'm going to go ahead and visit John's store here and make sure you add something to your cart. Right now, clicking on this button redirects me to tenants, John, checkout, but it's not found. We can quickly create that inside of app, tenants, slug, and go ahead and create a new checkout route group here, and then a checkout folder, and inside a page.tsx, div checkout page. So it's rendered here, localhost 3000, tenants, slug, checkout. There we go. No more error. Instead, it's a checkout page now. Now, let's go inside of the checkout route group and create the layout.tsx. And let's go ahead and prepare some components. Go inside of source, modules, tenants, UI, and copy the navbar. Now go inside of checkout, and let's go inside of the UI folder. Inside of components. And let's go ahead and create our own navbar here. And my apologies, let's just copy the entire thing and paste it here from tenants. So now the navbar in the checkout module and in the tenants module is identical. Make sure that you are modifying the one in the new checkout UI components navbar here. We can remove the skeleton because there's not going to be any loading here. We can remove the dynamic checkout button as there's not going to be any dynamic loading as well. We can remove the RPC and loading entirely, but leave the button. We are going to need it. Leave the slug prop here and modify this a little bit. So we're not going to have this, but we will have a paragraph here which will simply write the text checkout. And in here, we're going to add a button, continue shopping. This button will have a variant of elevated as child prop and inside a link. The link will have an href of generate tenant URL and pass in the slug. Make sure you have the link imported from here. And you can remove the image, and I don't think we need use client explicitly for any reason here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our newly created checkout route group in the tenants here. And in the layout, let's go ahead and do the layout. And what we're going to do here is we're going to copy the layout from our home in the tenant slug here. So it's easier. Let's just copy the entire thing and paste it here. but we are going to simplify it. So we are keeping the params and the children, but there's no need for any prefetching, which means there's no need for the suspension, for the suspense, for the hydration boundary, for none of that. Now let's remove the unnecessary files. The footer will stay the same as for the tenants, but the navbar should be imported from the checkout. So it should still accept the slug prop because we are using it to generate the URL. Now, when you visit the checkout page, you should see continue shopping, which redirects you back to that tenant's store. And you should no longer be getting any 404s. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's implement the checkout page. And let me just see on mobile. Yeah, I want to leave the continue shopping here. I don't see it as a problem. I think it can stay here. Now let's implement the actual checkout page. In order to do that, we have to go inside of checkout page.tsx. And what we're going to do is we're just going to return the checkout page view. My apologies, it's going to be called checkout view. And we're also going to have some interface here just to load the slug from the params. So turn the page into an asynchronous component which has access to the params and just await the params here. And then pass in tenant slug. Now let's implement the checkout view component. We're going to implement that inside of source modules checkout in the UI. Go ahead and create a new folder called views. And inside, checkout-view.tsx. Let's go ahead and export the constant checkout view. And let's also pass in the checkout view props. We can now extract the tenant slug from the checkout view props here. Let's go ahead and return a div, including the tenant slug, so we can see the data drilling working. We can now import this from modules checkout UI views checkout view. And you should just see a text John, which is basically the slug that we are on. Now let's go back inside of the checkout view. Let's mark this as a use client. What we have to do now is we have to implement a procedure which is going to load the items from our local storage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy my products server and I'm going to paste it in the checkout. So now our checkout has procedures. Ours is going to be much simpler. You can remove this import. Rename this to checkout router. You can remove get1 entirely. And we're going to call this get products because this will be accessed with checkout.getProducts. So in here, we have to be explicit. We are fetching products because it's not exactly clear. So now what we're going to do here is just accept an array of string here. Let's go ahead and modify this so it's a much simpler query. So just this, like that. We don't need where, sort, page, or limit. We will need where. So let's add where ID in input.ids. So it needs to match. There we go. Now what I want to do here is maybe not immediately, but later on, we want to do some validation, in case the user's data is invalid, in case their local storage is compromised in some way. And we can actually do that quite easily by doing if data total documents does not match input ID's length, meaning we couldn't load all items. Let's throw new PRPC error from the server with code not found and the message products not found. And then we're going to capture this inside of useEffect. And we're going to clear the user's local storage from there so they don't have those invalid elements anymore. But we can do that later. Now that we have the checkout router, let's go inside of trpc routers and underscore app. And let's add checkout router. Make sure you add the import. now that we have the checkout router, we can go back inside of our checkout view, which we've started developing. Mark this as use client. Go ahead and add use TRPC. Go ahead and add use query. So no use suspense query here, no hydration here, and no prefetching here, because this is from local storage inside, right? So when I go to checkout, and when I go to get products, and when I add the query options, in here I have to pass IDs, right? And we're gonna get these IDs by using use cart and passing in the tenant slug here. And then in here, I will be able to extract product IDs, and I can then add them here. And instead of tenant slug, let's do JSON stringify data null 2. And there we go. You can see that my product name here is John's product, which is exactly what's in my cart. There we go. But let's imagine a scenario. What if our data gets deleted? Let's say this product gets deleted, but we have it in our cart. We shouldn't allow the user to purchase that. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to add a, let me see, maybe I can do an on error here. I don't think I can do an on error in here. Let me check. On error. I cannot do it. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to capture the use effect here. And I'm going to be looking for the error here. So I'm going to put it here. And if error.code is not found, let's do it like this. If there is no error, return. Let me just see, how does the error look like? Error.data.code. So if there is no, if error.data, I can do this, I think. If error.data.code is not found, in this case, I want to do clear all carts. And we can add that here as well. Basically, I'm trying to help the user to remove invalid data if they have it. And it should be great that the user has some feedback here. So let's import use toast or toast from Sonar. So if we do that, we're going to do toast dot warning cart cleared, maybe first invalid, products found, cart cleared. Basically, so the user is aware that something just happened, right? So by default, nothing should really happen because all of our products are here. But let me go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go to localhost 3000 admin, and I'm going to delete this product that I have in my cart. So in order to do that, I have to log out and log in as admin. Then I'm going to go inside of the products, and there we go, John's product. I'm going to delete it now. So what happens now? Our local storage is independent of the user, so I still have it. So I'm manually going to go to /tenants/John. So this is John's shop, and you can see that I have something in my cart here because it's in my local storage. So now what should happen here, it's now getting errors, but it's retrying 3 times. And there we go, invalid products found, cart has been cleared. And you can see that I have no items here. That is exactly the behavior we wanted. So now when you click continue shopping here, you can see you no longer have anything in your cart. And you can also see that inside of your application here, you can see my tenant carts are completely empty. So I did a brute force here because this shouldn't really happen that often. But if it does, we're just going to clear all carts, right? If there's a single thing we cannot find from the array that the user has provided us with, in comparison to what we are searching for in the database, obviously some IDs are invalid, or maybe they were deleted, right? So we're passing that message along to the front end, and this captures it and says, okay, I have to clear all carts. You can decide if you want this behavior or not. So feel free to comment it out if you do not like this solution. Great. Now that we have established this, I'm going to go ahead and add some products, and I'm going to go back to my checkout view. All right. So I have created 2 items in Antonio here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add both of them to the cart. So now I have 2 items in here and I load 2 items in here. And since the data total documents match the amount of IDs I have submitted, you can see that it works just fine with no problems. I'm going to keep an eye on this solution because, it is quite brute forcey. So I don't ever want this to run if it doesn't need to run. So if it's causing you any problems, you can of course comment it out and remove it and solve the error in some other way. Now let's go ahead and let's display this in a nicer way. So I'm going to start by giving this div some padding. Large, padding 16, padding top 4, px4, lg, px12. Now it should be aligned with the checkout and the footer. Now let's go ahead and start displaying some checkout items here. So I'm going to create a div with a class name of grid columns 1, on large grid columns 7, gap 4, and on LG gap 16. So in here we're going to have 2 columns. The first column will be the place where we are going to render our items. And then the second column, with a span of 3, will be the checkout sidebar. Whoops. So this is the checkout sidebar, and in here, we're going to render our items. Let's create a div with a class name border rounded medium, overflow hidden, and background color of white. And in here, let's do data docs.map product index and create the checkout item. We don't have this yet, so we're going to be working on it soon. Let's pass some props. Product.id is last will be if index is equal to data docs length -1. So the index is matched because indexes start at 0. Image URL will be product.image $URL. Name will be product.name. Product URL here is going to be generate tenant URL product.tenant.slug/products. So I have to add backticks here. Encapsulate this like that, and then /products product ID. Below that, we're going to have the tenant URL, which is going to be simpler, and no need for backticks in this case. So we can remove this. Then we're going to have the tenant name, which will be product.tenant.name. And we're going to have the price, product.price. And we're going to have onRemove, which is going to call a method which we can destructure from here, remove product. So let's call remove product, product.id. There we go. Now we have to create the checkout item component. So we're going to go ahead inside of checkout UI components and create checkout-item.tsx. Then let's create an interface, checkout item props, which has isLast, which is an optional boolean, an optional image URL, name, product URL, tenant URL, tenant name, ID, price, and onRemove methods. We can now go ahead and export const checkout item with all of those props destructured. Now let's go ahead and start using them. Before we do that, I just want to add all imports which we are going to need. Link, image, and cn util. Now inside of here, let's start by having a div with a class name CN. Grid columns, and inside of here add 8.5 rem underscore 1fr underscore auto, gap of 4, PR of 4, and border bottom. And then if is last, border bottom will be 0, so we don't have duplicate borders. Then in here, add a div with a class name, overflow hidden border right. Then add a div with a relative, aspect square, and height full. Inside of here, go ahead and add an image. The image will have a source of image URL or /placeholder PNG or whatever you are using. For the alt, you can add the name of the product. Add a fill property here and add a class name of object cover. You can now go back to the views, checkout view, and you can import the checkout item from /components checkout item. And now you should start seeing these items. Just wait for them to load. You can see I have 2 items loaded here. Let's continue developing inside of the checkout item. So outside of this, we're going to create a new div with a class name py4 flex call and justify between. Inside an empty a div without any class names, just a link with an href leading to product URL and an h4 element rendering the name of the product and the class name with font bold and underline. So now you should see the products here. And now copy and paste this time using the tenant URL and the tenant name. And this can be a paragraph. And this will be font medium, like this. Now go outside of these 2 divs here and create another div with a class name py4 flex column justify between. And inside add a paragraph with a class name font medium. Inside of here, format currency, which we have from our libutils, and pass in the price. And then add a native button element with a class name underline and font medium, and give it an on click of on remove and a type of button. And inside, write remove. There we go. You can see that now we load all of our items here. And if I click remove on one of them, of course, if you want to, you can add cursor pointer here. So if you click remove, you can see that it causes a reload of the data here. So we can decide if we want that or not. But yeah, I think it's okay if it reloads because product IDs have changed. So it retriggers this. And in case, in the meantime, something happened with, if in the meantime, the product was deleted, we might capture that in this error. There's also one other place where we could do this, and that is in the actual checkout, right? So if we try to check out and we notice some errors, then maybe we could clear the carts. But yeah, I kind of like this for now. Let me see if there is a place where I should be using the ID. I actually don't think I need the ID anywhere. So I'm going to remove it from here and from here, which means in the checkout view, we can remove it from here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's implement the checkout sidebar component. So the checkout sidebar will be rendered in here. Let's do checkout sidebar. And then let's go ahead and give it some props. Total will be data, documents, reduce, Now that I think of it, maybe we should get this from the server itself, right? So maybe we can do that here alongside all the data. Maybe also add total price, and let's do data documents reduce, get the accumulator and the product, and simply combine the accumulator with the product.price and set the accumulator to be 0 by default. And now we have total price from the API. So maybe we should just do data.total price. There we go. We don't have to do it on the front end now. For the checkout here, actually, let's call this on checkout. We are going to leave it as an empty arrow function for now. Is canceled will be for now false. Is pending will be false as well. I'm never sure if canceled is supposed to be with 2 L's or 1, but I think Stripe uses a single L, so I will use a single L as well. Now let's go ahead and create the checkout sidebar component. So inside of here, checkout-sidebar.tsx, let's create the props with total checkout, actually on checkout. Optional is canceled and is pending. Then we can create a component with that, like this. And let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of border rounded MD overflow hidden background white flex column. And in here a div with a class name flex item center justify between padding 4 and border bottom. An h4 element here rendering the text total. And the class name font medium and text large here. Below that, instead of a heading, we're going to have a paragraph with the same classes. And it's simply going to format currency here, total. So import format currency from here. And now outside of this div, we're going to create another div with a class name, padding 4, flex item center and justify center. And in here, add a button from components UI button. So just make sure you have that import. And let's give it some props. Variant, elevated, disabled is pending, on click, on checkout. Let me fix the typo inside of the on click here. Size, large, and class name, text base, full width, text white, background, primary, hover, background pink, 400, and hover text primary. And inside the text checkout, like this. Now let's go to the checkout view here and import the checkout sidebar from components checkout sidebar and refresh this page. And as you can see, at the moment it was not a number, but then eventually it turns into a number. So now if we want to, we can add some proper loading states here so that this actually looks a little bit better. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add 2 states. The first one will be if there is no data at all. So if there is no data, or if data documents.length is equal to 0, in that case, let's go ahead and let's return the same thing we return in the product list view. Let me just find it. Product list view, product list. So in here, we have this logic here to return this with an inbox icon of no products found. We can do that here. And let me just remove let me make this better. There we go. And just get the inbox icon. If you want to, you can also create this in a separate component like empty state or something. And maybe we should do this. Data docs.length equals 0 or data total docs is equal to 0, even quicker. So you can see that it's not going to show by default. It will only show if it's loaded and if there's no data. And now let's go ahead and let's create the loading state here. So the loading state will probably happen before this. So if this, I have to extract is loading from here. So is loading. If is loading, in that case, let's go ahead and let's do a similar thing like this. Maybe I can copy this, and instead of this, I will just add a loader icon from Lucid React and give it a class name text muted foreground and animate spin. So I've imported loader icon from Lucid React. I have no idea how this is going to look like. Let me do a hard refresh here. Looks okay, but I think some things here are missing. Yes, I know what's missing. This wrapper. So I'm going to copy this wrapper and add it here. And I will do the same thing here. And now I think it should look better. So let's do a hard refresh. There we go. This is the loading state, and then it loads. If I click remove, it says no products found. Great. So we now have a very nice checkout screen, which, may I say, is also an intelligent checkout, because it will notice if we have any invalid, if we didn't manage to find some products, which shouldn't happen just like that. We are very specifically throwing that error if that happens. If it's causing you any problems, if you see your cart being cleared all the time and you don't know why, maybe it's this. Maybe our implementation isn't exactly correct. And there's one more thing that we have to do here, which is the is canceled state in the checkout sidebar here. We're going to implement, we can implement it now, but it's basically what will appear if you cancel your checkout. So you can do is canceled here, like this, and then add a div with a class name padding 4, flex, justify center, items center, and border top. And in here, we can do, we can add an error message. So class name, background red 100, border red 400, font medium, px of 4, py of 3, rounded, relative. Actually, no need for relative. Flex, item center. And then inside of here, just a div with a class name flex and item center. Render the circle X icon from Lucid React and give it a class name of size 6, MR of 2, fill red 500, and text red 100. And below it, we're going to render our message, which is going to be checkout failed, please try again. And let's give this div a width of full. So now if you go to the checkout view and you change the sidebar, if you change the sidebar is canceled to true, you should see checkout failed, please try again. Now let's just see what this is about. In here, we have a type error for the checkout sidebar because this is expecting a type of number, but this could potentially be undefined. So let's just do total price or 0 here. Maybe we can do it even better inside of our get products here, where we do the calculation. Yeah, let's do this. So const total price. We can do the exact same method here. Let's do data docs.reduce accumulator and product here. And instead of immediate return, let's go ahead and do const price and ensure that it's a number. So product.price, and then return accumulator plus, and in parentheses, if it is not a number, we're just going to assume it's 0 and then price. And it looks like this cannot work the way I imagined it to work. Maybe I need to add 0 here. There we go. So make sure you add the initial accumulator to be 0. And now the total price should, I think, always be a number. Let me see if that actually, yeah, but I'm not sure if that really changes here because data can potentially be undefined. So we didn't even have to do that change. Just do this. Okay. And because you don't even see that because it's loading, right? So it's loading, and there we go. We have the total price here, and we have also have the elements we load here. Amazing. We can remove these elements. I'm not sure. Yeah, this reloading every time we remove it. Maybe I will explore improving that in some other way. But for now, I feel pretty confident in this. Great. So we have that resolved. And in the next chapter, we're going to connect Stripe. So we've implemented the checkout page, we've implemented the checkout layout, and we have implemented the checkout procedures here. That's it. So 19 checkout page. Let's go ahead and do a git checkout, new branch, 19 checkout page. Git add, git commit, 19 checkout page, and git push u origin 19 checkout page. Once you've confirmed you are on the new branch and here, and you can see the detachment, you can go to e-commerce, your GitHub, create a new pull request here, and let's review our changes. So the summary, we introduced a comprehensive checkout experience with a dedicated page and layout featuring a responsive navigation bar. Excellent. So here is the walkthrough. We introduced a new checkout feature with tenant-specific context. We added several new React components to handle asynchronous slug resolution and render a structured layout and navigation elements. A TRPC router with getProducts procedure is added to the fetch and process product data. As always, file by file change here. The sequence diagram describing how our checkout view works and how it loads the data, and some useful comments. In here, this is what we talked about previously. AI models don't yet know Tailwind version 4. So this is actually correct. Our version is correct. This one is unneeded here. For the checkout, we know that this is just demo, so we can leave it like this. And in here, it made a good suggestion. It recommends clearing only the cart of the user instead of clearing all carts. So perhaps we could do that. The reason I opted for all carts is simply to have a way to invalidate that entire local storage key, right? So that's why I went a bit aggressive here. But if you want to, you can see what the AI says, and they recommend clearing the individual cart, which definitely makes sense. I'm going to think about it and see in the next chapter what I will do. For now, I'm going to merge this pull request. I am satisfied with all the changes. I'm not going to delete the branch. Instead, I will just confirm that I have it here. And then, as always, git checkout back to my main or master branch. And I'm doing git pull origin on my main or master branch. Git status to confirm, and the graph to confirm the merge as well. That's it. We have merged our changes. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement Stripe integration. Before we go ahead and proceed with the steps outlined in the document, I want you to confirm that you are on the master or main branch and that you have merged all the changes from the previous chapter. You can also do that by running git status. Now let's go ahead and let's create the Stripe project. So right here, I've created a new Stripe account. So what I'm going to do for now is just skip this step if you are being prompted here. And we actually might have to run over this wizard later, but for now, I'm going to skip this completely. I just want to obtain the API developer key. And this is a completely new account. So basically, we are seeing the same thing now, right? But in case you aren't, go ahead and create a new account. So in here, it's telling me to verify my business. So I'm just going to click got it here. And I will just close this for now, right? I don't want it. And I want you to notice a couple of things going on here. So as I understood, Stripe has changed from their test mode to sandbox, right? So sandbox is different from test mode in a way that I feel it's more isolated, right? So for example, the way test mode works is that you have your account, which is your real business account, and then on that account, you turn on the test mode. Whereas sandbox is like a completely separated instance from your actual account, right? And you can see that in here, I can't even exit the sandbox because I need to verify my business before I go live. So I think that you're going to have the same structure here, right? It will depend on whether you used Stripe before, because I know that on my other Stripe accounts, I have a little bit of a different interface, but I'm pretty confident. Click in here and try and create a new account. And then you should basically see the sandbox by default. So basically what we need here is we need to copy the secret key. You can see how it already knows from the recommendations here, but just in case you can't find your secret key here, I always like to go ahead and try to find it through the dashboard here. So we can access the developers from the settings, but we also have the developers right here in the corner. So I think that's how we can also access that. There we go, developers API keys. And you can see how in here I can also find those secret keys. In our case, we are interested in the secret key. So go ahead and copy it. Make sure that you are in that sandbox or test mode, whatever pops up for you. And then we're going to go ahead and add Stripe values here. So that will be Stripe _ secret key. Make sure that you don't add next public in front of that. Next public basically means that the environment variable will be accessible on the client. We don't want that when it comes to the Stripe key. And once we have that, let's go ahead and do bun add Stripe. And I'm going to show you what is the latest version. So you don't have to type in at latest if you want to be on the same level as I am. There we go. Not same level, same version, right? So if you want to, you can add Stripe at 18.0.0. And once you have your Stripe version, let's go ahead and let's install, my apologies, let's create the Stripe util. So inside of lib here, create stripe.ts, import Stripe from Stripe, and export const Stripe to be new Stripe. And now let's add our environment key. I always like to copy it and add an exclamation point at the end so you get rid of the type errors. Now we have to specify the API version, which is always easy to do because you can just select whatever pops up here. So this is the version that I will be using. If yours is different, I don't think it's going to matter that much, except if you're watching, after some breaking API change. But I think that these API versions are fixed to the package version. So if you want to, if you have some other version, you can try installing this one and see if you get this. And let's add TypeScript set to true. So now we have the Stripe library here. And the next thing I want to do is I want to go inside of my checkout procedures right here. So far, we only have get products here. And now let's add a purchase procedure. And this will actually be a protected procedure. Basically something that I only want logged in users to do. But the problem is we only have base procedure as of now, right? So let's go inside of @trpc init here. And let's go ahead and create the proper protected procedure. So the way we're going to do that is by doing export const protected procedure base procedure. So we are basically going to extend on top of this one because we want to have the payload inside. Base procedure use asynchronous, destructure the context and next. And now inside of here, we are first going to get the headers using await get headers. We can get headers from headers, next headers as get headers. So in here, I'm awaiting the headers, and then we can get the current session using await context database out and simply pass in the headers. I think we actually do that very same thing in the out procedures, right? When I attempt to get the session, we do exactly that. But now we are creating a reusable way of doing it. And now I'm going to do the following. If there is no session.user, I'm going to throw new trpc error. You can import the trpc error from @trpc server. In here, add a code unauthorized and a message not authenticated. Or you can add something like must be logged in if you want to be more friendly to the users. And now what you want to return is a next. And inside of the context, you want to preserve the context and then add a session. Preserve the session and then add session.user. You might be wondering, why am I doing this weird spread thing? I'm doing it because of type interference in inference. I'm not sure what's the correct terminology. My apologies. But you can see how when I hover over session now, it will tell me that user is a user which exists, which makes sense because we added an if clause. If it doesn't, break the method. But if I were to just do session, now it actually wouldn't take in consideration that we added an out check for the user. It would just assume that session.user is something that could potentially be undefined. So basically, I could demonstrate this later in a better way. But for now, trust me, you want it to work like this. Just spread the user individually, and then this will be a much safer to use field. Safer in a sense that it will have proper types, right? The actual security is the same. Now we have this protected procedure, and we can use it every time we need to do something that only an authorized user should do. So instead of base procedure, we now use protected procedure from trpc init. And inside of the input here, we're going to go ahead and pass in a z object, product IDs array of strings, and we're going to ensure that at least one is passed. And tenant slug here will be minimum of 1 as well. So basically, we want to ensure that both of these are passed. Then let's go ahead and add mutation here, context and input. And let's go ahead and get the products using await context.database and then find collection products like this. You can set the depth to 2, so we load as much info as possible. And then where, we're going to go ahead and do and open square brackets, and then we're going to do 2 combinations here. The first one will be if ID is in input IDs, product IDs, correct. The second one will be if tenant.slug equals input tenant slug. So we are basically protecting on the ORM level that whatever products we are just about to initiate a checkout with is truly A, an existing product, and B, inside of that tenant slug. So even if the user somehow manipulates the local storage, so they add some IDs that they want, we are going to ensure that that cannot happen because nothing will be loaded, right? And now if you want to, you can go ahead and take a look at, my apologies, let me just go in here. You can do if products total docs does not match input product IDs.length. And in here, you can throw new TRPC error code not found with a message products not found if you want to, right? So this will basically mean that something was incorrect with those products. And now what I want to do is I basically want to find the tenant that we are loading the products from. So let's do const tenants data, and let's call that await context database find collection tenants limit 1 pagination false where slug equals input tenant slug. Now let's do tenant to be tenant's data docs first in the array. If there is no such tenant, we're going to throw new TRPC error code bad request message tenant not found. Actually, it can be not found as well because it is as required that we find the tenant as it is that we find the product. And I'm going to add a little to do here. Actually, I think, I'm going to add a to do. Throw error if Stripe details not submitted. So I'm not going to do that yet because I want us to just see Stripe working, right? But what we can do now is we can create line items, which are a type of Stripe, which we can now import from Stripe. And you can go ahead and import type specifically. So it's a type of stripe.checkout.session create params dot line item, and it's going to be an array of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go new line products dot docs dot map, and then get the product. Quantity of each product will be just 1 because these are digital products, right? Price data will be unit amount product.price. But keep in mind that Stripe those prices in cents. So we have to multiply our price by 100. Stripe handles prices in cents. The reason they do that is because it helps with calculation, and using milliunits or cents like this is a correct way to handle money amount in your database, right? Because if you do something like 0.1 plus 0.2 in JavaScript, not just in JavaScript, right, but in basically all programming languages, because of the IEEE standard, you would get something like this, basically an not exactly precise amount. So what they do instead is they multiply this by 100 and they multiply this by 100. And then you're working with milliunits, which in turn give you a more precise result. So that's why you always have to multiply here by 100. Otherwise, you're going to get the wrong price at checkout, right? So that's how you have to handle that. After unit amount, set the currency to US dollars, and then the product data. Set the name to product.name, and the metadata here will be the following. So Stripe account ID, actually we don't need Stripe account ID here yet. So the metadata doesn't have any predefined types. You can pass in whatever you want. So let me just check my tenants collection quickly. We added Stripe account ID, so yes, we can actually use it. We have both Stripe details submitted and Stripe account ID ready. So let's do it. Stripe account ID is tenant.stripe account ID. ID is product ID, name is product.name, price is product.price, currency will be US dollars. Actually, I don't think we need the currency here at all. I think this should be enough. Just keep in mind that this isn't strictly typed. So what I want you to do is I want you to create a type called product metadata. So inside of the checkout module, go ahead and create types.ts. Let me just properly name this types. And in here, I want you to export type product metadata. And you can remove currency, actually. We don't need currency, so just product metadata. And then you can do as product metadata here. This way, you will ensure that you don't add any mistakes because the metadata object is not typed. You can add whatever you want here. This is just so you can access it later on through a webhook. Great, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and just create the checkout. I think that's pretty much all we need. So we have the line items now. Let me just see, where does the line item code end? So now what we're going to do is const checkout await Stripe. We can import Stripe from our lib util. There we go. Let me just go down here. So stripe.checkout.sessions.create. Customer _ email will be context.session.user.email. And I think now is the perfect time to show you that potential error. If it happens, maybe it won't. Maybe I did something wrong the first time. Basically, you can see how now we have no errors here at all. Basically, this exists, right? It's a string. But if I go inside of the protected procedure here, and instead of doing this, I just spread the session here. My apologies. I just do session like this. Then you will notice that in here, it says that context session user is possibly null, which makes no sense because we protect against that here. So that's why I told you to do it like this, because this way the types get inferred properly. There we go. Now let's go ahead and do success URL. Let's do cancel URL. Basically, the success and cancel URL are both going to be the following. So I'm going to do process.environment.next public app URL. You can always double check in your .environment that you have next public app URL. So just copy it here. And you can copy the same thing for the success URL. And it will depend where you want to redirect your user. So in my case, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to append the generate tenant URL, basically. Okay, for now, the way I'm going to do it is by manually writing my tenant URL here. So tenants, input tenant slug, checkout. And I'm going to append success equals true. So basically, I will copy the same thing for the lower one, except the cancel will be set to true. The reason I'm not going to use that util will make a bit more sense later when we actually implement those subdomains. So now we have to add mode and set it to payment. Line items will just be my line items constant, which we have defined right here, which basically goes over all the products which we have in our cart. Now, I want you to enable invoice creation. So just enable true. This will allow us to later look at the invoice if we need it. Metadata, this will be important. So we know what user actually did the purchase. So in here, add context session user.id. And perhaps we could add a type here, export type checkout metadata. And we're just going to set user ID to be a type of string so that you never forget to do this, right? Checkout metadata from types. And besides the metadata, actually, that's going to be it for now because I'm not yet going to implement the whole taking 10% off the fee, right? We first need to enable proper Stripe Connect for that. In this chapter, I'm just trying to do a normal purchase, a normal checkout. So let's do if there is no checkout.url, we're going to throw new TRPC error with a code internal server error and the message failed to create checkout session. Otherwise, let's return an object of URL and checkout.url. Now let's go ahead and go back inside of the checkout view right here. And we're now going to add, besides the use query, we're also going to add a purchase using use mutation from TanStack React query. So just make sure you have added this. Let me just move it here and add trpc.checkout.purchase. And let's do mutation options inside. And in here, we go ahead and we pass everything we need. In this case, that would be product IDs. Let me see. Mutation options. Oh, actually, we don't need to pass anything in the mutation options because that's not how, the options are not the same like here. I was expecting the need to pass the ID here, but we don't have to do it like that. I'm going to show you why in a second. So basically, now I want you to go in here in the checkout sidebar and on checkout, do purchase.mutate. And then in here, you pass in the tenant slug and the product IDs. There we go. And in here, you have the on success and on error. So you can handle all of these events here. Great. So let me just rename this to on purchase in this case and go inside of the checkout sidebar and replace that here and here as well. And we won't actually be needing to go inside of the checkout sidebar because we're going to be able to do everything from here. So this will be if purchase is pending. In that case, this will be is pending. And let's make this disabled instead. I think that makes just more sense, even though I just said we're not going to have to go in here anymore. I just think it makes more sense this way. The only thing we are missing is the canceled state. So what I want to do is I want to go inside of checkout hooks and I want to create use checkout states.ts. And I'm going to make use of our good old Nux with parse as boolean and use query states. And we're going to export use checkout states, which will return the use query states and return success or cancel. And both of them are booleans with defaults set to false and options clear on default. So now let's go ahead and introduce those new states here. So what I'm going to do is right here, introduce states and set states, use checkout states. And you can use the relative import like this. And now we're going to go inside of the use effect here. And I will just have a separate use effect for this. So use effect. We are specifically going to focus on states.success. And yeah, states.success here. So what I'm going to do is just if states.success. In that case, what I will do is clear my cart. Not clear all carts, just clear this current cart. And now when I think of it, remember that CodeRabbit suggestion. If we notice any invalid products in this cart, I think it makes sense, to just clear this cart. Not all carts. I think it just makes more sense, right? So in the upper use effect, you can now also add clear cart here. I will add to do invalidate library, which we don't yet have. And we will also get const router to be use router here. from next navigation. So after the user successfully purchases something, we're going to redirect that user to /products. Or maybe we are going to call that library. I'm going to see. But for now, let's go ahead and just add the router here. Great. So that's if we receive back states.success. But if we receive states.cancel, we don't have to do anything inside of the use effect. We just have to detect it here, states.cancel, like this. And now what I want to do is I want to go back inside of my purchase mutation here and also add onMutate. In the onMutate, I'm going to call setStates, and I'm just going to reset them. So success is set to false and cancel is set to false, right? So I want to completely reset those states. When success happens here, we actually have to open up. So this isn't, when I say on success here, I don't mean user successfully purchased. I just mean the checkout link was successfully created, which means that we first have to obtain the link, and then we have to do window location.href data.url. In the error here, I'm going to check if error.data ?.code is unauthorized. In that case, I want to do router.push. And for now, I'm just going to redirect the user to /sign-in. And I'm going to add a little to do here, modify when subdomains enabled, because we're going to have to handle that later. And let's add toast from Sonar. I already have it. Great. So let's add toast error.message here, just so the user knows something's going on. Even though if the error is that the user is unauthorized, they are going to be redirected, right? Great. So I think that we are now ready to try this. So what should happen now? Go ahead inside of a checkout and make sure that you have some products added inside of your cart. I'm just going to do another refresh here. There we go. So I have something here. And then when I click checkout, you can see that it says not authenticated and it redirects me here. So I'm going to log in. I'm going to go back inside of my Antonio here in the shop. And when I try now, if everything's done correctly, I should get redirected, and I do get redirected to the checkout screen. And you can see the price is correct. Even though we multiplied it by 100, that's because it accepts cents. And let's go ahead and check. You can see how if I leave, the state turns into cancel. Go look in your URL. So if you check out, click checkout again, now it clears. So if you click back, that counts as cancel equals true in the URL, and then this gets triggered. So I want you to go back to Antonio's shop here and just add another product. There we go, add to cart. So now I have two products here, 29 and 59, and let's click checkout, and let's see, there we go, 88. Perfect. The only problem now is nothing will really happen if we actually purchase this. So we can, of course, try, because we want to test this out. We have the use effect here, which clears the cart if it receives the success state. So basically, let's go ahead and do that. You can use test cart information. So that's 42424242, and nothing else matters. It just needs to be in the future, right? And go ahead and click pay. And after this, you are redirected to success true, and looks like I got something here, maximum update that exceeded. This can happen when a component calls setState inside useEffect, but useEffect either doesn't have a dependency array or the dependencies change on every render. So that's what happened when I called my clear cart here. So that is interesting. I will explore why that happened. Yes, and it happens every time. Okay. So I'm going to pause a bit and see why it's happening. one idea that I have is that if I enter state.success, the first thing I should do is change set states here, success false, and cancel false as well. So it doesn't immediately go into a loop. And let me just add set states here. I'm not sure if that will maybe improve it, but you can see that now my products are definitely cleared here. Okay, so I think that, yeah, it could be that maybe adding a clear cart, which is a function which is not memoized, causes it to go into an infinite loop. And because I didn't prevent it, it went into the maximum update depth, which does make me wonder if this function is doing something dangerous as well. I will research about clear cart and how I can add it to use state, use effect. So now that we know that we can purchase, we can check out, and we have successfully cleared our cart once we purchase, which, by the way, we can try again. So let me just add something to the cart. It's now in my cart. I'm going to go ahead and do the checkout now. Let me see if the error will appear again. Sometimes this actually happens in development because of the redirect, but let's see. Looks like now it's okay. I believe that it was because states.success must have constantly re-triggered this for some reason, but when we immediately return it back to false, it doesn't go in here again, and thus it doesn't cause problems. So for now, this seems to be working just fine. The problem is nothing really happens, right? We don't know who purchased, and we don't know what exactly to give to the user who purchased it. So in order to do that, we are going to have to create a new collection called orders. Let's go inside of collection and let's create orders.ts. So the orders collection, we can go ahead and import the collection config from payload. And we can go ahead and add const orders collection config. Now in here, let's add a slug orders admin, use as title, we can set to name. And in here, let's add some fields. The first field will be the name of the order, which will be a type of text and required true. Now, obviously, it is not important for an order to have a name, but it will be easier to work with it later on if we actually have some useful information to show, right? So now let's add user, which is a type of relationship. And its relation to user. It's required and has many will be set to false. So one order per user. And now we're going to do the same thing, but for the product. So this will be product, relationship, relation to products. And same rules here. And then let's also add name, Stripe, checkout, session ID. And let's pass in the type to be text, required to be true. There we go. Now that we have that, let's go inside of the payload.config and let's add the orders from the collection orders. Great. Now, what we have to do is we have to add a webhook. So how does a webhook work? In order to obtain the webhook in the first place, we have to go inside of developers here and select webhooks. Looks like they definitely changed this since the last time I was here. So let me just, yeah, it looks when I clicked close, I got access to this. So feel free to close that pop-up. And in here, it offers you to add a destination, but we're not going to do that yet. We're going to test with a local listener. So yes, the first thing you need to do is download Stripe CLI. They have support for all operating systems. You can do it using Brew, Yum, APT. They even give you some common mistakes here, or you can use, normal installation files, right? So make sure that you have installed Stripe to your CLI. And then let's follow the instructions here. I'm going to zoom in so that you can see. Let's start with Stripe login. So I'm going to open a separate terminal here. And the first thing I'm going to do is Stripe login, which will give me the pairing code and it will give me the link. So I'm going to open this. Let me see if it opened here or not. Command click. There we go. And the only thing you ought to do here is just confirm that you have a matching pairing code, just to ensure that it's you who is trying to connect, and select your business sandbox. So I will just click allow access. And now you can see that I am officially logged in. So we have to do that. That's the first step. And usually this shows you like a little tick, like, hey, you've done that successfully, but now I can't see it. The second thing we have to do is we have to add Stripe listen forward to, and then our URL. So let's go ahead and add this, but we have to modify it a bit. So first of all, we are using port 3000. And then the second thing is that we're going to go, we're going to go to /API and then /Stripe and then /webhooks like this. So localhost 3000, API, Stripe, webhooks, and press enter. And now this will be a local listener, and you're going to get this important signing secret, which you have to copy. Once you have copied it, you have to go inside of here and add Stripe webhook secret and add it here. Now that we have this set up, we are ready to actually create our webhook. So why do we even need a webhook? Well, take a look at this method here, checkout procedures. So once we actually create the checkout URL, and then inside of the checkout view, what we do here is we just open up the checkout, right? We don't really have a way of knowing when the user purchased something. Sure, we could rely on state.success, but you already saw how flaky that is, right? I mean, I got a maximum update depth error. Imagine your purchases depending on the client. The connection can be slow, something can override the URL. It's absolutely not recommended or reliable to do that. But what we can do is instead is wait and listen on our server until Stripe tells us, hey, the user successfully purchased. So that's what webhooks are for. Now let's go ahead inside of source, app folder, app route group, and in here we have an API folder. And in here, I will just create a new folder called Stripe. And inside, I will create another folder called webhooks. So this now matches exactly our structure that we listened to, API, Stripe, webhooks. Inside of webhooks, create a route.ts. Let's start by importing the Stripe type. Then let's import get payload from payload. Then the config from payload config. Next response from next server. Stripe from lib stripe. And that's going to be it for now. Let's do export asynchronous function post. And let's accept the request here. Now what we have to do is we have to validate this webhook because anyone can contact this endpoint. We have to make sure that it's actually Stripe who is doing that. And we can do that with the Stripe webhook secret key that only we know. We and Stripe, that is. So let event stripe.event. And then we're going to open a try and catch block here. Inside of the try block, we're going to assign the event to be stripe.webhooks construct event. And inside of here, we're going to await, open parentheses, await again, request.blob, executed.text, and execute that. That's the first argument. The second argument is request.headers.get stripe-signature. Be careful, you have to write this correctly as string. And the last one is process.environment, and I recommend that you don't type it, instead copy it so you know it's the correct one, and add the exclamation point at the end or simply as string. So this will either succeed or it's going to throw an error if any of these are incorrect. So basically, the request that is trying to access this endpoint will need to include the Stripe signature in the headers. And if the Stripe signature can be decrypted with our Stripe webhook secret, and well, whatever is being done in the construct event, we are going to know that it is Stripe who is trying to tell us something. But in case an error happens, we're going to go ahead and just do a return next response.json with a message webhook error like this. And let's add a status of 400. And you can make a pretty error message like this. So error message, error.message, or unknown error like that. And in here, you can do if error exclamation point is instance of error. In that case, do a console log of the error. So basically, we're just giving us as much info as possible about what's going on. And now let's go ahead and change this to backticks and just render the error message here like that. And instead of this console log here, you can also make it a bit prettier. I would recommend adding an emoji like this so you see it in your terminal. It's going to be useful, trust me. And add the error message. Do it like this, console log, and in here log the entire error. Basically, if it's compatible, we can log the entire error, but we are definitely always going to log the message. So now this will just help you see it more clearly if something wrong happens. Now, if you manage to pass the try-catch block, what you can do is you can add a success here just so you can see that in your terminal as well with the event.id. And now let's do const permitted events, which is a type of array of strings. So for now, all I'm going to look for is checkout.session.completed. Always double check that you have written this correctly. So checkout.session.completed. Otherwise, it will not be able to recognize it. Great. This is also a good time to add our payload. So await get payload. And in here, just pass the config. So the config is using a shorthand operator because we named it config here. There we go. Now let's do if permitted events includes event.type. Let's go ahead and set let data, and then in here, open a try and catch block here. And inside of try, open a switch case, event.type. And if case is checkout session completed. So you can see how it offers me type proper type here. So you can now double check that you have written it correctly here. So if that is completed, so if this is the event, what we are going to do is we are going to change the data to be event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session. And now we're going to check if there is no data.metadata !user ID. So basically, inside of our procedures, if we forgot to add the user ID in the metadata, there's no way we can know who purchased this. In that case, we have to throw new error here. User ID is required. Now let's go ahead and attempt to fetch that user using payload. So await payload find by ID, and in here, users, and you no longer have to use the question mark here. And now the same thing. If the user in the payload isn't found, we have to break this method. And now, what we can do here is we can expand the session. So const expanded session here will be await stripe.checkout.sessions.retrieve by data ID. And in here, expand line underscore items dot data dot price dot product. We are basically trying to see the information of the product that someone just purchased or multiple products. Because in here, you can see that we have the name of the product, we have the Stripe account ID, we have inside, and again, name of the product. Perhaps we don't need that as well, but we also have the price, the ID, which is what we are looking for. We are looking for the ID of the product from our database that the user just purchased. And this is how we are going to find it. So now we have to check if the expanded session is missing something. So if there is no expanded session dot line underscore items question mark dot data, or if there is no expanded session dot line underscore items dot data dot length. So if any of that is not true, or in this case, if it is 0, we're going to throw new error here, no line items found. It basically means we couldn't load what you've purchased. But if it can, let's do const line items here, expanded session dot line underscore items dot data. And now I want to give this a proper type. So let's go inside of our modules, checkout types, and let's do export type expanded line item to be stripe.line item. You can import the type stripe from stripe. So stripe.line item, but we are going to expand it. So we know that we expect the price inside, which is stripe.price. And inside we have product, which is stripe.product. All of that is something we already know and something that we already have a type for. But what we don't have the type for is the metadata, which is a type of product metadata. There we go. Or you can use semicolons. So now that we have the expanded line item, just make sure the order here is correct. You can go back here and you can mark this as expanded line item. Make sure you import it from the modules here. And it's going to be an array of those like this. There we go. So now line items has the correct type and it's going to be easier for us to work with them. So what we can now do is do a loop for const item of line items. We can do await payload create collection orders. And now we can create an order for each product. But since obviously it would be useful for us to know if some products were bought together, we can still do that using the Stripe checkout session ID. That's why we added this field. In case your types are not working or you can't select orders, as always, you can do manual run of generate types for them to be added. So also ensure that you have actually added your orders, right? You need to have this, you need to have the correct slug, and ensure that you have added them in the config here, orders. Let's go back inside of the route here. So this will be data.id, user will be user.id, product will be item.price.product, and then .id. And in here, name will be item.price.product.name, like this. And I think I've made a mistake here. So I think that this product ID is the Stripe product ID, not what we want to associate our order with. We want to use the metadata ID. That is the product ID. We know that because, let me go to our procedures here. So we know that because in here is where we create it in the metadata, right? We don't add it here. The same thing with the name. So the name can exist both in the product data and the metadata. It's completely the same if you use it right here, or if you use metadata.name, right? So this should definitely exist at this point, right? That's why I don't know if maybe you can throw an error here if it doesn't exist, right? But it should exist. Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to even create this. So that's how we associate an order with a newly created product. Great. And now let's go ahead and simply break the method here. And what we have to do is add a default here, throw new error, unhandled event, event.type. And in the catch here, let's get the error. Let's console log the error. And let's return next response.json here. Message, webhook handler failed. And a status of 500. And now a very important thing that I personally often forget. You always have to return something for the webhook. The webhook needs to know if the event was successful or not. So make sure that at the end, you always return 200 OK. And only throw errors when they are actually errors. Always keep in mind that if the webhook receives too many errors, it will shut down that webhook. That's how Stripe webhooks work. So you have to be careful and always give it proper information. So I think that now, once you purchase an item, you should have a product associated with an order or an order associated with a product and with the user that did the purchase. So let's go ahead and try it out. In here, I have my webhook running. So you need to have this. Every time you want to test it out, you need to have this running. Obviously, in production, you're not going to need it. This is just for local development. So what I'm going to do, right now I have no orders whatsoever. And I think that you can see that if I go inside of the dashboard, since we didn't restrict the access to the super admin, everyone can see orders at the moment. Obviously, we're going to change that later. But right now, let's just wait for these to order. Everyone can access anyone's orders, and there are no orders here to be found. So let's go ahead now and let's go back to the store and let me buy this product. So I will click add to cart here. I'm going to check out and I'm going to go ahead and purchase. And let's see if that will work or not. So I'm going to purchase and we can now go inside of the terminal and you can start seeing the events going here. And you can see how we have all 200 successful events. And inside of this one, I can see the success messages. So this gives me confidence that the order was actually created. I think the event was handled properly. And we can easily look to confirm that by going back to our dashboard. Let's just wait for my loading state to appear. Let's go inside of orders. And there we go. You can see that I have, let me just see, can I untitled ID? I just want to confirm that this is associated with the correct order. And I think it is because it noticed that this is another Antonio's product. I think what's missing here is in my products collection, admin, use as title name. I think we need to add this and then refresh this. Yes, looks like this is still showing like this. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to modify this at all, any of these, right? Looks like it is able. So let me just double check here. Metadata, we do the product ID, right? Which is definitely what we need. In this metadata, we do context session user ID. So I think that all of these are completely correct. I don't think there's anything wrong here. And in the route, let's see, we do the exact same way of assigning these. So let me just see, can I maybe copy this somehow? Let's just remember 6, 7, and 2, 2. So if I go inside of products here, I think there is another way I can do it. I can go here and look at it is 6, 7, and the last two numbers are 2, 2. So I can see that in my URL up there. So it's definitely the correct URL. It just seems to, it looks like it's not properly related. I'm not sure if that's the case. Untitled ID, because it's definitely titled here. So that's something I'm going to explore. But nevertheless, I think we can end the chapter here because we did, in essence, what we wanted to do. Right? We have created the Stripe project, we added the SDK, we implemented the checkout procedure, we created the orders collection, and we implemented the webhook route, which creates the order associated with the user and the product. That's what we wanted. So I'm going to explore this in the meantime for the next chapter and tell you my conclusions about why this looks like it's not associated, but I'm pretty confident that it is. I just think something's wrong with my setup here. Now let's go ahead and push this to GitHub. So 20 Stripe integration. I'm going to go ahead and do git checkout -b 20 Stripe integration, git add, git commit, 20 Stripe integration. And now git push uorigin 20 Stripe integration. If you want to, you can shut down the webhook, but I will remind you in the next chapter that you need to have it on if you want to test out your app. So now confirm that you are on your new branch here, and in here, confirm that you are detached. And let's go inside of e-commerce, GitHub here, create a pull request, and let's review our changes. And there we go. So the walkthrough. This update integrates Stripe payment processing and enriches the checkout experience. A new Stripe dependency is added along with a webhook handler to manage Stripe events. A dedicated orders collection is introduced along with appropriate types and configuration updates in Payload. In the checkout module, a new hook, purchase mutation, and UI modifications streamline the purchase flow. Additionally, a protected procedure is established in the TRPC initialization for authenticated API requests. And in here we have some sequence diagrams describing in here our purchase mutation, which returns the checkout URL. And in here, if you are interested, you can pause the screen so you will see how the webhook actually works. So from Stripe, we receive a post-event payload. We validate event using the secret. And after that, we go ahead and handle the case if the event is valid and the type is recognized. And then depending on what the event is, in our case, only one event, we retrieve the session and create orders and order creation confirmation, and then we return to 100 or K. But in case an error occurs, we throw back errors. It has some recommendations for us here. This one I like. It's basically recommending to wrap variable declarations, basically opening them up as if they were if clauses using curly brackets. I like that. Yes, we could do that. I'm going to do that separately in the next chapter. This is the to-do, that's fine. And in here, we know we have the Stripe secret. This is okay. Let's go ahead and merge this pull request. And after you have merged the pull request, as always, we're going to go ahead and synchronize our main branch. As always, I'm just going to confirm that I have my branch here. There we go. And then let's do git checkout main or master, git pull origin main or master. And after that, git status. There we go. And then ensure that your graph has merged it as well. That's it. That is our chapter, and see you in the next one. Amazing, amazing job. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement our orders or purchases library. So in order to do that, we're going to have to create the library page UI and some library procedures. But before we dive into that, I want to explain the question from the last chapter about our product order relation. And I also want to address one maximum update depth error that we got within a use effect because of our use cart hook. As always, ensure that you are on your master branch and ensure that you have all the changes merged. So now let's get to the question from the last part. So what happened is I made a purchase and that created an order. But when I went to my dashboard, it wasn't exactly clear whether it was connected or not. So if you go into the orders right now, you can see that now I have resolved it. So if you're asking how, very simple. It's because I forgot that inside of the payload config, we have connected products to a tenant, which means that if I go with johndemo.com and look into my orders, because I bought this under John, I bought Antonio's product. I don't have access to look at their product inside of this Payload CMS dashboard. But that's completely fine. I don't need it here. The only reason I even showed you this is just for you to realize that we now have this entity. This orders inside of this admin dashboard will be hidden for all users except for super admins. So if you are seeing untitled here in your order, just log out and then log in as the admin. And once you log in as the admin here, you will see that the problem is no longer existent. So now what I'm going to do is just going to go back into my non-admin account here. So make sure you are logged in. And now I want to address the problem from the last time. So what happened is I added something from my cart here, right? And once I purchased, I got this weird maximum update depth error. And I think I know why it happened. So inside of the checkout view, we have the use effect, which uses the clear cart here. So this is what I've noticed happens. Go ahead and comment this out and comment this out. And then whatever your current URL of the checkout is, so for example, this, just pretend to add success equals true to it, and then copy this so you can test this out. So I'm going to open this now, and I will also add a console log triggered here, so we know that this was triggered. There we go. So this was triggered 3 times, but let's see with success true. You can see that it has been triggered 53 times, and we can now consistently reproduce this error, which is a good thing. Whenever you can consistently reproduce something, it means it's easily fixable. The reason this is happening is because of clear cart. Clear cart is the culprit here. More specifically, the use cart method is the culprit. So instead of getting the items like this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to properly use the selector here. So instead of this, I will do this. Basically, all of the methods from here, but using the proper use cart store and then state get cart by or whatever I need, right? So you can now remove this method. What this will do is it will properly extract that from the store and it will not re-render as much. So if I change success to true now, if I just refresh here, just make sure that your URL is with success true, right? You can see that now there is no problem at all. This seems to be working exactly as it should, right? But you always have to be careful when you add things when you add functions to your use effect. So the reason clear cart is now no longer problematic is because it was properly extracted through the Zustand selector, right? So these are selectors. So on a basic level, they ensure that no unnecessary re-renders happen when you use the selector. But we still have some functions here that we call, which should be memoized. The reason they should be memoized is if you ever plan on using them inside of a use effect, they would cause the same issue. So what I recommend doing is the following. Find toggle product and turn it into a use callback. Like this. And add a dependency array. So import use callback from React. And inside of the dependency array, add product and remove product. And as for the product IDs, I don't like this solution, get cart by tenant. Let's go inside of use cart store and let's remove get cart by tenant entirely. And let's remove that method from here. I don't like it. So let me just remove the get as well. We don't need it at all. Instead, the way I'm going to do that is by using use cart store here. State, tenant carts, tenant slug, question mark product IDs. Like this. That's how I'm going to do it. Or we can also add this. So it's always an array. And now I'm going to add product IDs here. And we also need the tenant slug. So now this method will only cause a re-render if any of these changes. The remove product and add product are straight from selectors, so we don't have to worry about them. The tenant slug is a string, so that's completely fine. That's a simple type, right? But product IDs is actually a type of array. So this is problematic because a type of array will never be the same, right? So an array of 1, 2 will never be the same as another array of 1, 2, right? Because they're not a simple type. They're not a simple type. They cannot be compared like that. But there is a solution for this as well. You can use shallow from Zustand. So go ahead and import use shallow from Zustand React use shallow and add it to here. So just wrap in one more parentheses here. So now it's going to do a much better job of checking whether these arrays have actually changed. And I think that what it has got is just TypeScript server stopping working. Yeah, you can see that now. Once I refreshed, it's completely okay. So I added use callback to the toggle product. I improved the re-render about the product IDs, and we improved the selectors of every single one of these. And now let's do the same thing here. So let's just add use callback here. And let's go ahead and add product IDs. And let's add use callback here. What you can do now is you can have much more confidence in adding these functions and all of these things from here inside of use effects, right? And we should also do the same thing for these ones, right? So add product here. Let's just do const add product, handle add product. And in here, we're just going to do use callback. So we are basically just memoizing these. And do add product, tenant slug. And from here, we need the product ID, which is a string. Product ID. Add product and tenant slug. So now I'm going to copy this. And this will be handle remove product, calling the remove product. There we go. So now all of these methods are properly memoized here. So now I can add handle add product and I can add handle remove product here. Now I think that none of these should be problematic anymore. we should, of course, go throughout our app and check. So I highly recommend that you do this change because it should improve your app in sense of re-rendering and proper usage of the hook, right? So the selectors are definitely something we have to change. It definitely makes sense to use shallow here, and depending on whether you want to use these methods inside of use effect at any point, it will be crucial for you to have proper use callback here. You might have noticed that for add product, remove product, clear cart, and clear all carts, we don't need use callback. That's because it's automatically memoized from Zustand, right? That's why we just have to use the selector in a proper way. So what I want to do now is just go through the app and see if everything works as expected. So I'm going to go ahead and add to cart, and looks like this has immediately updated to number 1. If I click remove to cart, it's removed. Let's go ahead and click and see inside of the cart, I can load them. Let's try removing from here. I can remove it from here. So I am not noticing any anomalies, right? I can add it, I can remove. Let me do a refresh. It still works. I can go back here and add another one. I have 2 of them. Looks like we properly implemented this. So now the question is, does this still work? And I'm pretty sure it does, right? So you don't even have to go through the whole checkout process. You can just pretend to add success true, and that should clear the cart. But this time, it shouldn't cause any maximum update depth errors. There we go. No errors at all, and the cart is most certainly cleaned. So I think we can say that we have officially resolved this error now. Great. So now that we have this resolved, this was also improved, right? Because previously this could have potentially caused a maximum update depth exceeded. But now clear cart is completely okay to be used. But also make sure that you always extract them like this, right? Don't do, for example, cart. Because I think that this might... I'm not too confident to tell you, yes, this will cause problems, but I think it might if you do things like this. I think that memoization kind of works in a different way when it comes to that. My apologies for not having the proper information to tell you right now, but something is telling me that that's not how you should be using it. I will try to research a bit to tell you with some more confidence. But what I am confident about is that this will definitely help us. We can now use these methods in use effects safely. And we have definitely reduced the amount of re-renders now, because use shallow is now actively comparing our arrays and seeing, okay, did the array actually change or did it not change? Great. I'm very confident. If yours is behaving incorrectly for whatever reason, you can just revert these changes, because it's not like our app wasn't working before. It just could have been improved, and now we improved it. So what I want to do now is I want to create the library. And one thing that I didn't write here, but I should have, is that we also need to change state on product view.tsx, right? So if I, for example, go inside of Antonio's product, and if I already purchased this product, it should tell me that I have purchased it, right? But in order to do that, we have to modify our procedure. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to confirm which orders you have, right? So you can go inside of the dashboard here, orders, and you can see that the user who has this order is John, right? So right now I am logged in as John. This means that I have purchased something with this account. So just ensure that you are in an account that has done a purchase, something that has an order. And now we're going to go inside of procedures, inside of product procedures, specifically inside of get1. Now, this is by default a base procedure because we want to allow everyone to load a specific product. But what we're going to do is we're going to add headers from next headers. Let's remap them to get headers. And inside of here, inside of the get1, let's do const headers, await get headers, and then const session await context database auth, and just pass in the headers. So we are going to check in this public procedure if this user is maybe logged in. And then after we load the product, before we return anything, I'm going to set isPurchased to false. And if session.user exists, meaning, hey, a user who is trying to visit this is logged in, I'm going to fetch an order. So const order await context database find collection orders. So this is orders data actually. Pagination false, limit 1. And in here, we're going to call where and then 2 queries inside. The first one will be if product equals input ID. And the second one will be if user equals session user ID. So that's the unique combination we are looking for, a user that purchased a specific product. And then we're going to set isPurchased very simply to be true if orders data total documents is larger than 0, meaning if it found an item. Or you can do orders data docs 0 and then just turn it into a boolean like this if it exists, right? And then what you can just do is simply add that to this return. So isPurchased like this. And now you will have information if the user who just loaded a single product has purchased it or not. So let's go ahead and try and do that. So we are now going to go back inside of checkout view. So in here, we use not checkout view, product view. So not product list view, product view. In here, we use the get1, and that means now we have the isPurchased boolean. So let's go ahead and modify the product view to use the isPurchased boolean now. So I'm going to go and find the purchase button. Let me just find the button. I must have skipped it. So it is right here, the cart button. Okay, this is how we are going to do it. If isPurchased, data is purchased, we are going to display one thing, otherwise display the cart button. So if it has been purchased, we're going to display view in library like this and give this a variant of elevated as child prop, class name flex1, font medium, background pink 400, and inside give it a link. The link will very simply be prefetch and href, which will go to /library and then data ID. So now you can see that it says view in library after it loads because it detects that I have purchased this. So let me just see. Looks like this is causing hydration errors as well. So data is purchased, otherwise cart button. So maybe we can do this like this. Let's reuse our cart button and pass in isPurchased. Is like this. Data is purchased. And then inside of the cart button, go inside of cart button, add optional boolean here, and let's use it here. And now we're going to do that logic inside of the cart button instead. So copy this. And what I'm going to do is very simple. If is purchased, that's what we're going to return. And you have to import link from next link. So this way, well, we don't have to handle the hydration errors in a complex way. We already have it resolved because we import cart button dynamically. And in here, data ID is product ID, exactly what we need. There we go. And perhaps I want this to be white view in a library. I feel like this makes it less similar than the other one, so it's clear that you have purchased this, right? So you can see that now, if I go into a product that I haven't purchased, I can remove it or add it to the cart. But if I go to a product that I have purchased, I can only view it in my library, which right now will redirect me to something that doesn't exist, right? It redirected me and it thinks that it's a category. So we're now going to implement that category, that library. Instead of source here, modules, there is one more thing I just want to do. When we check out inside of server procedures, it should be good to also confirm that we don't have any related orders, right? We should ensure that the person cannot purchase something twice. But I'm going to do that later, right? Now I want to focus on the library view. So let's go inside of source app. And in here, we're going to create a library route group. And inside library route with page.tsx div library. So now, if you go ahead and visit the library, you should just see a text which says library. Now, let's go ahead and do the following. Let's return library view here. Now, let's develop the library view. So we're going to add it inside of modules. Let's create a new folder, library. And inside of here, UI, views, library-view.tsx is going to be fairly simple. So let's go ahead and add a div. Oops. With a minimum height of screen and background of white. And as opposed to how we usually do it, where we create layouts, we are not going to do that because it's not going to be a reusable layout in any way. This layout that we're building now is exclusively for this page and nowhere else. And when we actually visit the product from the library, it's going to have a completely different layout. So that's why we're not going to reuse it. So now let's add a navbar here. So navbar with a class name of padding 4, a background, full width, border bottom, and this navbar will simply have a link with an arrow left icon and continue shopping text. So let's now import the library view so you can see what you're doing. Of course, let's return this. And now you should see the text continue shopping like this. So when I go back, there we go. So you have to manually go to /library to see it again. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create a header component below the navbar. So let's add a header here with a class name, background, and let's just copy this color here like this, py8 and border bottom. Inside, we're going to create a div which will have a strict breakpoint. So maximum width, and let's use --breakpoint XL, MX auto, PX4, LG PX12, flex column, and gap Y of 4. Inside of this div, an H1 element rendering the text library. with a class name, text of 40 pixels, and font medium. There we go. Now, below that, we're going to add a paragraph, your purchases and reviews, and give the paragraph a class name of font medium. There we go. Outside of the header here, we're going to create a section, and let's give this a class name with the same breakpoint as above, mxauto, and the same padding, except the py. And now inside, we are going to create the actual product list. But before we create the product list, I want to create the actual procedure, which will allow us to load items in our library view. So let's go inside of our modules. And inside of the modules, you can copy the products server and paste it in the library. Let's go ahead and remove this import, and let's rename the router to library router. We can remove get1 for now. Instead, let's just focus on the get many, which by default is going to be a protected procedure because only logged in users should be able to see things they have purchased, right? So we no longer need headers here. And we can just use the cursor and the limit for pagination, nothing else, which means that we can remove the complex querying here and immediately focus on this. But the collection will be orders. And we're actually, for the first time, I think, going to use the depth 0. We want to just get IDs without populating. Let's remove the where and sort. There will be a where, but we are manually going to write it. So what we are looking for is all orders where the user is the currently logged in user. So we are fetching all orders that that user created. And now we can extract the product IDs here from orders dot, my apologies, so this is called data docs map get the order and simply return order dot product. In this case, product will be a string and not the product because we explicitly set the depth to 0. Let's call this orders data. Now that we have the product IDs here, we can get the products data here by going await context database find collection products pagination set to false where ID in product IDs. And now that we have the products data, we can spread the products data here and the products data here. There we go. So that's going to be our method to load all orders and immediately load all. Now I'm thinking, maybe we could just increase the depth and just use the product data from each order. Is what I'm thinking at the moment. But I'm going to leave it like this for now, right? So it's this pagination part that worries me. But then I realized we cannot possibly have that many products inside of order. So it's actually fine. It's okay. So now that we have this, what we have to do is we have to go inside of TRPC routers app, and we have to add the library router. My apologies, library router. And of course, import it. Now that we have that, let's go back inside of our page for the library. So in here, we render the library view. So what I want to do now is mark this as an asynchronous method. And in here, I want to get the query client. So get query client from the RPC server. And then in here, I just want to do void query client prefetch infinite query TRPC from TRPC server And in here, let's do library get many infinite query options like this. And in here, I'm going to pass the limit to be default limit. Whoops. Default limit from constants. And I think that's everything we need. And then we're going to have to wrap the actual library view inside of hydration boundary from TanStack React query. And we're going to have to pass the state to be dehydrate from TanStack React query client. And I think this is the first time that I wrote this entire method without cheating by looking at an existing one. Great, so I think I finally got the hang of the new syntax of tRPC. Of course, I'm going to double check by searching for prefetch infinite query. Let's look at the one in the home page. So yeah, infinite query options, get query client, dehydrate. I think that's it. Perfect. So now we are prefetching that for the library view. And now what we have to do is we have to implement the product list component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the product list from products here. Go inside of UI components and just copy the product list component and paste it inside of library UI, not inside of views. Create a new folder components. And inside, just go ahead and paste product list. So inside of here, it's searching for product filters. We're not going to be using that, so we can remove this immediately. So we can remove this as well. We will have product cards, so we can leave it. And the props will actually also be simpler. In fact, we're not going to have any props at all. Yeah, no props. Instead, we're just going to be calling trpc.library. And the only thing we care about is the limit to be the default limit and the proper get next page. So this no products message can stay exactly the same as it previously was, but things will be just a little bit different here. For example, we are not going to need the narrow view at all. We can just fall back to a static class name. So no need to complicate it. Like this. And in here, we can leave the same load more. So no more props in the product list skeleton either now. So we can remove this from the skeleton as well. And let's remove this and bring this up. There we go, as simple as that. So now the only problem we have is the missing product card. This is something that we don't have yet. So what we can do is the same thing. Just go inside of products UI and let's copy the product card component. So click copy and go inside of library UI components and paste it here. Product card. There we go. So we can leave the to do here because we will have to do that here as well. And the card will more or less look exactly the same. So the first thing that's going to be different is there will be no router or user click here. So you can remove that, which also means that you can remove the imports here. The URL will also just lead to /library and then the ID of the product, which means that we can remove this as well. We are not going to have on click here. So let me remove this on click. I'm trying to see what will be different. And we are also not going to display the currency here. No need for that. We already purchased it. And that's going to be all the changes. So if you want to, yeah, you can create a reusable component for this. But I don't know. I feel okay just just having two components. It's okay. It's not like it's reused 10 times or something. Now let's go inside of the product list here, and we can now actually import the product card. The only thing that we're going to change is remove the price here. There we go. So now, if you go ahead inside of your library, of course, we have to render this. So let's go inside of the library view. And inside of here, let's add the product list component. So make sure you import the one from the library, right? This one from your new library. Don't accidentally import the one from the products. And we have to add suspense around this from React. And let's give it a fallback product list skeleton, like this. So from the same component. And I think that now, there we go. You should see a library which allows you to see your products here. Amazing. So now I want to give you access to the library button. And you can already see it right here. So I'm not sure what exactly we coded, but if I go inside of my search input component, yeah, I put an href2/library if we are logged in. So I guess that's fine. I guess we can do that. You can add prefetch, so it's faster. There we go. So if you are logged in, you can access your library here. And in here, you will basically see all the things that you have purchased. So I want to end the chapter here. In the next chapter, we're going to implement the actual view of the individual item. And in that item, we will be able to leave a review. And then we can finally connect the ratings, right? And we can see the real ratings here, and we will be able to see the real ratings here. In the meantime, I will explore ways to protect us from purchasing a product we already own. And yeah, I think that's going to be close to finishing. After that, we are going to implement, of course, the Stripe Connect and the ability to verify details and share the fee with our platform. But that part, honestly, isn't too difficult. We already have the majority of it set up. And then we have the deployment with infinite subdomains, which is also going to be super easy, right? It's just going to be rewriting in question. You're doing an amazing, amazing job. So 21 library, let me see. We have done this. We changed the state on the product view. We created library page UI and some library procedures. Let's go to 21 library now, create a branch here. So git checkout b 21 library. Just want to confirm. There we go. Git add, git commit 21 library. And git push u origin 21 library. Once you've confirmed that you have pushed this branch and you are on the new branch here and you can see the detachment, let's go ahead and review our changes by creating a pull request. So in a second, we're going to see what changes we've made. So the summary. We launched a new library page that showcases user purchases and reviews. We introduced engaging product displays with interactive cards, lists, and animated loading states. So these are basically our skeletons, product cards, and product list components, which we have duplicated from the tenants module. We have enhanced the product view with purchase indicators and refined the cart interactions. These are basically the refactors we did, and it's also mentioned here, the cart management, mostly with performance improvements. Exactly. Perfect. And we also optimized navigation through prefetching and integrated the new library functionality into the main routing structure. As always, we can see a more in-depth walkthrough here with file-by-file change. And here's an interesting sequence diagram for those of you who are interested in them. So this sequence diagram represents our logic to detect on a public get one procedure for fetching a product. And in case we return user session, so if user session exists, in that case, we also query for the orders. And if we return any matching orders, we set the purchased boolean to true. Otherwise, it remains false. And then we use the new isPurchased prop to show the view in library button. So a very nice representation of that functionality of ours. Some nitpick comments here. We don't have to take care of this because we know that tenant will exist thanks to the depth property. In here, it's considering adding error handling. We don't have to do that here since this is a suspense. We can just add an error boundary the same way we add a suspense boundary. And in here, I'm not going to change anything and I will not do this refactor. So I am satisfied with this. Let's go ahead and merge the branch 21 library. There we go. Now I'm going to go back to my previous branch, main or master, depending on what you use. And git pull origin, again, your branch name. Git status to confirm everything is okay. And in the branch graph, confirm that as well. That's it. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and develop the reviews UI and procedures. We're going to start by fixing the invalid checkout inside of our success redirect when the user purchases something. As always, ensure that you are on your master branch and that you are up to date. After that, you can go ahead and run run dev. Let's go inside of checkout view. And in here, in use effect, when we do router.push if state is success, we shouldn't go to products. We should go to library. And let's also invalidate our library get many. So if a new product is purchased, we have to refetch that. So we can do that by adding const query client, use query client from 10 stack React query. And once you have the query client, inside of here, you can do query client, invalidate queries, and pass in trpc dot library get many, and let's add infinite query filter here. And now inside of our dependency array here, we have to add query client, we have to add trpc library get many method, like this. And now every time a success has been detected in the checkout, it will automatically refetch the library.getMany, and then it's going to push. So if you want to, you can also put an await here, but since this is not an asynchronous method, I don't think it will work that way. So you can just do it like this. So that marks this as complete. Now let's create the get1 library procedure. So inside of library server procedures, we already have get many. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy get many, and I'm going to rename it to get1. It will be a protected procedure, which just accepts the product ID. And then inside of here, we are going to check limit to 1, pagination to false, remove the depth, remove page and limit. And inside of where, we're going to add and. The first one will check if the product equals input product ID. The second one will check if user equals context session user ID. So we are confirming that the user trying to load this library get1 is the person who has the order, meaning the person that purchased this ID. And then what we are going to do is the following. We can get the order by simply going to orders data first in the array, like this. If there is no order, we can throw new trpc error with the code not found. And you can import the trpc error from @trpc/server. If you want to, you can add a more descriptive message, order not found. And then you can go ahead and find the individual product using context database find by ID, collection products, where ID is input product ID. When it comes to find by ID, there is no where. It's just ID. My apologies. And you can just return the product. So a simpler method than get many, but still, it should handle everything that we need here. And if you want to, you can also handle if there is no product here to throw new TRPC error, code not found, and a message product not found. There we go. Now that we have this procedure, we can go ahead and develop the library product ID UI. So let's go inside of our app folder, app, library. Inside of the library, create product ID. And inside, you can copy and paste the page. Now we're just going to modify it a little bit by giving this one an interface with params, which are a promise, which hold the product ID, which is a string. So always make sure that you don't misspell, right? It's case sensitive. Otherwise, your params are always going to be undefined. From here, we can destructure the params, and then we can await them and destruct product ID from await params. We are not going to prefetch infinite query. We are just going to prefetch a normal library get1 using normal query options. There will be no limit. Instead, there will be a product ID like this. So no need for this one. And now, instead of library view, we're going to use product view, but make sure you don't import one because we first have to develop it. Let's do that inside of modules, library, UI views. You can copy the library view and paste it, and rename it to product view. Rename the constant to product view here, and create an interface, props, product ID string. Make sure you don't misspell it. Then go ahead and assign the props here, and destructure the product ID. Instead of continue shopping here, we're going to say back to library here. And for the header, we're going to do something different. So it's okay. We now have the product view, which means we can go back inside of this page where we do library get1 prefetch and import product view from modules library and pass in the product ID here. There we go. Now let's continue developing inside of the product view. So inside of here, what we are going to do is we are going to destructure the data and call use suspense query from TanStack React query. And we are also going to prepare TRPC from use TRPC from TRPC client and pass in TRPC.library get1 query options. And inside, pass the product ID. And since this is suspense, you are guaranteed to have this data. So instead of library here, you can add data.name here. You can remove the lower one and you can remove the gap and flex classes. And in here, you can remove this as well. So you don't need product list or suspense here at the moment. So you should be able to now go inside of a library and you should be able to, oh yes, we forgot to mark the product view as client component. So let's wait for that, and there we go. This is still not working correctly, yes. So if you go to the library now, you should be able to click on a product and it should load the product. But if you click on the back to library, it should go back to library. If your library is not redirecting to this page, it most likely means that inside of the library view, inside of the product list, product card, you didn't have a proper redirect here. And you can also add a prefetch here, actually. So it's going to be even faster in production. So now we're going to focus on this page right here. which is the product view inside of the modules library UI views, inside of the section. Inside of this section, we are going to create a grid holding 2 columns. So let's create some space for that. Grid columns 1 on the mobile, but on desktop, it will be grid columns 7, gap 4, and on large, gap 16. Now inside, we're going to have 2 columns like this. The first one is going to be LG column span 2, and the bottom one will be LG column span 5. Inside of the first one, go ahead and add a div with a class name of padding 4, background white, rounded medium, border gap 4, and let's leave it like this for now. And inside, add to-do review sidebar. Inside of LG col span 5, we are going to go ahead and simply render a paragraph, no special content, and give the paragraph a class name of font medium, italic, and text muted foreground. So this is how it's going to look like now. And later, we're going to have some special content in form of a rich text element, which will also include file uploads. So the author of this product will be able to share whatever they want with us. A file, a PDF, a link, a license key, whatever, right? Now let's go ahead and focus on reviewing the review sidebar here. So in order to do the review sidebar, we first have to collect the reviews collection. So let's go inside of source, inside of collections, and let's create reviews.ts. And we can copy categories, for example, just so we speed things up. So let's rename this to reviews, slug the reviews as well. And now we're going to go ahead and modify this a little bit. It's not going to have a name, but it will have a description. And the type will be text area. It's also going to be required. And then it's going to have a rating. Rating will be a type of number, which will be required. And it will have a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5. After that, we're going to have a relation with the product, which is a relation to product, has many set to false, and required will be true. And this, using the same logic, we are going to have a related user that created the review. There we go. That's everything there is about the reviews. And we can use the description as name in this case. Now let's go inside of payload config, and let's ensure that we add the reviews here. There we go. Now that we have the reviews collection, let's go ahead and let's create the reviews procedures. So I'm going to go inside of source, modules, and I will create a new folder, reviews. And inside of here, server, and then inside procedures, procedures.ts. To speed things up, we can look at tags, for example, and we can add them inside of reviews procedures, like this. Let's go ahead and rename this to reviews router. Let's go inside of trpc _app inside of the routers folder here. And then in here, we should be able to import the reviews router like this. And we should be able to add reviews to the reviews router. There we go. And now inside of the reviews router, let's add everything we need. So we're going to need get1, which is going to be a protected procedure. Inside of the object, we are only going to aim at the product ID for which we want the procedure. And inside of here, we are going to get the product using await context find by ID. The collection will be products. And we are just going to pass the ID to be input product ID. If there is no product found, we are going to throw new TRPC error here with the code not found and a message product not found. Make sure to import the TRPC error from TRPC server. This is a module, so I'm going to move it up there. Once we know that we have the product, we are going to get the reviews data here using await context database find collection reviews where, and let's also ensure that we have a limit of 1 and add 2 options. As always, if you have TypeScript errors when loading reviews, you're going to have to run generate types. Now inside of here, let's do product equals input product ID, or we can do product ID like this. And the user equals context session user ID. There we go. That is how we fetch the reviews. Now let's get a single review from here. Reviews, data, docs, first in the array. If there is no review, we're just going to return null, because we don't want to throw errors if there is no review. That's okay. But if the product was not found, well, that's an error. But if there's no review, that's fine. There's no need to have a review. Now let's go ahead and let's create, which is a protected procedure. And let's go ahead and give it the following input. We need a Z object with the product ID for which we are creating a review, a rating, which is a number where the minimum is 1 and the message is rating is required and the maximum is 5, and a description where the minimum is 1 and description is required. If you want to, you can also change this to 3. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add the mutation after the input. And inside of this mutation here, what we're going to have to do is first find the product using context database find by ID, so the simpler one. As always, if the product wasn't found, we're going to throw a new TRPC error with not found and product not found here. What we have to check for now is there an existing review? So const, we're going to do reviews, existing reviews data to be await context database dot find collection reviews where and in here product is going to be equals input product ID and user equals context session user ID, like this. And then what we're going to do is if existing reviews data total documents are more than 0, that means that we've already created a review for this product. So what we're going to do instead is throw a TRPC error. You have already reviewed this product. Otherwise, let's create a new review using await context database create collection reviews and data. The user will be the currently logged in user. Product will be product ID. Rating will be input rating. And description will be input description. As simple as that. And let's return the newly created review. Now we can go ahead and copy our create procedure here. And then we can change it to update. So it's going to be quite similar with an exception of instead of product ID, having a review ID. So the beginning will be a little bit different. Instead of looking for an existing product, we will look for an existing review using context database find by ID, change the depth to 0, collection will be reviews, and ID will be input review ID. So now we're going to check if there is no existing review, we're just going to throw the error, meaning that you can't update a review that doesn't exist. And now another thing that we need to check here is the following. So we set the depth to 0, which means existing review.user will be the user ID. In our case, that's exactly what we need. So just do if existing review.user does not match context session user ID, you're not allowed to update this review. And the rest is pretty simple. So let me remove this, remove the everything until we do create. And instead of create, it will be update. So we need ID to be input review ID. And the only thing that we are going to allow to be updated is the rating and the description. And let's call this updated review. There we go. We now have our procedures to update. We have the procedure to create and the procedure to get the reviews. Great. So we can now head back to our product view inside of the library module. And in here we have added a to-do review sidebar. Let's go ahead and create it. Review sidebar. Now let's go ahead and add the product ID here. Product ID. Now I'm going to go inside of components and create the review sidebar dot tsx. The reason I'm creating it here is because it's going to be tightly coupled with library rather than the reviews itself. So instead of the review sidebar, let's create the props which accept the product ID. And now let's go ahead and export const review sidebar. And inside of here, we can just destructure our props like this. And inside, just return review sidebar text like this. And now you can actually import the review sidebar and you should no longer have errors here. So nothing much should change, except it should now say review sidebar. Now inside of this review sidebar, what we are going to do is we're going to fetch the review here. So let's go ahead and get trpc from use trpc. Let's go ahead and get the actual data here from use query. My apologies, use query. Yes, I thought, never mind. So instead of use query, trpc dot library get one query options, and inside product ID. There we go. And it's not going to be use query, use suspense query. I knew something was off. There we go. So use suspense query like this. Whoops. Use suspense query. There we go. And what we can do here is just for now JSON stringify data null and number 2. So right now, inside of here, this is interesting because I get a review here, but I shouldn't. That's because I'm using trpc library get one. What I should be doing is reviews get one. So we are fetching for one review here. So after you refresh, you should see null here because we don't have any. Now inside of here, we are getting an error here, not authenticated. That's because we are attempting to use suspense query without prefetching it. So what we have to do is go back inside of our app folder, library, product ID page. And besides prefetching the library get one, let's also prefetch reviews get one based on the product ID. And now, as you see, no more errors. So that's one gotcha, as we would say, that you have to remember. Every single time you use suspense query, you need to have a matching prefetch. And if you use suspense infinite query, you need to have a matching prefetch infinite query. These things are very important. And the React Query and TanStack team is actually working on a couple of strict wrappers, which will alert you in the future if you are forgetting to do that. Right now, you just get these cryptic errors which say unauthorized. It's very cryptic. Like, would you have guessed that it's because of a missing prefetch? I don't really think so, right? But for now, just keep in mind, every single time you do use suspense query or use suspense infinite query, you need to have a matching prefetch. And if you're just using use query, then you don't. In that case, it's completely fine. Great. So in here, it says null. And now what we have to do here is return a review form component. Inside of here, we're going to have product ID. And we're going to have the initial data, which will be the data. And now let's go ahead and create the review component inside of components, review form.tsx. Let's start by creating an interface, review get one output. I'm sorry, we don't have this yet. So let's quickly create the review get one output by going inside of our reviews types.ts. And what I'm going to do now, let me just save my review form in this state. What I want to do is I just want to visit my category modules because I already have the types here. So I will just copy them and paste them in my reviews. And in here, I'm looking for export type reviews get one output. So this will be reviews get one. That's what I'm looking for. And now I'm going to go back inside of library UI components review form, and I will be able to import this from modules reviews type. There we go. Because the place where we render our review form is inside of the review sidebar, and this is the exact type that we are using. And by the way, we can now import. Actually, we can't yet. My apologies. So let's go ahead and export const review form. And let's return a div review form. And now you should be able to import the review form from /review form. Not much to change, just the text to review form. But now let's go ahead and import everything we are going to need to make this form come to life. Whoops. Okay, let's go inside of the review form here, and let's import everything we are going to need to build the form. Zod, use state, use form, and Zod resolver. And then from our aliased imports, trpc from trpc client, button from components UI button, and this is not true. This will be use trpc, text area, and the star picker is a component which we are going to have to develop, so I will comment it out for now. And that will be it. So let's go ahead and start building until we get to the star picker, at which point we're going to have to develop it. So our form schema will look like this: rating, a number, which is required, and a description. So similarly to how it looks like in the TRPC procedure for our reviews. So besides the product ID, these two should be identical in the form schema. If you want to, you can reuse them. Great. So once we have the form schema, what we can do here is the following. We can set the form to be use form and use zinfer type of form schema. Use the Zod resolver on the form schema and set the default values to first check if we have the initial data. If we have initial data.rating, it's going to use the rating, otherwise fall back to 0 as default. And the description will be the same thing, description, or fall back to an empty string. And one thing you can do here is detect if this will be an edit or a creation of a new review based on the initial data. So I'm going to add a state which uses a boolean of the initial data to mark is preview to true if we receive initial data. So is preview basically means, okay, we are previewing an existing review. Great. So now that we have this, let's also prepare a const on submit method here, like this. And inside of here, let's add data z-infer type of form schema and do a console log of the data for now. And now, inside of here, let's use the form. Let's spread the form like this inside a normal HTML form element with a class name of flex column, and gap y4, and an onSubmit method of form handle submit and pass in the onSubmit, which we have developed here. Great. Now inside of here, I'm going to add a class name, font medium, which depending on if this is a preview, will say your rating, or liked it, give it a rating. So we are either telling the user to edit their rating or to create a rating for the very first time. So now what we're going to do below this, and let me just see. I think I completely forgot to import my form elements. So yes, we need all form elements: control, field, item, and message from components UI form. So just let's get that ready. So what we're going to do now is below this, create a form field. And the form field will have a control of form.control. Let me just fix the typo. The name will be description, which is basically the field that this form is controlling. And inside of the render, we're going to go ahead and destructure the field. And inside, we're going to return the form item, form control, and text area. The text area will actually be a self-closing tag, like this. Give it a placeholder of want to leave a written review. And disabled will be is preview. And then just spread the field. And below form control, add form message, which is a self-closing tag, like this. And then just below the form field here, go ahead and check if not is preview. In that case, render a button. The button will have a variant of elevated, disabled of explicitly false for now, type of submit, size of large, class name, background black, text white, hover, background pink 400, hover, text primary, and width fit. And it's going to check if we have initial data. In that case, it will be update review, otherwise post review. Great. Outside of the form element, do the opposite of is not preview. In here, it will be if is preview. So if we are in the preview mode, we're going to have a button again, which will say edit. So what this will do on click is modify the set is preview to false so that the user can now go ahead and edit their preview. Give it a size of large, a type of button, this is quite important, and a variant of elevated and the class name with fit, like this. So now, this is how it should look like. So since we don't have an existing review, this is how the first time review field looks like. One thing that's missing is the star picker component. So let's go ahead and let's create the star picker component quickly. So I'm going to go inside of source components. We have star rating, but now we're going to do star picker.tsx. Let's mark it as use client, import use state, star icon from Lucid React, and cn util from libutils. let's create an interface star picker props with an optional value, which is a type of number, optional on change, which accepts the number as its value, optional disabled, and optional class name. So a highly reusable star picker component. And now let's go ahead and actually export the constant star picker. Now let's make use of all of these props here, starting with the hover value. Implement hover value and set hover value using useState, which we have imported, and set it the default value to 0. And in here, let's go ahead and return a div. Give the div a dynamic class name using CN. By default, flex and items center. If disabled, give it an opacity 50 and cursor not allowed. And give it a class name as well. And then we are going to spread an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements inside, do a map, and call the prop inside a star. And then use a native HTML button here. Go ahead and give it a key of star, a type of button, disabled of disabled, and again a dynamic class name using CN. On padding 0.5, hover, scale 110, increase, transition. And if it is not disabled, it is going to have a cursor pointer. So if not disabled. On click here, we are going to call onChange with a question mark because it's optional and pass in the current star that the user has clicked on. On mouse enter, we are going to set hover value to the current star user is hovering. But on mouse leave, we are going to reset it back to 0. And finally, inside, render the star icon. Inside of here, add a dynamic class name with size 5 as default. And then, if we have hover value, or if we have value, and it is larger or equal than the current star level, give the class fill black and stroke black. Otherwise, just stroke black. And that's it. That's our component for the star picker. What we can do now is we can go back inside of the review form. And what I'm going to do now is import the star picker from components star picker, because that's where we created it, right? Inside of components star picker. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entire form field, and above it, I'm going to paste it. So you should now have 2 text areas. But we're going to change the first one with name rating. And what we're going to do is we're going to use our star picker component like this. Go ahead and pass in the value of fill.value, onChange to fill.onChange, and disabled is preview. So now you should be able to give a rating with a cool effect. But we can't just do that yet. So if I go ahead and select 4 and, looks like it doesn't really work. I might have forgotten something. Let's see. Star picker. We do have onChange, right? We do have onClick here. But fill.value does not seem to stay. So what I'm just going to do is go inside of star picker here. And I first want to confirm, that onChange is being called. So I'm going to do const handle change here. I'm going to get the value, which is a type of number here, and I will console log the value. And after that, I will call onChange with the question mark and pass the value. So modify onChange to call handle change, and no need for a question mark this time. This is okay. Okay. So let's see. I will do one refresh here, and I will click on number 4 and I can see value 4 here, and looks like now it works properly. I just needed to refresh my page. So it stays on the number I click. So I'm going to remove this. And now if I, for example, select 3 stars and leave test and click post review, you can see that I have a rating of 3 and description of text, which means that this is ready to be submitted. And lucky for us, we have already implemented all the mutations we need. So let's prepare using const trpc, use trpc, and let's create the mutation called create review, which will be use mutation from 10 stack React query. So let me just move it here. There we go. The use mutation will accept trpc, reviews, create, mutation options inside. And at the moment on success will be nothing. We're just going to create it. And on error will also be nothing. We're just going to create it. And you can do the same thing for update review, which will use update. Great. So now let's go ahead and modify the onSubmit method to check. If we have initial data, we are going to call update review, mutate, and pass in the review ID to be initial data ID, rating to be data rating, and description to be data description. Else, we are going to call create review for the first time with product ID, rating data.rating, and description data description. Perhaps we should call this values and then just do values, values. There we go. So now we have a proper onSubmit here, but we're still not done. What I want to do is also add query client, use query client. You can also import this from 10 stack React query. And now what I want to do every time that we create something here on success, I will do query client, invalidate query, and inside I will do trpc.reviews.getOne query options and pass in product ID like this. And also do set is preview set to true. So it kind of locks it, right? And on error, we can extract the error here and do toast from sonar error.message. So toast from sonar. And you can copy the exact same things for the update review. So the same one will be invalidated and set is preview set back to true. So now I'm going to go ahead and try this. So I will select 4 stars and I will say awesome product. And I will click post review. And there we go. Your rating is right here. One thing that seems to not work correctly, at least I think, is this button edit. It's too flush with my description here. So I'm just looking for a smart way to move it. I think what I can just do is give it an empty of 4 this way. And then if you go back to the library and go back here, it should look like this, right? Oh, this is cool. It still does the effect. So you can go inside of star picker here and on disabled, hover scale 100. So it doesn't do any effect. Let me refresh. Looks like it still does the effect. Scale none. Okay. Not sure what it is. We can leave it. We can leave it with the effects for now. Okay, yeah, I think this now works, right? So I can edit and I can change it to 3 and say OK product and click update review. And there we go. No errors. It works. Great. One thing that's missing is for this to be disabled if we are calling create review.isPending, or if we are calling update review is pending. There we go. So now it should look even better. You can see how it disables it, right? Great. You can see that now inside of here. And since we are not protecting the CMS yet, you should also be able to go to your dashboard here, and you should be able to see that review. So let's just wait for the dashboard to load and go inside of reviews. And there we go. Description, OK product with a rating of 5, and the user is John. We don't have access to the product because we haven't created that product. Later, only super admins will be able to see this screen. The tenants will only be able to see the products. Great. So this seems to be all working. What we're going to focus on in the next chapter is some of the last UI elements that we are going to do, which is basically the calculation of the rating for the display in these cards here and the distribution right here. So it's not going to be too difficult because we have all the information we need already. And then we're going to slowly wrap up the project by implementing the fee sharing functionality using Stripe Connect and implementing the middleware rewriting system for subdomains. But the project is already coming together quite nicely, right? We can view it in the library from here now. You can see how good that looks as well. I'm very satisfied with it. And of course, we need to add the special content, right? Right now, we don't have the logic for that. Don't worry. We're going to do that as well. So we have created review procedures and created review form UI. So that's 22 reviews. I'm going to go git checkout -b 22 reviews, git add, git commit 22 reviews, and git push u origin 22 reviews. There we go. Once you've confirmed you are on the new branch and you can see the detachment here, you can go inside of your e-commerce here and go ahead and create a pull request. And once you've created your pull request, we're going to go ahead and review our changes. And here we have the walkthrough of our changes. So this set of changes introduces several new UI components and backend procedures that enhance the product and review functionalities. A new asynchronous product page prefetches product data and displays it using hydrated component. New review components and a reviews collection are established for submitting and managing user reviews. Additional server methods are added for robust error handling when fetching products and reviews. Minor improvements in the checkout view and the product card help with query invalidation and prefetching. And finally, payload configuration changes and TRPC routers have been updated to integrate the reviews functionality. That is exactly what we worked on. As always, if you are interested in these sequence diagrams, which I always find fascinating, you can pause the screen to take a look here. So in here, it's describing the fetching of the product and the review data. And in here, it is describing how our submit form works depending on create or update. So quite interesting to verify after a pull request. So I'm satisfied with the changes. In here, it added an action to add a brief comment. So it's pretty cool that sometimes it doesn't really need a change. It just thinks you should clarify things in your code. But I am content with how I've built it at the time, so I'm going to leave it like this. Same for these other changes. So I'm going to go ahead and merge my pull request. I'm not going to delete it. Instead, as always, I'm going to confirm that everything here is in order. And then I'm going to go back to my branch. I'm going to pull origin into my branch and do git status to confirm. And I can see my graph changes here as well. There we go. That's it. We have implemented reviews. what we have to do next is we have to aggregate those reviews into product cards and product views. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to use the reviews from previous chapter and properly populate them in the components. In order to do that, we have to aggregate our reviews inside of our procedures, specifically products procedures and library procedures. As always, ensure that you're on your master branch and that you have merged all the changes from the previous chapter. Once you've done that, go ahead and run the app. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go inside of our products procedures right here, and let's first focus on the get many base procedure. So after all of these filters right here, when we actually get to the data, so here, instead of returning that data, I'm going to create constant data with summarized reviews and turn that into await promise.all. With promise.all, we can safely use async inside of .map. So what I can now do is data.docs.map and then do an async here. Otherwise, you would not be able to use async. I mean, you can, but not in the way you think you're using it, right? So what this will do is it will return promises, and then we can run them through promise all. Because you might have heard that it's unsafe to use async inside of .map, and that's true, but not if you are doing it inside of promise all. So inside of here, for each document, we're going to get a reviews. So let's call this reviews data, like this. Await, context, database, find, collection, reviews. Pagination will be set to false, so we load all of them. Where will be product equals document ID, and that's it. Once we have the reviews data, we're going to return this existing document and some updates here. So for example, review count will be reviews data total documents. Review rating will be if reviews documents length is 0, 0. Otherwise, we're going to do reviews docs reduce, get the accumulator and the review, multiply the accumulator with review.rating, and set 0 for the accumulator, and divide that by reviews total documents, like this. There we go. I can zoom out if you want to see it in one line. And once you've done that, what you can do here is spread the data, but for the documents, use data with summarized reviews. So just go ahead and do data with summarized reviews and remove .docs, so directly .map. And all the types should match normally as everything else does. So now let's go ahead inside of product list, inside of products module. So I'm going to go inside of source here, modules, products, UI, components, product list. And now you can see that usually we hard-coded the review rating and the review card here. So we are now going to modify it. We're going to do product.review rating. And in here, product.review count. So now we shouldn't have any fake data, I believe. So if I go inside of my localhost here and refresh, so basically you have to be on your main page with the category here. I had an error and then the error disappeared. So I just want to refresh to ensure there is no more errors. And there we go. You can see that in here, since I have no reviews, let me open the product card so you can see. Since I have no reviews here, it's not even showing. But in here, I have one review with star 5. So guess what I can do now? I can now go inside of this, click view in library here. And once it loads the library, I can edit and give it a 3 and click update review. I will then go back to continue shopping. And there we go. You can see now it changed to 3. So if you go ahead and implement, you can, here's what you can do because nothing is stopping you, I think, right now. You can log out and log in as another user. So antoniodemo.com demo. And I think that you can just create a new review if you want to. Test, rating 4 or maybe 5, and the product, another Antonio's product, and select yourself and click save. And now, if you, just make sure it's another user, otherwise I think it will be invalid data. And now you can see that it took the average of those two. Great, so that now works. So that's one part solved. What we have to do now is we have to display them correctly in here, because this is completely wrong at the moment. So in order to do that, we have to go back inside of our procedures for the products here, but we have to specifically focus on get one. So we're going to do that right after this is purchased. So just before we return get one, let's go ahead and get our reviews. We can get the reviews we need using the actual ID of the product we are trying to fetch. So const reviews is await context database find collection reviews pagination false where product equals input ID. So those are all the reviews for this product. What we have to do now is we have to get the current review rating. So again, if reviews docs length is larger than 0, then we do reviews docs reduce, get the accumulator and the review here. Go ahead and add accumulator to review.rating, set the accumulator to 0 and divide by reviews total documents. Otherwise, set the review rating to 0. And then what we have to do is we have to create the rating distribution for this part right here. So for that, we need a starting point. Rating distribution is going to be an object which accepts the number and a number. Make sure you select from 1 through 5, like this. And then what we're going to do is we are going to, let me just indent this. We're going to do if reviews dot total documents is above 0, reviews docs for each review. Go ahead and do const rating, review.rating. And then if rating is greater than or equal than 1 and less than or equal than 5, so if it is within range, rating distribution rating is equal to rating distribution rating or a fallback 0 if we haven't calculated for that distribution yet, and just increase it by 1. So now we're going to go over all of our reviews and we are basically increasing the rating distribution whenever we notice a specific rating, if it is inside of our range. Now, after that, my apologies, still inside of the if clause here, we are going to convert counts to percentages. So object.keys, rating distribution for each key, which represents a distribution, a certain score. Let's do const rating, number key, const count, rating distribution, rating, or 0 if we haven't added any distribution for that. And then rating distribution for that rating will be math.round. And inside, go ahead and divide count by reviews total documents and multiply it by 100. There we go. And now what you can do is add some more fields to the return. So besides is purchased, add a review rating here, add review count, which is reviews total docs, and rating distribution. So basically all of this constants and variables that we have added. And now we have to go inside of product view, but specifically inside of modules products, right? So nowhere else, product view. And if I remember correctly, in here we have prepared all of those ratings and things, but we haven't implemented any real data yet. So let's go ahead and do that now. Starting with the first star rating here. Let me just find it. There we go. So the first star rating here will use data review rating like this. And in here, same thing, data review rating. And here it will be data review count ratings. So now in here, let me just see which one is this. Is this the correct one? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this paragraph here and just add it here. It appears that I have forgotten to do that when I developed this. So now you should see 2 ratings here. Let me just see if this is correct. So gap 1, size 4. I feel like I need a little bit more space between these two. So we can do gap 1 and let's do gap 1 here as well. Like this. There we go. So you can now see 2 ratings here. So that part is solved. What we have to do now is we have to create the proper rating distribution down here. So that will be a little bit tricky. So in here we have ratings. In here we do data review rating. In here we do data review count. And now in here we have created this loop here. And we have stars. So let's see, can we do value data rating distribution and just pass in stars? And do the exact same thing here. And we can. This is exactly the ratings that we gave it. 1 for 5 and 1 for 3, which makes them 50-50. So our rating distribution is working as well. Great. And let's enable this copy button. I don't know why it's not enabled yet. So we can do it quite easily here. Let me just find, there we go, link icon. So all this button's got to do is navigator, clipboard, write text, and window location.href. That's it. And toast success. URL copied to clipboard. You can import toast from Sonar. There we go. Let me just move it here. And now when you click this, let me refresh maybe. There we go. URL copied to the clipboard. So let me see. There we go. We can now easily share it with others. Great. If you want to, you can create a state and disable it for a second if you think it will look better. Now, let's go ahead and do one more place. So let me just see. We added it to product procedures. We fixed product list and we fixed product view. Now we have to do it inside of library procedures. So let's go inside of library procedures right here. Inside of library procedures, it's actually going to be pretty similar, and we only need it for get many. So in here we have the products data. So I'm going to open my procedures in the products just so I can see if we can just copy and paste this. I think we can. So after we get the products data, which is this, we need the data with summarized reviews. So I can just copy this entire thing here, and then just add it here. And instead of data, it will use products data dot docs. And I think nothing else refers to data, so this should be fine. And then in here, we just replace this with this, data with summarized reviews. And now all we have to do is go inside of source, modules, library, UI, components, product list here, and just do product review rating here and product review count here. And now I think that even in the library, the counts should be completely correct. Let me just do a refresh here because it was in the middle of hot reload. Yeah, I have nothing here actually because I am in another account here. So let me just go ahead and log out into an account where I have some purchases. So I'm just going to go back here and go inside of my library. And there we go. We have the correct text here as well. And we can always change that rating. And I just want to show you a little bit of an improvement we can do here. I have briefly mentioned it. So let me go inside of product view, inside of modules products UI here. So what we can do here for a small improvement is copied and set is copied. Use state and set it to false, like this. And then go ahead and find the link right here and disabled if is copied. So what you can do is set is copied this to true, and then set timeout and set is copied back to false after, let's say, 1 second. So maybe this way it's like a little bit improved, right? Because you can't spam it. Amazing job. And you can also do, if is copied, you can do double tick icon or double check icon. Check icon. That's it. You can import this from Lucid React. And then when you click, it will have the copied, right? Or you can just use check icon from Lucid React. I think that looks cool. I'm just going to remove the redundant one. Let's see our to-dos. Add real ratings. We can now remove that. We have real ratings. So I will search for to-do product card, add real ratings. I think we now have real ratings in the product card here. Review rating, review count, definitely. Product card here also. Basically, we didn't even change anything in the product cards. We mostly did in the product list components. Yes, so I just removed those to-dos because we now added the reviews. Perfect. So finally, a shorter chapter. We finished all of these, this, and this as well. So 23 aggregating reviews. Let's add git checkout to be, I already forgot, 23, okay. Aggregating reviews. Git add, git commit 23 aggregating reviews, and git push u origin 23 aggregating our reviews. There we go. So I am detached on a new branch, as you can see now, and I'm going to go inside of my e-commerce here, and I will open a pull request, and let's go together and review our changes. And here we have the summary. So some new features. Product listings now display dynamic review information, including up-to-date average ratings, total review counts, and a rating distribution. The product view has been enhanced with the clipboard URL copy feature that provides visual confirmation when a URL is successfully copied. We can see a more in-depth walkthrough here. As always, we have the sequence diagram for how everything works. I always find these very interesting. You can pause to take a look. And in here, it gave us a quite good refactor suggestion here. So I will consider it. It's basically telling us to avoid n+1 queries, which are, well, slow queries, right? Because for every product that we have, we do a loop and then we fetch reviews. So it would be better if we created an array of IDs that we need to fetch and then fetch them both in bulk, right? So fetch all reviews for all products in a single query and then group reviews by product ID. So this is definitely something that we can consider. You might want to do this yourself. So yeah, here's a task for you. If you want to improve this code, go ahead and solve this n+1 query problem. Make it faster. And it gave the same suggestion for another place where we copied this. But as of now, I'm satisfied with this. So I'm going to merge it. Let's go ahead here and let's confirm that we have it. And now let's go ahead inside of our main or master branch and git pull origin in your branch main or master. Git status to ensure everything is up to date and a graph to visually confirm that as well. There we go. So we now have fully functioning reviews finally. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and add access control to our CMS and also to purchased content. So only people who actually have an order will be able to see and load some special content. So we actually already added one type of access control, but I'm not sure if you have noticed. As always, confirm that you are on your master branch and confirm that you have merged everything you need. You can do that by running git status and then bun run dev. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to your login screen and go ahead and log in with the user who is most certainly not an admin. So just a random user. And right now, if you go to this random user's dashboard, you're going to see that we have too much information here. This random user can access and create new users from the dashboard, new media, new categories, new products, new tags, new tenants, new orders, and new reviews, right? So we have no protection whatsoever what can be done with this CMS here. And we have already implemented one type of access control here, which is which user has access to all tenants. So we have made it so that only the super admin has access to other tenants. So at least that's a good thing, right? So this is what we're going to do now. We're going to go inside of lib and we will create access.tsutil. And then we are going to import user from payload types. So we can import the type user here. And you might also want to import client user from payload. And then export const is super admin here, and simply accept the user to be a type of user, client user, or null. And inside of here, return a boolean to check if user roles includes super -admin. Basically the same thing that we check for here. And you can always confirm in your users collection that you actually have the super admin option. So just go ahead and create this. Now you can go inside of your payload config and you can use the is super admin and pass in the user. And just make sure to import is super admin from your new lib access field. So we're now going to go ahead and add these access controls to some other collections. You can see that in here I have outlined all the collections we have to go through. Let's start with users. Inside of users here, we already kind of experimented with field access simply by setting everything to true. We are now going to modify this. I'm going to preserve read values to be true, but create will only be available for super admins. So we can extract request from here and then call our is super admin from lib access and simply pass in request.user inside. So now only super admins will be able to create and update the array field access. And we can do the same thing for the tenant field access. So right now, only super admins can modify the tenancy. So if you go and click here, you should no longer be able to change your tenants here. You can see that this button is now disabled for me. So if I go ahead and comment these out, actually, maybe I need to revert them. I don't know if this is enough to enable it. But yes, you can see how now I can change the tenant, or I can click here, or I can just create a new tenant. So nothing that we should actually be able to do, because we are going to restrict our shop, our platform, to only allow one tenant per user. You can, of course, explore this later and maybe allow 50 tenants per user if you want to. So that's why we added that. And now we also have to introduce some access controls here in the actual users collection. So I don't see the point in non-admin users to even see the users collection here. And they most certainly shouldn't be able to create new users from the CMS. So because of that, we're going to go ahead and only allow the read here. So they will still be able to read access information, user information, specifically their own user information from the CMS. But if they are attempting to create new users, we are going to restrict this by confirming that the user trying to do that is a super admin. So now when you refresh, you can see that you no longer have a way to create new users unless you are a super admin. But when it comes to delete, we actually want to do the same thing, right? So is super admin request user. The reason I'm setting delete for the super admin is so that we have a way to carefully delete the user, their products, and also, associated reviews and orders. We have to be careful with that, right? So that's why for now, I'm only going to allow super admins to delete users. But when it comes to updating the user, we are okay with allowing the user to do that themselves. So I'm going to extract request and the ID. And in here, I'm first going to check if is super admin request.user. In that case, we can just return true. Basically, it's okay. You have all the access you need. But if you are not a super admin, I will still do one more check, which will basically be return if request user $ID is identical to the ID that you are trying to edit. This basically means you are trying to update yourself. So if someone goes to their profile and wants to change their username or their email, we are going to allow that, right? So if you don't do this, basically imagine that we just added return is super admin request.user and refresh now. You can see that you can no longer update your information here. But that's not something we want. We want to allow the user to update that if they are updating themselves. But now I see this button called force unlock, so I'm not exactly sure if I want that. So I will explore if there's a way to change this. But this is how you would allow the user to modify themselves. The force unlock is most likely to forcefully verify the user, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and do one more thing, which is remove the users entirely from here and here. So only the admin should see them there. Normal users should not be able to see that, right? They have no reason to access that. So in here, we do the reverse logic. If not is super admin. So now when you refresh, the users should be completely gone. And one more important thing to do here is the role field. Modify the access here, update, and go ahead and extract the request and pass in is super admin request.user. So now, if you go back to your profile here, you will see that you can no longer change your role. There we go. So there probably is a way to also block the force unlock button the same way we just blocked the role. whilst allowing the user to modify everything else about themselves. Great. So we now completed the users collection access control. Now let's go into categories. So categories. In here, I don't think there is anything normal users should be able to do besides read them. So I'm going to create an access here. And can I just copy what I have here? Read, create, update. Let's just add it here. And let's just import superadmin from lib access. And this will also be true for read, create, update, and delete. Like this. There we go. And can I also add delete here? I'm not sure in the tenant field. No, it doesn't have delete. Okay. So for the categories, only allow read to be true. Everything else should be for superadmin. And more so, in fact. So now, if you go to categories, you should no longer be able to add new categories. You can see the button here is disabled. But the same as the user field, there is absolutely no reason someone who is not an admin should see that in their dashboard. Only the superadmin will be creating new categories. No need for a normal user to do that. Great. So now we protected the categories. So we can mark this as complete. Now let's go inside of our products collections here. So in here, let's go ahead and do the following. When we create the access field, I'm going to allow read to be true. I'm going to then add a create method to do the following. We will extract the request from here. And then, as always, I'm first going to check if is superadmin. Request user. In that case, immediately return true. But now what I want to do is I want to extract the tenant from here. So request user tenants. And now you might be wondering, how can we know if this will be populated or not? By default, in here, the depth is set to 2. So we actually have access to the tenants object. So you can add tenant like this. And then just return boolean tenant. And in here, you want to do Stripe details submitted. So what does this mean? First of all, we have to fix this error by adding as tenant here from our payload types. Basically, what we have done now is we have restricted tenants from creating products unless they have submitted their Stripe details. So you can see that the tenant that I have here, Antonio, doesn't have Stripe details submitted, which means that they should not be able to create new products. So this is the part that's going to come in handy for our Stripe Connect feature, right? So when user goes to edit their tenant here, they're going to have to submit their Stripe details, and only then are they going to be allowed to create new products. Obviously, now we can easily bypass that. So if you need your user to create, the product, you can just comment this out, right? So you might be wondering, what about other access rules here? You actually don't need the explicit read here at all. You don't have to worry about other access rules because we handled that in the payload config here. We have connected the products with the tenants. So all the rules are already handled here. And we don't have to actually modify anything else, but something that I will do is go inside of the products here. And at the end, I want to add a name, content, and a type will be text area. For now, I'm going to add to do change to rich text. The reason I don't want to immediately add it to rich text is because we have to install a package. So I just want to bother you with that now. And you can add a description here so the user knows what this is. Protected content only visible to customers after purchase. add product documentation, downloadable files, getting started guides, and bonus materials. Supports markdown formatting. So the user now knows that when they create new product, they will be able to add this content, which will later only be visible to customers after purchase. Great. Obviously, we are later going to change this to rich text, and we will also change the description to rich text, right? The description can also be formatted in a better way. And that is actually it for the product's access control. Now let's go into tags. So tags will be identical to categories. There is no reason anyone who is not a super admin should be able to see them here like this, and just import is super admin. So now by default, when you refresh your dashboard, you should no longer be able to create new tags. And now we're just going to also hide them here. There we go. So when you refresh, this should no longer exist for someone who is not an admin, right? And that's it for tags. And now we're just going to revisit our tenants field, just to confirm that we don't have to add anything special here, but I think we do have to do some things here. So let's add an access here. And for create, I'm going to go ahead and check if is super admin here, so request user. And for delete, I will do the same thing. And for the update, I actually want to allow the user to do that, but I'm not exactly sure if I have to do it this way. I think that by default, each user should be able to modify their own tenant. Let me check. Yes, by default, they are completely allowed to modify their tenant from here. So I think that's fine, right? I just don't want to, I don't want them to be able to create new tenants from here. And I don't want them to be able to delete tenants. You can see only edit should be available for them. And we shouldn't allow users to edit these two. So let's go ahead in here. So we actually don't need read only here. Instead, we can do proper access here. So instead of admin, let's use access for this. And edit or update here will extract the request and only allow it to super admins. Normal users will populate this by submitting their Stripe details. But super admin can come in and, the super admin can then modify it manually if they need to. And in here, we can add the description here, Stripe account ID associated with your shop. Simply so the user knows what this actually is. So you can now go here, go to your tenant, and there we go. You can no longer modify these fields at all, and you see a description of what they are. So Stripe account ID associated with your shop. And in here, you cannot create products until you submit your Stripe details. We are later going to add a button to submit the Stripe details. Great. So I think that now we have good control here, and no one should be able to do anything they shouldn't be able to do, right? So I think that marks it for the tenants. And now let's go ahead and review our orders. So when it comes to orders, I think you kind of have a choice here, because maybe you want to allow the owner of the shop to look at all the orders that they have, right? So, but I think that maybe then you would have to, the best way to do that would be to add the orders to the multi-tenant plugin. But then you would also have to be careful, and every time you create an order, you would need to pass the associated tenant ID in there. So decide for yourself if that's something you want or not. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add the access control. And I'm just going to block everything inside. So there's no reason that someone who is not an admin should manipulate orders in any way through the CMS. At least that's what I will decide for my platform. Even for read, there is no need for them to read anyone's orders. There we go. So non-admin users now so far can only see products, tenants, their own tenants, and they seem to be able to see anyone's reviews. So let's go ahead and modify this as well. But I just want to go through orders to ensure that all of these here look like this. If you want to, you can add a description here. Checkout session associated with this order or with the order. Stripe checkout session associated with the order, so they know what this is, right? So they can easily find it in the Stripe dashboard if they need it to. So I think that marks the orders as complete. And now let's go to the reviews. And the reviews can have the exact same rules as the orders. Why? Well, because we have a different UI for reviews. We have the library, right? So there's no need for reviews to be visible through the CMS. So let's just add this here and completely hide it from anyone who is not an admin. There we go. And now the only thing that's left here is media. So here's what I'm going to do in regards to media. I'm completely okay with anyone reading this, right? And also creating media. But I don't want media to be here in the collection. I think it's just confusing people this way. So what I'm just going to do is add admin, hidden, extract the user, and if it's not super admin, it's not going to be visible in the sidebar. So media will be, something that anyone will be able to modify, but I just don't want to accept delete. Let's do that. Request dot is super admin request user, like this. There we go. So now, as you can see, the only thing available to someone who is not an admin are their own products, because only this tenant's products will load, and the tenants field. So you can decide if you want to show the tenants or not. I think it's cool to show it because this is technically your shop, your store, right? So you want the user to be able to go there so that they can change this to super cool store, right? And save this. Because later on, when they go to localhost 3000, that is going to be the name of their store, right? So if I click here, it should now read that new name here. Let's just wait a second for this to compile. There we go, super cool store. So I kind of feel it's okay to allow the tenants field here so they can quickly go here. Now, I don't know how you feel about allowing users to change subdomains. So if you want to, you could prevent that from happening here. Let me just go inside of my tenants. If you want to, you can just copy one of these, go to slug, and add access control here. And perhaps only allow the admin to update the slug, right? Now, no one besides the admin can update the subdomain. The reason you might want this is, changing subdomains can often lead to spam or things like that. And you probably need some kind of verification process in place, not to mention the conflicts and all that. So perhaps it would be better to just tell the user, which we already do on the registration page, we tell the user whatever you enter as your username will be your store's subdomain, right? So if you want to, you can disable that field and only allow the user to change the store name and the image of their store. Great. So I think that's it for the access control. And now let's talk about this, restrict purchased content. So inside of our products here, we have created the new content field here. And we don't have to add any access here because products by themselves are associated with the tenant, which means that only the author of the product will be able to see this field. But there is a problem every time we do slug products, or do I do them like this? Collection products. I think this is just the procedures, right? So we have to take a look at all the procedures where we actually fetch our products. So I think we should primarily focus on the procedures in the actual products module. Let's go here first. In here, we should have the get one procedure, and we should also have the get many procedure. So what you should do is you should go into get many, go where your data is, and in here you can add select content and just set it to false. So this way it will not leak through the API. And you can do the same thing inside of your get one here. So let me just find the product. There we go. And just select content set to false. So now the products router will never leak the premium content. Let's go ahead and see where else we fetched the products. So we just fixed the products modules. Let's look at so in the reviews, I think it's completely fine for us to load the content here because the only person who will be able to access this is the person that has actually purchased, that has actually created that review. So I think in this case, it's completely fine. Yeah, I think nowhere else is it dangerous because reviews is something for authenticated users and users that have purchased products. Library is for that as well. The only thing is the checkout here. Let me just see. So this checkout is for the purchase. So we are looking for the products here. Yeah, perhaps here you could add select content false just so it doesn't leak somehow. But I don't think this can leak in any way. We don't return this back, right? So I don't think you need to do that here. The only thing we return back here is the checkout URL. I don't think there's any way this can leak, right? So I think we're actually completely good to go here. We have protected, the main procedure which users look at, which is, on the actual homepage. So let me see if we can check that out or not in the network tab now. Basically, when someone loads this, I'm trying to, see if I can load. But the only thing I can, since we are using prefetching, it's already loaded. But I think we can trigger a refetch somehow by changing the window tab. And then sometimes that causes a refetch. Well, looks like not now. But yeah, I think we have protected this. Let's see. Result data. Is it this? There we go. And in here, you can see how we don't have the content anywhere because we are protecting it, right? And then what we can do is we can go inside of our product view, specifically in the library modules. And then you have something new here. So you should now have access to the content. So instead of no special content here, you can now go ahead and check if we have data.content. And then in here, you can add a paragraph rendering data content, or render that there is no special content added, if this was a donation or something like that. Later on, we're going to render the content through a proper rich text element, which will support uploaded files and anything like that. So it's going to look even better. Great. So I think that we achieved what was the goal of this chapter, which was to implement access control and restrict CMS access. And if you want to check, you can now log out from here and enter your admin. And your admin should now have all the superpowers. They can change to any tenant. They can create everything they want. They can look at all orders, and they can also, help any user they need, right? So you can see that in here, I can change the slug of my store. Well, it's not my store because I'm the admin, right? So someone else's store. The only thing that we still don't allow is the Stripe account ID, but I think we should allow people to change this as well. I mean, admins, exclusively admins. So let's go quickly into tenants here. So we are saying that if is super admin, you should be able to update it. So I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to update at this point. Oh, because we've set it to read only. So remove read only. Let me search. Do we have any other read onlys? We don't. Okay. There we go. So now the super admin can decide if Stripe details are submitted or not. I don't recommend checking this manually, right? But if you just want to help your user or something, that's how you can do it. There we go. So now our super admin has actual superpowers, whereas all other users, let's just confirm by adding another user here. There we go. You can see this other user can't even create new products, right? The reason they cannot create new products is because they still haven't submitted their Stripe details. So that's what we're going to do in the next chapter. We are going to go ahead and actually enable submitting the Stripe details here so that then users are enabled to create new products, and then we can do some proper fee sharing throughout our platform. Amazing. So let's go ahead and do 24 access control branch. Git checkout branch 24 access control, git add, git commit 24 access control, and git push u origin 24 access control. Once you have pushed and switched your branch, confirmed with the graph, you can go to GitHub and open up a new pull request here. And now let's go ahead and review our changes one more time before we merge. And here we have the summary. We have some new features. Enhanced security with role-based access control limiting sensitive operations. Create, read, update, delete to privileged users, in our case, super admins. Mention of the additional content and improved contextual information in admin interfaces. As always, we can see a more in-depth walkthrough right here. And 2 sequence diagrams. One representing how our access control or role-based access control works. And the one on the bottom is our dynamic product content, which should only be rendered to people who have purchased a product. In here, we have some comments left. This one is suggesting to include the content inside of here simply because it recognized that we conditionally check if user has purchased this. But we don't have to do it here because the reason we check if someone has purchased inside of our products procedures is because, let me just find what we changed. The reason we do that is simply so we can showcase view in a library button. So that's the only reason we are doing that inside of here. So there's no need to change this to true and then conditionally do it like that. It's completely fine because the way we render the product content is in the library page. In here, it is suggesting that we open up the read access to other users, but we don't want that. I only want the admin to see that. So I'm going to go ahead and confirm this merge 24 access control. As always, I will confirm that it's here. There we go. And now let's go ahead and go back and git pull origin and then your main or master branch. Git status, and there we go. Everything is merged and up to date. That's it for this chapter. Amazing job, and see you in the next one. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement Stripe Connect so that we can finally start taking a percentage out of each sale that is made on our platform. In order to do that, we're going to have to set up Stripe Connect from our dashboard. Before you start doing that, as always, double check that you are on the master branch and double check that you have merged all of your changes. Now, let's go ahead and let's go to our Stripe dashboard here. As you can see, I've been exploring a little bit, but I haven't done anything that we from where we left off the last time, right? I just explored my customers, right? So in here, if you go inside of more and you go inside of connect, you will be able to see the get started button to power our platform with connect, which is something that we need. So I'm going to do this along with you. We might run into some problems simply because I'm not that entirely experienced with connect, which is kind of a good thing for you. So you can see me struggle and, find things out in real time as you are as well. So let's click on get started here and let's see what we have to do. I'm pretty sure that we're going to have to set up our guide, but let's just see here. So tell us about your business, test your connect integration, and finish setup. Let's go ahead and click continue here. And in here, it's offering us two options. How will funds flow on your platforms? So sellers can collect payments directly, or you can sell to buyers on their behalf and send payouts. So you can decide, of course, which one is right for you. And I think that if you click show more, they will give you some examples like Shopify, Squarespace, WooCommerce, whereas Lyft, Kickstarter, and Substack would be something like this, where buyers purchase from you. So in our case, we want sellers to collect payments directly. So this is the one I'm going to select, and I'm going to click save. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how much does it matter, which one you select, and can you change it later on, because our code will stay the same. So right now, I'm not exactly sure if this represents my connected account or if it represents the connected accounts that will be added on my platform, right? So let me just see if I click create, what happens here. So it's allowing me to create an account here. So let's try and do this together. So go ahead and create an account just to see what happens here. So I'm not going to change anything in here. And let's click continue. It's asking if we want to enable OAuth. So they require OAuth, so we have to enable it. Otherwise, we can't continue here. And it looks like we now have, yes, so you definitely have to create your connected account, right? And now we're not going to be sharing this link. Instead, we are going to create this link using code, right? So we are going to allow the user to onboard using this link, yes, but we are going to create it programmatically, right? So that's why I clicked create here, because I thought that we are required to do that. But looks like when I refresh, nothing is saved here. So I don't know. Okay, so I think that I have enabled Connect now. So I can click overview here and I can see that I have no connected accounts. I have no accounts to review. Everything seems to be okay, I suppose. So I'm going to leave it at here. And then what I'm going to do is just mark this as completed. And I'm just going to go ahead and create the verify procedure, which will allow our tenants to verify. So in order to do that, we're going to go and we first actually have to do this. We have to modify the register procedure to assign the account ID to each tenant. So let me just see inside of my tenants collection, I have Stripe account ID right here. So that's perfect, which means that we can safely go inside of auth procedures, inside of my register based procedure. And in here, you can see that currently for the Stripe account ID, I just add a test. So instead, let's create an account using await Stripe, which we can import from libstripe here. And let's do stripe.accounts.create. And I think we don't have to pass anything inside because the account will be set up either way. And in here, we can then pass account and then ID. And if you want to, you can actually, let me just see. So we first create the tenant and then we create the user. Great. So we can do this. In case there is no account, right? If it wasn't made for any reason, we can stop the creation here and add a code of bad request and a message failed to create Stripe account. Great. So what you should do now is you should also modify your seed script. So inside of here, when you create the admin tenant, well, it's not really important for the admin, right? So in that case, maybe you don't need to modify anything. If you want to, you can add Stripe here. My apologies. You can add the admin account here, await Stripe, which you can import from .lib Stripe. And I think this should still work just fine. So await Stripe.accounts create. And then in here, you should be able to add admin account .id. So it's important that you just pass the ID here. So now, since all of our existing tenants are actually invalid because none of them have the Stripe account ID, it would be smart that we go ahead and run the seed script. In order to do that, we first have to do database fresh here. So let's do run database fresh. And after we confirm that we want to remove our database and reset it, we have to wait a couple of seconds because, as you might know, in chapter 15, I actually got an error because I tried to seed things immediately after running fresh, which obviously wasn't enough time for MongoDB to ensure that there won't be any conflict. So this is taking some time, so I'm just going to pause, and there we go. Yes, and there we go. The database is dropped. The error is okay because we don't have any migration files. Wait a few seconds and then do run database seed. So this should now properly create a tenant admin, and that admin tenant should actually have the Stripe ID now. But it's not a problem if it doesn't have, because this is, an admin account. But what I want to test out now is if my auth procedures register method is properly creating accounts here. So let's go ahead and click on start selling here. And I'm going to create an Antonio store here. And let's see, are there any errors with my registration? Looks like there are no errors here, which means that I can now go inside of my dashboard, and then I can go inside of my tenants, Antonio, and in here, there we go. You can see that I have Stripe account ID right here. Perfect. So we have the account ID, which means that now we can mark this as completed and then create the verify procedure. So we're going to create the verify procedure inside of our checkout procedures. I want to call it verify. So protected procedure, z.object. I'm not sure if it even matters. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think it matters. I think we can immediately go for the mutation here. We just have to destructure the context. And in here, the first thing we're going to do is fetch the user using await context database, find by ID, collection users, ID context session user ID. And go ahead and add depth to 0 like this. Yeah, so I'm thinking actually what we can do. If we don't do this, I'm just interested, console log user. I want to see what I receive here, because if I'm able to access the tenant Stripe account ID immediately from the user, something like user.tenants, and then I have to choose the first in the array, and then I have to go to the tenant. Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. So this is what I'm going to do instead. If I can't find the user, I will throw a new TRPC error here with the code of not found and a message of user not found. And then I'm going to go ahead and extract the tenant ID. And I can do that by specifying depth 0. What I know this will happen is that user tenants is going to be a string, tenant ID, because we set the depth to 0, which means that we will not populate this. So we can grab the tenant ID by using user tenants, first in the array, tenant. And then this will be a string. This is an ID because of depth 0, simply so we know why that is happening. So this dot tenant. And now that we have the tenant ID, we can go ahead and get the tenant using await context database find by ID here, collection tenants, ID, tenant ID. If there is no tenant, we can throw new TRPC error here, code not found, and a message tenant not found. And then finally, what we can do is we can create the verification process. So const account link is await stripe dot account links create, pass in the account to be tenant stripe account ID, add the refresh URL, which is going to be our process.environment, and then the next public app URL, add an exclamation point at the end and add a /. Then add return URL like this. And type is going to be account onboarding. So that's going to create that URL for the user. So we can check if account link has no URL. So make sure to put an exclamation point here. We're going to throw new TRPC error, code bad request, and a message failed to create verification link. Otherwise, just a URL and account link.url. And in here, you can, I'm not sure if we should return the user to the root page, or maybe it's better to return them to the admin, because this is the place where they are going to activate this procedure from. So now that we have this, what we have to do is we have to create a button in the CMS, which is going to show right here. So basically, we can find many ways to put a button. If you read in the Payload CMS, they offer to customize a lot of things. But it would be nice to put it somewhere visible, maybe in the sidebar or somewhere like here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of the products collections here. And in the admin, I'm going to add a description here. You must submit your Stripe. Actually, let's do, you must verify your account before creating products so that they know they need to do something. And that's why they don't have the create new button here. Now I'm going to go ahead and I will go inside of source components. And in here, I'm going to create stripe-verify.tsx. And I'm going to import button, from /UI button. Actually, my apologies, button from @payload CMS -UI and link from Payload CMS UI. I will export const stripe verify here, and I will return a link with an href stripe verify and a button here, verify account, like this. And now that I have created this component using Payload UI, I'm going to go inside of payload.config.ts. And what we can do here inside of admin is we can open up components. And there's a ton of options you can do here. I'm just going to open the documentation for you. There we go. So you can see that you honestly have a ton of options to add components. You have before dashboard, after dashboard, before login, after login, before nav links, after nav links, in the header. There's just a ton of options you can do here, right? You can replace a lot of things. So what I'm going to do is add before nav links, and I'm going to add @/components stripe-details, my apologies, stripe-verify. And then in order to target a named export, you put a hashtag and then the name like this. So let's see if I'm going to get any errors. This is a Mongo error, so that should be unrelated. But now, when I click here, there we go. You can see that I have a verify account button here. And when I click on it, it should redirect me to a /stripe-verify, which in end will just, throw an error here because this category doesn't really exist. Great, but we now have a verify account button. So I'm not sure about the placement of this button, because it's hidden if you don't have the sidebar opened. But for now, let's just keep it here. And now let's implement this page, Stripe Verify. So I'm going to go inside of source, app, payload, my apologies, admin, tenants. And inside of here, I'm going to create Stripe-verify. Make sure it's exactly the same as your redirect here. And inside of that route, Stripe Verify, go ahead and create a page.tsx. So now when you add something here, page, div, verification, and you click here, it should redirect you to that verification page. What we're going to do here is add use client to the top, and we are very simply just going to add the TRPC mutation here. So const verify is going to be use mutation from 10-stack React query, TRPC checkout verify, and add the mutation options here. And then we're going to open up a use effect here, which is very simply you can extract mutate like this and map it to verify. And then just call verify here and add verify to the dependency array. There we go. And let's also now add on success here to accept the data, and then do window location.href data.url. And on error here is just going to redirect the user back to the root page, regardless of where they come from, because an unauthorized user can attempt to go to /stripe verify, right? So we're just going to throw an error because verify is a protected procedure, and then we're just going to redirect the user back to where they come from. And to make things a little bit prettier here, you can add just a simple loading icon here and a flex minimum height screen, just center it. You can add text muted foreground instead. Just a simple loader here. And now, if we've done this correctly, there we go, it already works here. So let me close it first. Let's go to localhost 3000. So I'm logged in as Antonio, and now I'm going to go to my dashboard. I attempt to create a product, and I see, oh, I need to verify my account before creating products. And now I click on verify account, and it's loading, and I get redirected, as you can see, to connecting my business with, it's called new business sandbox, because that's what I called myself here, right? So if you change this to Funroad or your name, it will tell you here, Antonio uses Stripe for secure payments. That's why you see this text here. And if you click return, it should redirect you back to admin here. But the reason I don't want to go through this process yet is because we are missing a webhook, right? We need a way to update this information. Stripe details submitted, right? So let's go ahead and go inside of our webhooks here. And we are going to add one more item inside of our permitted events, and that's going to be account.updated, like this. And then let's go ahead and add that. So go to the end of this break here and add case account.updated, like this. And I think you should have TypeScript here. Account.updated like this. Inside, get the data, event data object as stripe.account. Await payload update collection tenants where Stripe account ID equals data ID. As simple as that. And something is wrong here. And what's wrong is that I need to pass my data. Stripe details submitted is simply going to be whatever the webhook is holding, right? So data, Stripe, my apologies, details submitted like this. So even if for whatever reason our user, let's just add break here. Even if our user somehow, again, updates their account and they lose their verification, this will fire again. And this might be false, right? So we know to no longer allow that user to create new products. Great. So we now have this, and this should now be working, right? So let's just confirm. You can see that I don't have my Stripe details submitted right now. So I'm going to go and verify my account here with my unique user here. So I think I can use a random email address. I don't think it matters. Let me try a fake password here. Does it matter? Or do I actually need to log in here? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use my actual email address here. And there you go. Once you are successfully logged in, you need to use your real Stripe account. So I have multiple Stripe accounts, multiple email addresses. So I just use another one, just in case. I think you can use the same one that you are actually, logged in with your, you can see that it actually logged me out from here. So that's important to know. So I'm just going to go ahead and, I don't know, pick some mock data here, right? This doesn't matter, I think, because this should allow us to just use some mock information, hopefully. So I'm going to fill this out, and hopefully, just it will allow me to just add gibberish here. After that, go ahead and click continue. And now it's asking us to add a VAT ID, and thankfully it says optional. So I don't think we have to add it here. So I'm just going to select software here. I will add codewithantonio.com. In my first example, they actually gave me a lot of trouble with this website. So you can just put codewithantonio.com. They seem to accept that. And in here, it will be, I sell high quality courses on building web applications. I don't know, something like that. And let's click continue here. And at one point, we will have to add our bank information. And thankfully, we can just click use test account. And you can see that will invent a random IBAN here. There we go. I think, see, I am now registering my store, codewithantonio.com, right here. I'm not sure I need this. Okay, so I'm just going to fill this out. And then just go ahead and submit. And in here, if you want to, you can select a specific commitment to show the customers that you care about, the climate change. You can select continue with 1%. Doesn't really matter for this case. And in here, if you want to, you can opt into Stripe tags. I think at this point, this doesn't really matter for our integration. You can do whatever you want here. And in here, you should see all of your information. I might blur this out just because I had to enter some real information here. And at the bottom, you should see agree and submit button. So just go ahead and press that. And hopefully that should trigger the webhook now. So let me go ahead and see. Oh, we didn't start the webhook. So we might have to do it all over again because I forgot to tell you that we have to activate the webhook. So just a second. So let's just do Stripe listened forward to, and we're just going to have to enter a proper URL here. So 3000 API Stripe webhooks. You can double check that that is correct. So app folder API Stripe webhooks. There we go. If you want to, you can also confirm that this is still the same. So Stripe webhook secret. Mine is identical, so it doesn't change that often. And now we have to do this again. The only problem is you might actually receive the event randomly now because I assume that it has failed. There we go. So you can see that some events are actually firing here because I think that my previous event actually counted as a failed event. So maybe the event will actually be retried. But I think that if you now click on verify account here, you might not be able to submit your details again because it will just associate it with a already finished account here. I think that it's just going to load. You can see it loads all the information that I already had. So let me try clicking confirm here. And maybe the fact that I just submitted again will trigger another endpoint, or maybe it doesn't. I think that that does not trigger it here. I'm just going to double check. We added account updated here. And we added account updated here as well. Double check that you didn't misspell anything. So there's no reason that it should not have been accepted. But I just think that we have to go ahead and create a new account. So that's going to be easiest to do. Let's just go ahead and log out and simply create a new account here. johndemo.com demo. So I could have edited this part out, but I think it's important to show you, what to do if you do a mistake like I did and not open up the webhook. And you can see that it actually fired some connect account here. So maybe it's actually authorized now. I don't know. Let's try again. So what I'm going to do is I've just created a new account and I'm going to verify my account again. And I'm pretty confident that you can use the exact same email address as before. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the exact same information. And cool thing is, it might actually allow you to select your information from before. You can also create a completely new business, but it looks like you can also reuse your information. So I'm going to try reusing it because I think it will just speed this entire thing up, especially because it has already the website and the type of business and everything here. There we go. So now I can just choose a different climate commitment. Let's skip it this time and let's skip the tax this time. And let's see if that changes anything. So there we go. We have a summary again. I 100% have my webhook running and I'm going to click agree and submit. And hopefully now this should be registered here in my webhook. I can see a lot of things firing here. I got redirected back and you can see I can now add my products, which means that my John has officially submitted Stripe details. Amazing, which means that we are ready to create products. And now I can call this John's product and I can put a price here, whatever I want. I can put a category and let me just go ahead and we can also do this super secret content. And let's click save. And this should now allow users to see that right here. Perfect. And now what we have to do is we have to modify our code so that we added the verify button as well. So now we have to modify the purchase procedure to take a fee percentage, right? Because now we are connected to that business, right? I mean, their business is connected to our platform. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back inside of the checkout procedures. And let's specifically go to purchase. This is where we are going to have to modify it. So in here, we have the tenant's data. So it means we have the tenant, which means we have the Stripe account ID. So the first thing we're actually going to do here is besides checking if there's no tenant, we are also going to double check if tenant is missing Stripe details submitted. So we can remove this to do here. And this can be a bad request here. And we can just say tenant not allowed to sell products. So that's going to be the error that happens, right? They need to resubmit their data. And now after the line items, we're going to go ahead and do a total amount to be products, docs, reduce, accumulator and the item, and return accumulator plus item.price multiplied by 100 and set the accumulator to 0. And now we are going to take the platform fee percent and set it to 10. So we are looking for 10%. If you want to, you can put that in a constant here in your source constants, export const platform fee percentage, and you can set it to 10, and then you can easily modify it whenever you need to. So instead of this constant, you can immediately create platform fee amount, math round, total amount multiplied by the platform fee percentage divided by 100. Like this. And now we have the amount that we are going to take regardless of what was the price. So we are just going to pick 10% from that. So then let's go ahead and do the following. After metadata, we are going to add payment intent data. Application fee amount will be platform fee amount, like this. And then in here, go ahead and add another set of options like this. Stripe account will be tenant Stripe account ID. There we go. So now, if we've done this correctly, we should just get no errors and we should simply start seeing a different type of purchase now. So let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log in into my another account that I have, which is Antonio, right? It doesn't matter if you are verified on that account or not, because you don't have to be verified to purchase. So I'm going to go to John's product and I will add John's product to cart. Make sure you have your webhook running here. Let's go ahead and check out. Let's see if there are any errors. Seems to be no errors at all. And here's a cool thing. You can see that now in here it says code with Antonio, because that's the connected business that we are purchasing from. We are no longer purchasing from our business, from our Stripe, right? So let me go ahead and just add some test information here. So the full price is $49. And if we've done everything correctly, I think a 10% fee should go to us and the rest should go to Code with Antonio store. So I think everything worked well here. Let me go continue shopping here. Actually, I should go to the root page. Let's go to the library here. Let me refresh the library. Interesting. Looks like this wasn't created. So I'm not sure if that's a bug or something else. And I can still add it to cart. So I'm not sure if an error happened. Looks like there was an error here. I'm just not sure for what event exactly that happened. That's interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and debug a little bit. So I can purchase it again, it seems. It doesn't seem to be causing any problems. So I need to understand why this is happening. I'm not sure if is it because of that error or is it something else here. I'm definitely getting the invoice paid and invoice succeeded. So let me just double check, to confirm. Maybe it was late. Looks like it wasn't late. So I'm just going to pause a bit and explore what's going on. Okay, so I'm on track with the error. I found out that when our webhook fires, so you can see I added inside of my checkout session completed, I added a console log here and I found it here, but looks like something happens. Stripe invalid request error. It is unable to find the checkout session here. This could be because of our new Stripe Connect thing, but I didn't actually have these problems in my initial build, so it will be interesting for me to explore why this is happening. It basically cannot find this. So this will be a little bit interesting to debug now. So I'm going to pause and tell you any new information I found out. So I've made some progress, and I've noticed that I can actually access the account using event.account. So not data.account. I was first trying this, but we can actually use the event, Stripe event.account. And when you hover over this, it tells you the connected account that originates the event. So what I think we should do is, instead of expanded session, you can see I was trying some things here. Let's try using event.account here. Looks like there are no errors, so I think this actually might be compatible. I'm going to leave a console log here just in case, so I can purchase as many times as I want because none of this is creating any orders. And let's try one more time to see, maybe that is the missing piece. So I'm going to add this and I'm going to click pay, and let's follow and see if something will break. And there we go. The account was successful this time and no errors. Does that mean that if I go inside of my library, there we go, I can see the product that I've purchased? Amazing. And we officially took the 10% fee. And you can see that I can now access the super secret content in here. So that was the issue. We needed to add the account from the event in order to expand the session. So we can only retrieve this checkout session if we associate it with the correct Stripe account, which is stored in event.account right here. So it's the same thing as this right here. Now that I think of it, since but we are always gonna know the Stripe account. I think I'm thinking, should I save the Stripe account in the order collection? But I don't think. Maybe we could do that as well. Go inside of your collections and go inside of orders here, and alongside Stripe checkout session ID, you can also add the Stripe account ID, but you don't have to make it required. So Stripe account associated with the order, like this, Stripe account ID. So then you're going to know, if your order has a Stripe account ID, in order to retrieve the session, you're going to need to append this. But if you are doing a normal e-commerce, without Stripe Connect, then you won't need to hold this inside. So then what you can do is also pass in the Stripe account ID here, event.account. And you can see that this is a type of string. And for me, it's telling me that Stripe account doesn't exist in the orders, but after some time, you can see it loads. If yours hasn't, you can run the package.json script to restart the types. So if you want to, you can add this here. Great. So I think that this is now working. Now I'm just going to visit the Stripe dashboard to confirm. So now when I went to log in into Stripe, you can see that I'm in a completely new account. That is because I used my older Stripe account. And in here, I am logged in with my new business that I've created, Code with Antonio. And if I go inside of transactions, you can see that I have all of these with $49 inside. And if you take a deeper look and go inside, you will see that there is an actual application fee, which I believe is our platform. Let me just pause so this loads. Here we go. So this is definitely that, the Antonio demo here. And you can see the fees here. We have the application fees and we have the Stripe processing fees. And I think that we are the application fees here. Amazing. So now I want to also, double check this on my actual Stripe sandbox, right? So in here, I think that this is us. I think that this is the percentage that we take. Now let's go ahead and let's confirm that with the other account. So here I am back into my sandbox here. And initially I thought that this isn't working because here everything is 0. But then I went into transactions and I went into collected fees. And this is exactly what I saw. It is us taking the fee out of each transaction that we just tested on. So $49, you can see here from that account, right? We are taking our fee. Amazing. And inside of your Connect here, you can see more information about your grossing accounts. So you can see I have two of them because the first one was the one I created without the webhook active. So I have two accounts named exactly the same, but inside I can see some information about how much they've made. And inside of here, we can probably see the collected fees we take from them, right? So very, very interesting, definitely. And we can also see that you need to provide some documents, right? So that's how these things work here. Amazing, amazing job. So that's how you implement Stripe Connect. So we now officially take a fee. Amazing, amazing job. Now let's go ahead and commit this change. Of course, I'm going to go throughout the code once more in between my chapters to see did I miss something? Are there any edge cases? Can we improve something? But I am quite satisfied with this. So I of course forgot the number 25. Git checkout branch 25 Stripe Connect. Git add, git commit with a message 25 Stripe Connect. And git push origin 25 Stripe Connect. There we go. We are now on a new branch. As you can see, we have detached here. So let's go ahead and review our changes here. And maybe our reviewer will have something interesting to suggest to us. And here we have a summary. We introduced a user-facing Stripe verification page with a loading indicator and a redirect upon success. We added an admin action that prompts users to verify their account before creating products. And we enhanced the checkout experience with integrated Stripe account creation and dynamic fee calculations, ensuring orders now capture the associated Stripe account details. As always, in here we have a more detailed walkthrough and two sequence diagrams. The first one is describing how we redirect the user to account verification page. And the bottom one here, let me see. So when the user initiates a verification request, I think it's a continuation of this one right here. Great. And we do have some comments left here. So since this is in a seed script, this is perfectly fine. In here, it's recommending better error handling. I'm fine with just redirecting the user in this case. And in here, it added something interesting. It recommended enhancing the Stripe account with required parameters. And it especially told me that this is for a production-ready integration. So it's interesting that I can pass the type express here and add these capabilities. So for example, I need to request card payments and transfers. So I will explore this. I know about Stripe Express. I'm just not sure about the difference between using that for Stripe Connect in comparison to standard or custom. So I will try to explore to tell you if it's worth it changing it or not. And you can try it on your own, Great. And besides that, I'm super satisfied with what we've done here. So I'm going to merge this pull request. As always, I'm going to confirm that I have Stripe Connect here. And then I'm just going to go to my last branch and I will pull origin into that branch. And I will run git status to confirm everything is fine. And there we go. Everything is merged. Amazing, amazing job. You just implemented Stripe Connect and you are officially taking a 10% fee out of every purchase. Great, great job. So as we are nearing our final chapters here and deployment, I want to dedicate this chapter to some general improvements and some things that we have forgot to implement so far. As always, ensure that you're on your master branch and ensure that you're up to date. After that, you can go ahead and do bun run dev. What I would recommend is that you go inside of your admin account and go inside of your products and simply delete all products. After that, you can go ahead and log out and feel free to log in as an account with whom you have verified your account so that you can create new products. The first thing I want to do is give tenants ability to soft delete or archive the products. Right now, if a tenant created a new product, so I'm going to call this John's public product with a price of $99 and business and money category, and I click save here, you can see that I have the option to delete this. That will cause problems if someone has an order for that product, right? If they go into their library, they will have an error if they try to load that order. So because of that, I would rather we implement soft delete rather than hard delete. We will still allow hard delete, but only for super admins. In order to do that, let's go inside of our products collections. And first, let's disable the delete. So make sure that only if the user is a super admin do we allow delete. So if you refresh now, you should no longer have the delete option. Instead, what we are going to do is we are going to add a new field with a name of is archived, label of archive. This is important, a default value of false. And then let's go ahead and also add a type of checkbox. And then you can add an admin and a description here. Check if you want to delete or hide this product. Like this. Or maybe if checked, this product will be archived. So just something to give the user an idea of what will happen. So right now, as you can see, if I click archive and save, nothing much will change on my homepage. The product is still here. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of procedures for the products. Specifically, we have to go inside of get many procedures. So in here, in the global where, what we're going to do is we're going to target is archived here, and we're going to make it not equals true. Why not equals true? Why not use equals false? That's because when I initially developed this, I forgot to put the default value to false, which means the default value was null or undefined. And when the default value is null or undefined, equals false will not be true, and that product will not be loaded. So it's technically considered archived. So two things that we have to learn from this. Always ensure that you have the proper default value, in this case, false. And second, use not equals true rather than equals false, right? So if an archive is set to true, it will be omitted with this explicitly now. So if I do a refresh here, let's go ahead and refresh one more time. And it looks like I still cannot load it. And yes, that is because we have changed it to be archived. But if you uncheck this, now, there we go. It's right here. So not equals true works exactly as it should. What I want you to test is go and create a completely new product. So test product, or let's call this John's public product, and simply add the price and don't touch the archived. So just click save. And what's important is that by default, you now have two products here, right? So if you use equals to false, and if you forget to add the default value, this is what will happen. You will create a new product, testing default false missing. For example, you will do this, and then, do you see? It doesn't exist. Why? Well, that's because in here, it is explicitly looking for is archived to be false, which is not the case if you forget to add this. So that's why it's safer to use not equals true. So it's looking for a reverse explicit logic. You can see that now all three are loaded properly, even though we forgot to add this. But still, use double insurance here. Use default value set to false and use not equals set to true. There we go. So now you can safely archive this one and you can see how it's going to disappear. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to go inside of John's public product and let's make this John's private product simply so we can test things out, right? So refresh, there we go. Go inside of John's private product here. Let's go inside. And right now, as you can see, I can load this page. But if I archive John's private product, I shouldn't be able to visit this page. So we also have to modify the get1 method. This is the get1 method, and what we're going to do is simply throw an error. So if product is archived, again, we are explicitly looking for this to be true. In that case, what you can do is throw new TRPC error here with a code of not found and a message of product not found. And let's just import TRPC error from TRPC server. And now if you refresh here, you will get this weird looking state, right? Because we don't have proper error handling now, but there we go. Eventually the error will be thrown, so at least the user will no longer be able to access this. But let's go ahead and let's just improve this a little bit. First thing I want to add is the loading state. So let's go inside of app, tenants, home, product ID. So as you can see in here, we are using use suspense query, but we forgot to suspense actually, right? So let's add the suspense from React. And now we have to add a fallback here, loading, like this. And now already this should look just a little bit better, right? You can of course modify this even further and create a better loading state. For example, in here you can export const product view skeleton. And what you can do is just copy the beginning here, the image, like this. You don't need anything more than that. So just return that and add the missing closing divs. And in here, just use the placeholder. And for the name, you can also add placeholder. And then you can use the product view skeleton instead of this. And it's already going to look a little bit better. There we go. So it's basically loading the placeholder picture. So now this is actually loading until it throws an error. So we still haven't fixed that part, and we do that by creating an error.tsx, like this. Go ahead and create a error page. Don't call it error, because error is a reserved keyword. And it's important that you mark this as use client. And then inside of here, what I want to do is I want to just visit any product list component, preferably the one in the products module, and find the empty state and copy it and paste it here. And instead of inbox icon, use the triangle alert icon. And instead of no products found, you can do something went wrong. And then we just have to add some padding here. So I'm just going to copy this padding and add it here. There we go. And now we have a nice error page. So you can refresh here and you will see that when something goes wrong, you have to wait a couple of times because React query is retrying. There we go. Something went wrong. I think this is good enough for now. Great. So that is one thing that we had to handle. So go ahead and now uncheck the archive and click save here and refresh this page. And this time add it to cart. And now go to the cart here and let's go ahead and do the following. First, confirm that you can activate the checkout normally. You don't have to go through the checkout, just confirm that you can activate it. And now go ahead and archive this and click save. So what we should do now is throw an error if you try to check out. So let's go inside of the checkout procedures here. And inside of here, find the purchase protected procedure. And here, where you search for products, go ahead and add another query here. And that's going to be is archived not equals true. So again, we're using the exact same thing as our get many procedure here. Let me just scroll to it. So not equals true. We are using the reverse logic. And now if you try and click checkout, there we go. You will see a message, products not found. Whatever you're trying to find is archived. But we can improve this even further by not even allowing this product to be loaded here, because this shouldn't be loaded, right? You can see that even if user clicks here, it will redirect them to this error page after it loads. Let's just wait a second. There we go. So that's what I want to do here. And in order to fix that, we are also inside of the checkout procedures, scroll down to get products. And inside of here, you can go ahead and add and. Go ahead and move this one into the first query. And then in here, do the same thing. Is archived not equals true. So it's important to use this reverse logic, and it's even more important to have the default value. Otherwise, a lot of things could go wrong. So now when I do a refresh, you will see that it's trying to load again, and then it will fail and it will clear my cart because that product was invalid. Amazing. And after you do this, here's what I suggest you do. I suggest you, again, go ahead and create a complete new test untouched product, simply so you can try out and convince yourself that everything is still working, right? So I'm going to go back to localhost. There we go. So test untouched product is loading. I can load it. I can add it to cart, and I can click checkout, and it actually works. You don't have to go any further. This is enough. Amazing. So that's what we wanted. We wanted to do that sanity check so we know that everything we just changed is working correctly. So let's go again together. We added the delete for super admins, and we introduced is archived with default value of false. And then we modified two files, but many procedures inside. In the checkout procedure, we modified purchase procedure. And when we load the products that we try to purchase, we have added is archived is not set to true. And then down here, where we actually load the products from the cart, we do the same thing, but we also added an end wrap here. So not equals to true. And then we use the exact same logic inside of get one, but in here more explicitly because it's only loading one, so we can look at the field. And in here, not equals true. And we also added a product skeleton, and we've added an error page, and we've added a suspense. Great. So that is, I believe, a good improvement, because now user can purchase a product, user can have that product in their library, and they will still be able to load it, regardless if the product was deleted. If you want to, you can test out that entire flow as well, but just make sure that you have your Stripe. Let me just find the correct command. So this is the command, but we have to change this to 3000 /API Stripe webhooks. So this is how our listener looks like. So I'm going to expand it again so you can see Stripe listen forward to localhost 3000 API Stripe webhooks. So go ahead and try doing this. So you can buy a product now safely. Our platform will take a fee thanks to what we've implemented in the last chapter here. So let me just ensure that this works. So I'm processing. There we go. This works just fine. My cart should be cleared now, as you can see. And I will now go back and go inside of my library. And there we go. I can now access the content of this untouched product here. And now, if you go in here and archive this product, what's going to happen is that on here, you cannot see it anymore. But in my library, I can see it because I have purchased it before it was deleted. So that was the whole point of this. It was to allow users to preserve their orders. So we have soft delete and we have this. Now I want to show you how you can allow tenants to hide their products from the marketplace. We can do that quite simple, again, by visiting the products collection here. And similarly to is archived, if you want to, you can set is private. And this will be private. Default value is also very important. Set it to false. And in here, if checked, this product will not be shown on the public storefront. So basically, it's like saying, I only want this product on my store, not on the public storefront. So right now, let's go ahead and try and do that here. So I have John's private product. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to archive all others. So this one is archived, great. And this one is archived as well. So in here, let me go continue shopping. I have John's public product. And I will go inside of here and unarchive this one and click save. There we go. So John's private product and John's public product. So both of them exist. None of them are deleted. Both of them are visible on individual John shop and on the public storefront. But let's say John wants to private their product, not archive them. They want to private them. So it's only available on their storefront. Right now, nothing changes. So what we have to do is just modify one procedure, and that is inside of the products here. We have to modify the get many. We are not going to do anything here. Instead, we're going to check if we don't have the tenant, so else here. In that case, go ahead and set is private to be not equals set to true, like this. Basically, if we are specifying a tenant, that means that we are loading elements on a tenant page, right? But if there is no tenant, that means that we are loading elements on a public storefront. So in that case, if we are loading products, let's write a comment for this so you understand. If we are loading products for public storefront, no tenant slug, make sure to not load products set to is private true using reverse not equals logic. These products are exclusively private to the tenant store. There we go. So I hope this will make you understand it a little bit better. If we are loading products for public storefront, meaning we don't have the tenant slug, we have to confirm that whatever we are loading doesn't have the is private field set to true. Again, using not equals, and again, confirm that you have the default value. So the only thing that should change here is that you cannot see John's private product here on the storefront, regardless if I click on the correct category. But if you click on John's shop, you can see it here. Nothing else should matter. This product isn't archived. This isn't any role-based access control, right? So this is still a public product. It's just not available on the public storefront. So that is the biggest difference. Great. So we have allowed this now. Now I want to add a rich text element, content, and description. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to log out and I want you to log in as admin. The reason I want you to do that is so that you can delete all orders, but do a hard delete here, and go ahead and delete all products. So, and you can also delete all the reviews if you have them, basically a clean slate, right? and then go ahead and log out and go back into John here. And this is what we're going to do now. Do not create any new products just yet. What we're going to do is we're going to add a rich text element. So the way we do that in Payload is by using this package right here. And if you are on the same version as me, you should already have this installed. So here I have it. Payload CMS rich text -lexical. If you don't have it, you can go ahead and install it, but just make sure that you use the proper version. You can do that like this. Let me just expand this. So bun, whoops, why here? Let me expand this again. So bun add, basically exactly like this, right? And then after you install it, if you do it, you don't have to do it if you already have it here. But if you have to do it, then make sure you do a removal of .next and node modules and then bun install. If you already have it installed, you don't have to do anything. Now, what you have to do next is go inside of the payload config and ensure that you use the lexical editor for your editor here. And now, let's go ahead inside of our products collections and go ahead and change the content to use rich text type and change the description to use rich text type as well. Now, you might encounter some errors during this period, especially if the types haven't generated yet, or if the import map was not yet generated. You can see how it's taking a lot of time, and I even have some errors here. Don't worry about that. That just means that it's still generating here. You can see how it's actively generating new import maps. So let me try and refresh again. No errors. Let's click Create New Product, and there we go. I now have access to add rich text elements here. So I will try bold. I will try italic. I will try underline, like this. And you, of course, have many more elements, but not all of these can be rendered on the front end by default. So one thing that can be is uploads, but they are not enabled right now. So you can leave it like this. I suggest you only try bold, italic, and underline because these are available by default. So let's try rich text test and just put a price here. And let's add a category. No need to do anything else. Let's just save this and let's go anywhere. And now you will get an error here. That's because we have to modify the product view inside of products UI views. In here, you should get an error. And you should change this to rich text field. Actually, just rich text. I don't think you need to use rich text field. So let's import rich text. Let me just wait a second. I have to confirm. So I think that you can just use rich text from at Payload CMS rich text lexical -react. So let's go ahead and try this now. Asking the data to be data.description here. And if you refresh now, there we go, bold, italic, and underline. So these work perfectly. But if you were to try some headings or some more complex blocks, you will see that they are not exactly rendered the same. That's because you can extend this rich text with converters. And converters are something that you can see, they have a lot of converters here, right? And they also have these default converters. This will not change anything, for example. But you can play, and try and creating your own. I will share with you later a good guide on extending this rich text with many more elements, right? And we are actually going to do one extension here. So you can just remove this for now. So for example, let's go inside of the products collection here. And let's go inside of the content, which is rich text here. You can add the editor, lexical editor. from Payload CMS rich text lexical. And you can in here extend this with features like this, extract the default features, and return an array like this. And in here, spread the default features, and then add an upload feature from Payload CMS rich text lexical. And in here, add collections, media, fields. Whoops, this is an array. And then an object, name, and type text. So now you should be able to go inside of here. Let me just refresh, and I'm not sure if it will immediately work because I think it needs to generate you can see I have some errors here. So just wait for it to generate again. I will pause and see if yours is not generating no matter how much you wait, you might have to go to your package.json here and run this script. So I think that now if I refresh one more time, perhaps we can try something. So for example, here is my upload, which only orders can see. And then in here, let's add an upload. And in here, it says no upload connection enabled. But I'm pretty sure that I was certain that this will work. Perhaps I can't add it here. I have to add it to the config globally. I have to enable it here. So let's do it like that. Let's copy this and paste this config inside and import upload feature from Payload CMS. Where is it? It's here, upload feature. So that I basically just copied exactly what I did here. And for now, I will remove the lexical editor here and remove these two. Give it a chance to re-render. And let's try again. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to leave this, refresh. Let's go inside of here. And let's go inside of content and let's try upload again. And still no upload collections enabled. Okay, I'm just going to pause a bit to debug why this is happening. Okay, I figured out what it was. So I tried changing the text here. Previously we had name. So I've changed it to alt because I thought maybe the text is the problem. And here's what I learned. So if you try and add upload like this, it's telling you no collections enabled. And I think it's because of our media collection. We hide it from non-admins. So if I allow it here, like this, there we go. You can see that now I am allowed to do that. So I'm just going to add an image, for example, or a file. So I just imported a random PDF. And there we go. I added that PDF here. I entered my previous rich text here. And let's click save. And let's go ahead and go through the purchase. So the only thing I'm concerned with now is that we need to have media enabled here in the sidebar, right? So, yeah, maybe I will just end up disabling it altogether, but there is definitely a way, to have it fixed to the tenant perhaps. So maybe we could go to the config here and we could add media here as well. So media also belongs to the tenant. That's one idea. The problem is I don't know what will happen if I just change media here. I don't know the implications of that, but I'm just trying to show you all that you can do here. So let's have our Stripe webhook running and let's try purchasing the rich text test here. So I'm going to go here. Right now you can see I don't see that secret content. And now when I go through here and purchase the content, it should start appearing in my library. And in there, I should be having this super secret content, right? But anyway, in the content, you can add any links, whatever you want to share with the users who have purchased, right? So let's go inside of Funroad library in here. And I think we will now get an error here because we also need to modify the product view here in the library. So let's go inside of here. If we have data content, we use rich text and pass in the data content. Make sure you have this import here and then refresh here. And there we go. You can click on this and it will open and download a file. Great, so we enabled that now. But again, I'm now pretty sure that if I log out and if I go inside of antoniodemo.com, so some other user, and go inside of media, you can see that I can see the invoice. So my idea was to, let's do this. Let's go inside of johndemo.com and demo here. So my idea was to just delete this. I can't delete them. Let me try an admin. I'm just going to delete all media. And I'm going to delete all products. And I'm going to delete all orders. So basically I have no conflicts, no missing data. So let me try going to antoniodemo.com. Actually, I have to go inside of John because it's the only one who has verified their business. And I will try going to the payload config and simply adding media here. Basically, I want to ensure that media can only belong to a tenant, right? So I don't want it to be shared. Now I'm going to give this time to refresh because I think it also needs to generate new import maps and whatnot. And let's do a refresh here. And I'm going to create a new product now. Test sharing media. And this is my description. And I think we can try, we can try an upload here. So again, just a random invoice here with a test here, like this. Let's add a price and let's click save. Test. And yeah, I'm not sure this is working as it should. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna remove the media from the multi-tenant plugin, and I will also remove it from the config here in the lexical editor, and I will just keep the lexical editor as it was. But I just wanted to give you an idea of how you can extend this editor, right? The problem we have now is that our media gets shared, and that's not something I want. So I will bring this back from the media collection. And now media should no longer be available to anyone who is not an admin. Okay, so let me go back to my admin account here. And I recommend that you do it as well. Just clear everything so it's easier to work with, so you don't have any stale data here. There we go. So let's go ahead and see if we have anything left here. So we definitely added rich text elements. That's great. We can now provide our users with a better experience. And now let's add missing suspense wrappers, right? So I've noticed we have a couple of them. We've actually added one of them. Let me pull this down. We have actually added one of them, which is inside of the product view here, or not. No, it's here in the page, right? We had a missing suspense. What does it mean that we have a missing suspense? It means we have a product which uses use suspense query, but it's not wrapped in suspense. So let's search for use suspense query and let's check. So this one is called search filters. And if I scroll down, I can see that I have a skeleton for that, which most likely means that search filters is properly wrapped in a suspense. Let's click on the review sidebar. Review sidebar seems to not have that. So I will go inside of the review form here, and I'm going to copy this form, and I'm going to copy all the way here to the button and where the form ends. And I will export const review form skeleton here. Let's return and paste all of this. Change the form to a div, remove the onSubmit. You can prettify this now. This will not be dynamic. We're going to assume that the loading state will look like this. So you can also change the bottom one to a div. Remove the conditional here. The button will definitely be rendered and it will be disabled. And in here, we're going to say post review. the type will be button. In here, you can go ahead and remove everything besides the text area, so just the field itself, and simply set it to be disabled. And you can do the same thing for the star picker. So we just need this. We don't need anything else. Remove this, and simply set it to be disabled. You can even format it like this. There we go. Now we have the review form skeleton, so we can go inside of the review sidebar, inside of the page here. Whoops. Let's see, where do we use the review sidebar? In the product view, specifically library UI views product view. Let's wrap it inside of suspense here. Add a fallback, review form skeleton, and a self-closing tag. Make sure you have imported suspense from React and review form skeleton. So even though we are wrapping the review sidebar, it's okay to use the review form skeleton because we know that's the only thing that's returned. So let's use suspense query again to see if there's something we can improve here. We just did the review sidebar. And now let's click here. So this is the product view. The product view here is missing a skeleton. So this is the modules library product view. So I will just copy all the way to, I will just copy the div here. That's it. So export const product view skeleton. And just close the div. As simple as that. That's our loading state. And you can remove the link here, and actually you can transform it into a div so it's not clickable while in the skeleton phase. Now what you have to do is you have to find where you render the product view. And I know that you can do it easily by doing this, or you can just look at where I edit. So product view, you can find it in app, library, product ID. That's the one with the missing suspense. From React, fallback, product view skeleton. Be careful, import the one from the library. It's a self-closing tag. And make sure you're wrapping this correctly. Like this. Let's continue our use suspense query search here. This is the second one, but I think that this product view has a skeleton already. Let me scroll all the way down. So yes, this is the one that we just added. And this is the navbar. Let's see if the navbar has a skeleton. It does. Perfect. And I think that we can also search for hydration boundary. And this way we can see if any suspense is missing. Not everything needs to have a direct suspense. For example, product list view has a suspense here, right? So it matters where you use the use suspense hook. But still, this is a good way to check. So I will definitely always check, but you can see that I use it inside. These product list views are repeating themselves. So all of them are safe. Library view, let's see that. We use suspense here, so that's fine. In here, we use suspense clearly here. Hydration boundary suspense, that is fine. In here, we have the product list view, and we use suspense around product list, that is fine. And in here, we use suspense. Excellent. So now we're handling all of those suspense cases. So we can mark this as completed as well. Let's go ahead and commit these general improvements now. So I'm going to git checkout b 26 general dash improvements, git add, git commit 26 general improvements, and git push u origin 26 general improvements like this. Now we can go ahead into your GitHub and go ahead and open the new pull request. Create a new pull request and let's see our changes. And here we have the summary. We introduced a loading placeholder for product details and review forms, basically our new suspense wrappers. we added an error display page that provides clear, user-friendly error messages. So we added this on the product ID page, which is, the one page that I think is most likely for something to go wrong, especially if, you cannot find that product page. And we enhanced product descriptions with rich text formatting for a better viewing experience. And we also improved product filtering to hide archived and private products from the public storefront. We also did some refactoring, as you've seen in the last part of this tutorial. As always, in-depth review here. And we have two sequence diagrams here. So in here, we can see some fallbacks for our product review skeleton. And in here, we have the logic for our archived and private videos and how our tRPC server behaves there. And no comments besides some nitpick comments. So we did a very good job here. Let's go ahead and merge these changes. And let's confirm that we have that 26. There we go. And now I'm just going to go back to my branch, git pull origin master like this, or main, depending on what you use, and git status to confirm that you're up to date. And there we go. Amazing, amazing job. And see you in the next chapter, which is one of the last chapters we are going to do. Not the last, but one of the last chapters. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and implement subdomain rewrites. Keep in mind that testing this is quite hard in development, and it will differ depending on what operating system you use and your knowledge about the hosts file in your operating system. So I am on Mac OS, and I was able to test this locally out of the box without modifying anything at all. I cannot guarantee that you will have the same experience. But lucky for us, we never have to use subdomains locally. It's only important that we enable that in production. What we're going to focus on in this chapter is implementing that logic, right? Whether you manage to test it locally or not doesn't really matter, because it's production that will be the same both for me and for you. But locally, you might not be able to test this if you have a different operating system than I do. Let's start by confirming that we are on the master branch and that we have merged all of the changes. And after that, you can do bun run dev. In this terminal, I have my Stripe webhook. So first thing I'm going to do is go back inside of the .environment here, and I'm going to add next public root domain. And that's going to be localhost 3000, basically without the protocol, like this. And then I'm going to go inside of my utils here. And what we're going to do here for the generate tenant URL will be the following. Let protocol by default will be HTTPS. But if process.environment node environment is development, protocol will be HTTP. Why HTTP? Because I run locally on HTTP. So that's why I will, oops, this is an equal, not comparison. And then what we're going to do is do another check here. So yeah, I'm just trying to find the best way that we can do this. We might even be able to do it in an easier way now that I think of it. Yes, we can actually just do this. So if we are in development, we can just use this right here. But if we are in production, what we are going to do is we will change this to start with, let's keep the protocol inside of here. There we go. So protocol, that's the first part. Then this, and then in here, we can get our domain, which will be process.environment. And then you can just copy this from here like this and put an exclamation point at the end. So protocol. And then in here, we're going to have our domain like this. And you can remove this part for now. and you're just going to modify it so that we first render the tenant slug and then .domain, like this. So basically, in development, we don't really care. In development, we are fine with using the full tenant's URL. But in production, we're going to use the protocol tenant slug.domain. So this will technically be HTTPS and then antonio.funroad.com, because funroad.com will be written in here as next public root domain. So save it like this for now. So this is the way I want to implement it. But in order for us to test this locally, I will simply have to modify this a little bit so we can see it in localhost as well. So for now, this won't work in localhost. So if you want to, you can go to localhost here, and just to confirm whether this is still working or not. So let me see, do I have any product available here inside of this collection? So I'm logged in as John, who has verified the Stripe account. So let me click a test John product with a price of 45, and let's click save. We should be able to load it now. And when I click here, let's see what happens, if it's still working or not. Looks like it's still working. And you can see my URL is completely normal. And when I click on John, it should still work. There we go. So I can now load John. Great. Now that we have this, what we have to do is implement the middleware. So let's go inside of source, and we don't have any middleware file. So let's create a middleware.ts. And now we have to import next request, and we have to import next server, next response from next server. Let's first export a config. Inside of that config, a matcher. So this is what the matcher will do. I will copy a comment that I have. So it will match all paths except API, next, static, and all root files inside of public. And the way that regex that matcher looks like is this. So it doesn't make sense for me to type it along. You can pause the screen. Actually, I'm going to add it to, if you have access to the source code, you can just copy it, but I'm going to add it to the gist public folder with all the assets. Here you go. So middleware matcher like this. Perhaps I will change this to be some other type of public GitHub where you can find each files individually. But for now, it's going to be something like this. Basically, if you don't want to type it, you can definitely find it somewhere with the description link. Great. So we have this. And now let's go ahead and export default asynchronous function middleware. Accept the request, which is a type of next request. Now inside of here, first let's extract the URL, which comes from request next URL. Then let's go ahead and get the host name, which is request headers get host, or fall back to an empty string. So what this is going to be is extracting the host name. So extract the host name, which, for example, is antonio.funroad.com, right? Or john.funroad.com. So that's the host name. Or it can also be .localhost 3000, right? Something like that. Now let's get the root domain, which is process.environment. And let me just copy the key here. And you can fall back to an empty string here if it doesn't exist. And now we're going to check if host name ends with open backticks dot and then root domain. In that case, let's get the tenant slug, because now we know the format. So host name dot replace open backticks dot root domain and empty string. So basically, since we know that the host name ends in .rootdomain.com, so that means something dot and then funroad.com, because funroad.com is root domain. So what we do here is we replace that part with an empty string, which leaves us with just a tenant. And then what we do is we return next response rewrite new URL open backticks / tenants tenant slug and then join url.pathname. And after this, add request.url. So basically, we are rewriting this format into our normal tenants, tenant slug, and then the rest of the path. Otherwise, let's return next response.next. Like this. So the middleware should be working its magic now. So this is what I'm going to try. This is my current URL. I will try going to john.localhost3000. And let's see. There we go. You can see that I have been redirected to John. Now, I have no idea if you will be able to do the same thing, because as I said, testing this locally is different for everyone, right? Depending on what operating system you have, depending on what you have in your hosts file, depending on what browser you use, depending on the ports, on a bunch of things. So you can try. Maybe it will work first time. Maybe I'm being dramatic, right? But now we have to, if it doesn't work for you, I would suggest that you simply watch what's happening on my screen. In here, you can, of course, double check that you have written everything correctly in the middleware, right? But there is a chance that it's not going to work for you. So I would still suggest that you follow what I do, because we still have to do some crucial changes here. And one of these changes is the, let's go ahead and go inside of utils. It's this one right here. So I'm just going to go back here and I will comment this part out. And instead, we're now going to change the protocol to be let, like this. And then in here, if process.environment node environment is equal to development, protocol is HTTP, like this. Again, same mistake for me. There we go. So we can leave it like this now. And if you go, this now doesn't work properly anymore. So you have to go manually back to localhost 3000. So I have modified this now. The generate tenant URL will now redirect me by itself. So this is my current URL. Let me show you. It's this. But if I click here, this is now my URL. john.localhost3000 and then products, blah, blah, blah. Right? So that's how it redirected me. And you can see that all of the other items are also doing the same thing. John.localhost3000. In here again, John localhost 3000. John localhost 3000. So this util is most certainly working now. Amazing. So the reason I want you to use this version is because I don't know if your will be working locally. So if yours isn't working locally, I suggest that you use our previous version, which simply doesn't do this part at all. And then you can change this to constant. You can basically then remove this part. So only in production, it's going to work on subdomains, right? But locally, this function will simply use the full URL. Right? But for now, I'm going to keep it like this. And instead, I will console log this part out, because for me, these things are working. So now we have to change some things. For example, when I click on Funroad, you can see that I can't go back. So we have to go inside of the footer for the tenant. And the link will now be changed, specifically to process.environment next public app URL. and put an exclamation point at the end here. Let's refresh this part and click here, and there we go. Now you can see that it's working. So what I want to do now is the following. I want to go throughout my app and see all the places that I use next public app URL. One thing that I know already is that I use it in the source modules checkout server. So I want to check every single place that I use this. So the account links ones are completely okay, /admin. That's perfectly fine. But I think I use them also in the purchase protected procedure in the checkout. So you can see that in here, I'm using this old tenant redirect, which means that in production, when someone purchases something, they will be redirected to this URL instead of the subdomain. So what I suggest is that we generate the, let's do let domain here, and like this. And what I'm going to do, if process environment is node environment development, in that case, the domain will be exactly like this. So let's mark this inside of these template literals. Oh my God, I'm trying to remove them. Okay. There we go. Else, domain is going to be the following. Input, tenant slug, and then it will be dot process dot environment next public root domain, and then /checkout. But we actually don't need that part because we're going to append on that part. So now here, you can just replace this with the domain variable. There we go. So now if we are in development, we will go to /tenants. But otherwise, oh, actually, oh, I know what we can use. Why didn't I think of this? We can just use generate tenant URL and pass in the input tenant slug. I completely forgot that we have this. There we go. This can work in client too. Obviously, we're going to test this. But I think that this might be the last place where we need to do this. I think everything else doesn't need any changing at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to enable this like this. I will remove this part completely and I will put this into a constant. And I will add a little comment here so you know what's going on. In development mode, use normal routing. In production, use subdomain routing. In production, normal routing will be available as well. So I'm just doing this to show you that it's not that difficult to implement the rewrite system. And then later, we're going to have to add a wildcard domain in our Vercel deployment, which is going to automatically create these. It's going to handle these infinite subdomains, right? So right now, nothing should change. Everything should work exactly as it's worked before. But one thing that just crossed my mind is actually this utils file. Yeah, let's modify this to use the process.environment next public app URL. Why do we need this? Well, we need it specifically in things like our checkout procedures here, because I remembered the domain here would not have the full domain. So when you pass in the URL here, it needs to have the full protocol. So just make sure that you add next public app URL here. So if you try your apps now, I don't think anything should be different. This issue is from the library button. I think nothing too serious. There we go. So everything works just fine. I can query normally. Everything is working exactly as it should. I see no issues whatsoever. Great. And now I'm going to go ahead and merge these changes. So I am satisfied with this. I will think about this, because this is what this is now doing is it's making every single time that we use this generate URL, like every time it's in a link, it's a little bit unoptimized now. So if you want to, you can search like this. This may be more precise, but I think we also have cases like this, right? So all of these URLs are now being generated as full protocol URLs, which I'm not sure if it's too optimized. It will definitely work. I'm just not sure if it's like the best practice to do it this way. So perhaps you could add, include, or maybe full URL, something like this. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to leave it like this, and then we are going to go with this in deployment, and I'm going to monitor the performance and come to a conclusion like that. So we concluded that testing subdomains is hard in development. We have added the middleware logic to rewrite the tenants to subdomain, and we've modified the generate tenant URL method. One thing we haven't done is proper cookie settings, but we did review the Stripe URLs. Let's go ahead and review our cookie settings. So let me try and find where our utils are. Is that inside of auth here? Utils, generate auth cookie. Here it is. So we're going to have to modify our cookie now. The name is fine, the value is fine, HTTP only is fine, and path is fine. But same site has to be set to none. Domain has to be set to process.environment next public root domain. And secure needs to be set to true if we are in production. Like this. So name is fine, value is value, HTTP only set to true, path to a / same site, none. Domain next public root domain, which is just a domain without the protocol, and secure only if we are in production. Great. In case you are not using generate auth cookie, meaning that you are not using TRPC procedures, because I showed you both ways of how you can log in. In that case, you're going to have to modify this inside of your users collection. You can do that here. I think, not sure if admin cookies, not sure where it is config. Or maybe in the payload config.ts, somewhere here, you have access to, I'm not sure where it is now, but I would recommend using basically these ones, because otherwise you won't change, you won't have the same cookie settings as I do. Okay, I found the settings. So it's inside of auth. So for example, you would go here and you would extend auth cookies, and then in here, same site set to none, and secure set to blah, 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 and domain set to blah, blah, blah. So that's how you would do it. In case you're using that kind of cookie. We are not, so I don't have to do it because I handle cookies on my own using the generate auth cookie method here. So these things are fine. Great. So let's go ahead and merge this, and I'm going to test it in production. I will research a bit about generate tenant URL. Basically, it bothers me that I feel like we are reducing the speed of our app by assigning this every single time. I feel like there is only one place where we actually need to do that, which is in Stripe, right? Basically in the checkout procedures right here. I feel like perhaps in here, we could just extend it like this, right? And add include, let me think of a cool name. Well, it actually doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter, because in production, we are going to use the full link anyway. So it doesn't matter if we make it more optimized in development. So this is completely fine. Okay, that's it for our middleware implementation. We now also added the proper cookie settings. So 27 subdomain rewrites. Unfortunately, we will only be able to test it once we deploy, right? I mean, I tested locally a little bit just to confirm it's not failing, but the true magic of it will be shown in production. So git checkout -b 27 subdomain rewrites, git add, git commit 27 subdomain rewrites, and git push uorigin 27 subdomain rewrites. Let's go ahead and open a pull request to review our changes here. And let's see what our reviewer has to say. Perhaps we have some critical bugs that it will notice. So here we have the summary. This pull request updates URL generation and routing for a multi-tenant application. The generate tenant URL function now produces environment-specific URLs, a development URL using an environment variable path, and a production URL using a subdomain format. A new middleware is added to rewrite request URLs based on the tenant's hostname. Enhancements are also made to cookie settings in the authentication module, and the footer link is updated to use dynamic URL from the environment variables. And in here, we can see two sequence diagrams which describe how our get generate tenant URL method works, and also how our middleware now works. In here, we have some suggestions, mostly to add a fallback to our environment variables. In here, they have a good tip. If same site is set to none in cookie, which is something that's true for us, the secure attribute has to be set to true. In our case, we only set it to true if process environment is production. I don't think this is too big of an issue because we know that our cookies will behave differently on localhost. So I will test just to confirm that we can still, test out on localhost. But what matters to us is that it works in production. And in here, it makes an interesting suggestion to validate the tenant simply so we can, avoid any errors. But I think that we don't have to do it right now. I think it's okay the way it is at the moment. In here, it also recommends validating the tenant and also adding some fallback to the environment variables. Nevertheless, I'm satisfied with these changes, so I'm going to go ahead and merge this. So, as always, I will just confirm that I have the new branch here. There we go. And we can now go back to the master or main, git pull origin, and there we go. We now have a new item in our graph here. Amazing. And we can check this off as completed. Amazing, amazing job. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and prepare our application for deployment. I might split this chapter into two parts, depending on how long it will take us just to deploy this to Vercel. And also because after we deploy to Vercel, the next step is to add a wildcard subdomain, which will allow Vercel to create infinite subdomains based on our tenants. But keep in mind that in order for that to work, you're going to have to own an actual domain, or you're going to have to purchase a new one. I will, of course, guide you through the entire process, regardless of if you are going to do that with me or not. So at least you will see how it's done. But if you don't want to do that in the end, I will also show you how you can easily revert the subdomain changes. I mean, it's as easy as removing the middleware and modifying the generate tenant URL method to what it was before. But anyway, let's go ahead and go through with this as we imagined in the first place. As always, ensure that you are on your main branch and that you have merged everything you need to merge. You can shut down everything, and let's start with bun run build. So what this is going to do is it's going to run some linting and some type checking and throw us any errors if anything here is blocking from building a production build. So this way we will save some time. Usually we would just deploy to Vercel and then we would see the errors. So in this case, there we go, we have some errors. Error occurred pre-rendering the page sign in. So let's go inside of sign in here. And what we have to do is we have to export const dynamic force dynamic. And we actually have to do this in every page.tsx, which we call something in. So I also know that we're going to have to do it here, so we can immediately add it. So that's it for the auth module. Let's go ahead and run this again. I'm going to pause the video until we have some results. So the next error I have is the library. So let's go inside of library page right here. And I'm going to add this here. And I immediately know that I'm going to have to do it here then as well. So let's just add that. There we go. And I think that resolves the library entirely. So let's do run build again. And I'm going to show you any errors that pop up. And looks like I have no other errors. You can see that all of my routes have managed to load. So I just want to double check that. As you can see, I've had to modify 4 page files. So sign in, sign up, library, and a library product ID here. So I'm just curious why the other ones were not problematic. For example, inside of my app here, home, I have category. So in here, I'm pretty sure that this also should have this. So I will just preemptively add it here. And also for the subcategory, basically everywhere where I use any kind of prefetching, I'm going to add it here. So I think that is it for the home. And now let's go inside of tenants. So let's first go inside of the home here page. Same thing. I'm going to change this to be this. I think that the reason this doesn't cause any problems is because it recognizes this as a dynamic page because of the params. I think that's why. But still, let's go and do it here in the page as well. I'm pretty sure it's because of the params, yeah. So this actually doesn't change anything, the fact that we are adding it. And let's go inside of checkout here. And in here, we definitely don't need it because we don't prefetch anything. So that this is fine. So in the end, I have 8 modified files. All of them just have that export const dynamic added. So you can basically, try and do run build until you have a working result. I'm just going to try one more time since I've added some changes now. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit these changes. So let's go ahead and do git checkout b28 deployment. Whoops, deployment. Let's do git add, git commit 28 deployment. And git push u origin 28 deployment. And now that we have pushed that branch, we can go to our GitHub. And in here, let's create a pull request. Since we know every single change that we are going to have, we don't have to wait for our reviewer here. I will just merge this pull request. There we go. So now let's go ahead back to master and let's pull origin so we are up to date. There we go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to vercel.com. In vercel.com, go ahead and click add new project. And in here, I'm going to select my multi-tenant e-commerce project. Inside of here, I'm going to open the environment variables. And I'm going to copy all of my variables inside. So the database URI and payload secret, they can stay the same. Stripe secret key, Stripe webhook secret, next public root domain, and app URL will all have to be changed. but we're only going to do that after we deploy. So let's go ahead and hit deploy right here. Let's wait a second. And oh, so in here it's trying to build. So I'm just going to pause and tell you the results. And here we go. You can see that I have now deployed my project. So I'm going to click continue to dashboard here. And you can see that now I have my Vercel.app application here. And I just want to briefly try it. So what I'm going to try, for example, is logging in. Let's try that. So john@demo.com and demo here. And there we go. So this, let's see if it works or not. So I'm going to check my network because we modified those cookies, right? So I don't see the sign that I'm logged in. This is why I want to check this. I want to see if we have perhaps done something wrong here. There does not seem to be any cookie here whatsoever. And I think that's because it's saving the cookie. If you go inside of auth, generate auth cookie, we are saving the cookie under the next public root domain. I think it's because of that. So what I'm going to do is the following. In order for you to fix this, at least this is what I'm going to do now. So we are exploring in real time. I'm going to go ahead and get my URL. And I'm going to go ahead inside of my settings and then environment variables. And in here, I will find the next public app URL. And I will replace it with my new app URL here. And I will click save. And I'm also going to change my next public root domain. So this is not really correct, right? So this is what I will do for now, but this cannot be like this, right? This has to be a actual, shop.com domain. It cannot be a subdomain on Vercel like this, but just for now, I want to leave it like this. And since we have this, we can now also go to Stripe, and inside of here, we can modify our webhook now. So let's click on developers, webhooks, and let's click add destination, events from your account here. And we want to look for account updated, and we want to look for checkout session completed. Those are the two events we look for. So let's click continue. This will be a webhook endpoint. And our URL will be HTTPS, then the domain that you are on, and then /API Stripe webhooks, like this. And click create destination. And after that, you will have your new signing secret. And let me just, make sure it's not trimmed out. This is very poorly made. I have to click copy here because otherwise it's trimmed. So make sure you click copy. I hope that copied it. And then we can go here and change the Stripe webhook secret. So I'm going to paste it. There we go. So this is my new Stripe webhook secret. So I'm going to save this as well. So now I have new webhook secret, new public root domain, and new next public app URL. These three things can stay the same now. And once you've changed your environment variables, go to deployments, select the last one, and click redeploy. And I'm just going to confirm. And I'm now going to look at the build and unpause the video when it's done. And here we go. I have successfully deployed again. Now I'm going to go click here, or I can just open the app from here. And I will just carefully, look at my network tab here, my application. I want to know what's going on in production with my cookies. So again, I'm going to go inside of login and do john.demo.com and demo. Let's click login and let's see what happens. And now I can see the cookie. So the issue was that the domain, as you can see, was set on the next public root domain, which in turn, before I updated my environment variables, was not correct. So you can see that now, inside of here, I have the domain set to this, I have the path, I have the HTTP only, I have the secure, same site set to none. So basically everything that we wanted to set is set correctly here. So I'm going to go inside of my dashboard here just to test if that is working correctly. And I'm going to create a new product here. So let me just try that. Test product, $45. Let's select business and money as the category here. And I will just click save. There we go. I will now go back into, I almost said localhost, but now it's no longer called that. What I want to do now, there we go. So we now have this first problem. The problem is that our URL, this one, from utils, from other utils, this one has noticed that we are no longer in development, so it's using subdomain routing. The problem is we haven't set up subdomain routing yet. Because of that issue, we cannot really test this out properly, right? Except by manually modifying the URL. So I'm going to show you one way that we can disable subdomain routing with a environment key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add next public enable subdomain routing, and this will be set to false, like this. And now what I'm going to do is go inside of this util right here, and I'm going to check for two things. So const is development will be if process.environment, node environment is equal to development. And then const is subdomain routing enabled will be process.environment.next public enable subdomain routing. Like this. And we can always count on this being some value. You can turn it into a Boolean if you want to, like this. There we go. And then we're going to check. We will use normal routing, either if we are in development or if not is subdomain routing enabled. And I'm not sure if subdomain is one word. It is one word, so Pascal case is correct here. So in development or subdomain routing disabled mode, use normal routing, like this. So unless we explicitly pass a variable which will set this to true, we are not going to use this type of routing right here. So depending on this, you can also now, modify the auth cookie here to technically not, it could technically have the same site now, and the domain is not needed in this way. But I think it will still work regardless of this. So I think this is a good change, right? And let's do, I'm not even going to test it. Maybe this will prove a bad idea. But let me just confirm. I'm just going to add 28 deployment fix. So I'm not even going to create a branch here. I'm just going to push this change. And the reason I'm going to push the change directly is that everything that gets pushed on the master branch is immediately a new build. So I'm just going to open this build and I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to try the app again. So while this successfully deployed, I actually noticed one mistake here. In is subdomain routing enabled, the way this has to work is by literally comparing it to the string true, like this, because in here, it really doesn't matter what else you put. It will only be activated if it is set to true, but environment variables can only be strings. So that's the only way we can truly know that the user wants to enable subdomain routing, by writing true like this. So I would highly recommend doing this change because it's the correct thing to do. So let me just confirm that this logic is fine. I think everything here makes sense. So I will just do another commit here. 28 deployment fix 2 and direct git push without a new branch. So we save some time here. And this will cause another build here. So again, I'm going to show you the results after it builds. And here we go, another successful deployment. And this time, hopefully, we will be able to click on this without subdomain routing. Let's click, and hopefully no error. And it's loading, and it loaded. Amazing, amazing job. And I can click add to cart here, and it should also completely allow us to purchase this. So let's go to the checkout. And this time, we don't need to have our webhook running because we changed the webhook secret. And this time, it should all be running on our deployed app. So let me go ahead and click pay. And this definitely won't fail, this part, but the question is, will our webhook do a proper job here? So this definitely seemed to be working. And let's go back to Fun Road here. So something here seems off with this button. It should be redirecting me to the root page, but it does not seem to be doing that. But clicking on John seems to be doing that, or maybe it was just loading. I'm not sure which one it was. But okay, now I can go. And now let's go inside of library here. Looks like no products found, which would mean that something here went wrong, which is completely okay. We're going to explore what happened. So we have the events here, and we have logs here. So let's see what happened exactly. So I think I debugged why we are not creating new orders. I think it's because our webhook never even gets reached. And I think it has something to do with how I set up the new destination webhook here. So let's try this again. Click on developers and go to webhooks. And this is basically the URL that we want. It's this one. But this one, you can see it doesn't even fail. So it never even fires. So what I'm thinking is that I have to add a different kind of destination here. So let me close this. Developers, webhooks, add a destination, and this time select connected accounts. And then let's do the same thing. So we are looking for account updated, and we are looking for checkout session completed. Let's click continue, webhook endpoint. The URL is our Vercel app /API Stripe webhooks, and click create destination. So events from connected accounts. I think this is what we had to do. Reveal the signing secret, copy the signing secret, go inside of your settings, environment variables, and modify the Stripe webhook secret. And yes, you're going to have to redeploy again. I'm so sorry. But let's go and try this again. I'm going to go ahead and just redeploy my latest change. And then we're going to try the checkout again. So I just redeployed, and I'm going to try the checkout again. Hopefully, this time creating an order. So I'm going to click pay here. And I can monitor my logs here. So in here, we might see after a checkout purchase, our webhooks should be hit, but let's see. So it redirected back. And let's see if we have any events here happening. We do have some things, but I still don't think I'm seeing the event I want. Looks like it did succeed, but after some time. So I'm going to go ahead and try this again now. So let me go. I'm not going to try the again. I'm just going to go here. Perhaps it's just something with connection. I don't know. But let's see if our library, there we go, finally, I can now view the product and I can leave a rating. Great. Perhaps it's just the MongoDB connection, an unlucky moment here, right? And maybe the webhook just needed some longer time to connect. But there we go. I can see the button view in library. Amazing. So our deployment officially now works. If you want, you can test out some other things here, but I'm pretty satisfied with this. One thing that perhaps we can try is if the media here is working. So I'm going to go and add an image here to my tenant. Here we go. And let's write test here. And the reason this went wrong is something that I thought might happen. I think it's because we haven't added proper way to store our images. We are only using this media folder here, right? So that's why I wanted to try this first. Don't worry, I will show you what you can do. And I think we can actually also do it very quickly. But I'm going to leave that for the next chapter. As I said, I just want to deploy it over Vercel right now. So in this case, you can see I cannot save this, and that's because we haven't added proper storage here. But if you look at Payload CMS and search in the docs for the storage adapters here, you can see that there are a lot of options from Vercel, S3, Azure, Google Cloud Storage, and even Upload thing. And I think that maybe adding Vercel blob storage might be the easiest thing. So perhaps we can try it here, but I would rather we do it in the next chapter where I also do the subdomain configuration. For now, we at least got the main parts of the app working, right? Everything is deployed. Our webhooks are working. We had a little hiccup with connection, and we learned that we need to set the webhook to listen to connected accounts. And we've also added a very important environment variable, which we're going to have to turn to true in production when we want to use subdomain routing. Amazing, amazing job. So that's it for the 28th deployment chapter. And in the next one, we're going to go ahead and fix these last few issues that we have and configure a wildcard domain for subdomain routing. So I want to have a separate chapter for adding the storage adapter just in case it gets complicated. So we're going to go ahead and add the Vercel blob as our storage adapter since we are already deploying on Vercel. So let's go ahead and first install the package here. I'm going to go ahead and do bun add at 3.33.0. So we need to use the same version that we have the rest of our payload in. Let's go ahead and add this right here. Let's just wait a few seconds. There we go. And once we have added that, we have to import Vercel blob storage from our payload.config.ts. So I'm going to import it here. There we go, Vercel blob storage. And now we add it to the plugins. So let's go down here and let's replace this comment with Vercel blob storage. And inside of here, let's add enabled to true, like this. And now we have to specify which collections should use Vercel blob storage. So I'm going to set media to true, like this. And then what we have to add, let me just see where. So after this, we have to add a token. And the token is process.environment blob read write token. So this seems to be working, without any issues so far. And now we just have to obtain the blob write token. So I don't think that anything here needs further modification. We do see some instructions here. So configure the collections object to specify which collections should use the Vercel blob adapter. The slug must match one of your existing collection slugs. That is done. We have the media slug, blob read-write token set in the Vercel environment variables. This is usually set by Vercel automatically after adding blob storage to your project. Okay, that seems hopeful. We'll see. When enabled, this package will automatically set disable local storage to true for each collection. When deploying to Vercel, server uploads are limited with 4.5 megabytes. Set client uploads to true to do uploads directly on the client. Okay, so that is useful information for you to have right here. So if you want to, you can change this to client uploads to true if you want large files, it seems. I'm going to leave it like this now. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to git checkout b29 storage adapter, git add commit 29 storage adapter, and git push uorigin 29 storage adapter. So I'm doing it this way so we have proper git history. So I'm going to go inside of my GitHub here. I will create a pull request and I can immediately merge it since we know exactly the changes we have made, right? We haven't done anything drastic. And this will now immediately cause, once we merge it, this will now cause a new deployment on Vercel, but it will not work just yet because we don't have the blob read-write token. But what we can do is we can go to our project. You can see that now I have a new deployment here. So let me just cancel this deployment. You can cancel the preview deployment and you can let the production deployment run if you want to. And now let's go inside of storage here and let's create blob storage. I'm going to leave the name as it is. And I'm going to set it for development, preview, and production. Let's see the advanced options. So yeah, it asks you if you want to name your environment variable somehow. So blob read-write token is exactly what we need. So I'm just going to write connect here, and hopefully that will be it. So I think we now have to cancel. I don't want to cancel the deployment. I'm going to let this deployment go, actually, because it's my main master deployment. So if you have canceled yours, you can just push something to master. So git checkout, git pull origin master, like this. And then you can just do some small change and then push to master, and that will trigger a new build. And now, just for you to know, you should now have, if you want to, you can add Vercel blob and add this to your .environment variable. So this isn't committed, so it won't change anything. But there we go. Now it's here. So I'm just going to let this deploy, and then I'm going to redeploy. So wait for this to deploy completely, and then go ahead and click redeploy. I'm going to skip that whole process for you. There we go. So I'm just going to click redeploy now and click redeploy. So after my deployment, which was successful, I attempted to access the dashboard, but this happened. It's just a blank screen. So what I did was I went to debug locally. In order to do that, I first went into my settings and I grabbed my new environment variable for the blob read-write key. And then I just populated it here so I can test this locally. I then ran the app locally and I've noticed the error. So now locally, I can't access admin either. You can see I see the errors here. So this is what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do bun run, my apologies, rmrf.next node modules, because my doubt is that when we installed the storage Vercel blob, the log file got messed up the same way the plugin multi-tenant caused it to mess up. So I will do a bun install again here. And I just want to see if now exactly which changes here happen now, if any. So first, I'm just going to try bun run generate types. I'm also going to run this manually. And after this, I'm going to do bun run dev. So I'm still not seeing any files changed here. In here, I'm just reading some documentation. So I will just continue trying this until, well, we resolve it. That's the only thing we can do. So I was thinking that maybe a log file will change or something. I just want to see what exactly is going on. So I'm going to go again into the dashboard and see, do we have the same errors? So I'm still getting the same error here, basically that there is a file that they cannot find here, the component that they cannot find. And it is definitely related to this package that we have installed. I found a GitHub issue describing this exact bug, and you can see that people have problems with Vercel blob here, but also S3 client handlers here. So I think that maybe we all somehow got into the same issue. I'm going to try and do alongside this also bun.log. So this will be another thing I'm going to try. Perhaps the whole log file is incorrect and we need to rebuild that as well. So I'm going to run bun install. And now I think we are actually going to get a new bun log file, which will be something we can push to GitHub and something we can deploy Vercel on, which might cause a difference in production. So this is my next attempt at resolving this. All right, I finally managed to get it working locally, and I'm going to show you everything that I did and all the errors that I got. So you can see I have some changes. So the first thing that I did right here was after I removed my log file, I started getting these errors. I'm going to show you these ones. Incorrect peer dependencies, because Payload has a new version at the time I'm making this video. So I was on a version 33, if you remember. And then I was like, okay, I'm just going to start it and let's see. And you can see that it told me to upgrade to 3.34.0. So that's exactly what I did. Let me show you. I have replaced all of my versions of Payload CMS to 3.34. It's very easy to do because they are all here. And I also removed the carets. So you should now see and change all of this to whatever is the latest version of Payload. In this case, it's 3.34. The error itself will tell you what version it is. And after I did that, you can see that I removed my node modules and my bun lock again. I ran bun install, and then I tried running the app again, but still I ran into the Vercel blob client upload handler issue. And then I actually just ran this command which they told me to do. So I went ahead and did bun run payload generate import map. And would you guessed it, perhaps I could have done that the first time around and didn't even have to update anything. But after I did that, you can see that now the import map has this file that it kept talking about. So hopefully this is the fix for production as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and do git add here. I'm going to do git commit. And I think that we already, everything that I've changed here is kind of auto-generated, so it's not that important. So I can push it directly to prod. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this storage adapters fix like this and git push. So adding git push will now cause the production to have a new deployment right here. And hopefully this time we will see it working in production as well. And here we have it finally in production. The dashboard is now working, and I was able to go to my profile, go to the tenant, and guess what? I was able to do an upload. So the uploads are now officially working, which means that on the application here, when we click on John, there we go. You can see that it's working. It is loading my picture right here, and it's also loading it in here in the product view. Amazing, amazing job. You can also confirm that by going inside of your Vercel here, storage, and I think that now you should see something. There we go. There's an image here. Excellent. So it looks like the problem was in the import map. This was the crucial thing. So you can see in here, the crucial thing was the change of the import map. Looks like the bun lock was not as important. We just needed to run that command that the terminal was actually telling us to do the entire time, just running this command. So if you're having this issue, just run this command and everything will be solved for you. Amazing. That works now, so we can officially cross this off now. There we go. We added a storage adapter, we pushed to GitHub, and we deployed it to Vercel. So in the next chapter, we're going to go ahead and do Wildcard Subdomain. So now in this last chapter, we're going to go ahead and enable subdomain routing by purchasing a domain and enabling a wildcard subdomain using Vercel. So the first thing we have to do is purchase a domain, or you can of course transfer an existing one. So in your project, in the settings, you have domains. So you can click add and you can select any existing domain that you have. It's important that it's not a vercel.app free domain. For the sake of demonstration, I'm going to purchase a new domain here. For example, funroad.dev for $14. So I ended up getting a new domain. The one wasn't available, so I just used a name that definitely won't be taken. There we go. The domain was purchased. So let's go ahead and click here. Oh, look like it actually, I actually succeeded with the funroad. Great, perfect. So I can use both of them now. So I have these domains now, and they will probably take some time to propagate, but I will still show you the process of how you would use them. So for example, go to your project, go inside of settings, and go inside the domains here. Go ahead and click add a domain. I'm going to select funroad.dev like this, and I will not apply any redirect. I will just add the domain. And in here, it will ask you to add this and redirect funroad.dev, but you should not do this. Instead, just choose add funroad.dev. Let's wait a second to see if this will be successful. If not, I have another domain here to try. And now after you have added this, go ahead and add it again. You can click add domain, just add funroad.dev. If it will allow me, let's see, because we need to have two of them, and then we're going to edit one, and we're going to give it an asterisk at the front. So let's select the domain and click add domain. And now let's see if it's going to appear here again. Perhaps we have to do it this way. I will go ahead and add an asterisk here and then save this. And then after I did this, I just repeated the process, right? So first you have to rename it and then add the domain again, and just make sure to not add the www redirect. So you should have this one and you should have this one. Now, of course, it will take some time for this to propagate, but you can already try it. So I'm going to go to funroad.dev. And right now, nothing much should really change here. So we are still using the normal tenant routing here, right? The dashboard still works the same. Everything should work exactly the same. But in order to test out the subdomain routing for the first time now, what we have to do is the following. We now have our new domain, funroad.dev. So copy this URL. And now we have to go inside of settings, environment variables, and we have to modify the next public root domain. So this one, just change it to this. So this is the root domain. Click save. Then modify the next public app URL. So this will use HTTPS like this without the /. And then we also have to add a new environment variable here, which is basically enabling subdomain routing. So set this to true. This is okay. And we're going to add it to all environments. So just click save. Like this, we are not going to redeploy yet. And the reason we are not going to redeploy is because we need to update the Stripe webhook secret. Remember, we just modified our next public app URL. So ensure that you're using the correct protocol here. Ensure that this is how it should look like. We now have to go back to Stripe dashboard. And inside of Stripe dashboard, we have to modify our webhook. So let's go inside of developers, webhooks, and this is the one that works. So the one listening from events to connected accounts. And I have to edit the destination here, and I just have to modify this part to go to funroad.dev/API Stripe webhooks. There we go. Save destination. And I'm just going to copy the new signing secret. I'm not sure if it's the new one or not. Maybe it's exactly the same, but I will update it either way. It looks like it's exactly the same. Just make sure you're editing the webhook secret. Yeah, it is exactly the same one, but still, I just want to save. I'm going to double check here. So 6v and xy. Let's confirm that. 6v and xy. Yeah, it's the same one. Perfect. So make sure that you have added next public enable subdomain routing set to true, next public app URL to this, and the next public root domain to this. And after that, go inside of your deployments and simply redeploy the last one. And there we go. So I have a deployment here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to enable development mode here. So you can see my URL here. And if I click on this, it will redirect me to a new URL. I also have to enable it here. john.funroad.dev/products. If I click here, it will redirect me to john.funroad.dev. So our app is officially working. Amazing, amazing job. And here's an important thing that you have to test. In here, keep an eye on your cookies. I have no cookies here because this is a new domain. So I will log in as John. And the cookie is now set for Funroad. And an important thing to confirm is that when you click here and get redirected to new website, does the cookie stay here? In my case, it does. So this is very important because otherwise you would not be able to use the checkout button at all in production. Amazing. So we can confirm this works. So what we can do now is we can just create another product just for funds. So test multi-tenant subdomain. And this is the price. Let's save this. And let's go back to funroad.dev. So when I click here, I am now redirected to a completely new subdomain. I will click add to cart here. And when I click checkout, I get no errors because I am logged in, right? Exactly what we wanted. And of course, we can test this out to confirm if it's working or not. But of course, the last time it took some time to connect to the webhook. So perhaps if it doesn't work immediately, it will just take some time for this to connect. I will check either way. And there we go. I was lucky this time. Looks like it's very fast now. Everything is working super smoothly. The subdomains are working. Every single thing is working. Thank you so much for following this tutorial through the end. I really gave it my best to give you the true multi-tenant marketplace experience. We added as many things as we could. I think the application looks very unique and beautiful. It's responsive. We have a bunch of things we've learned. We've used amazing technologies here. And it works, right? And we have the Stripe Connect and the sharing, everything. Amazing, amazing job. We purchased a domain, connected the domain, added a wildcard subdomain, and enabled subdomain routing and redeployed to Vercel. Thank you so much again. Amazing job, and see you in the next tutorial. After our recent changes to deployment cookie settings, we actually introduced a couple of bugs. So I want to dedicate this chapter to fixing those bugs so that we have a working application on localhost and in production. So they are actually very, very simple fixes, but they improve the app a lot. So currently, if you try to log in on localhost, your app actually doesn't work. That's because of the secure true, which actually breaks the development. Another problem I noticed is that we cannot log out in production. So we're going to fix both of these things, and I will also tell you how I debugged these issues. So the first one is pretty self-explanatory. Let's go ahead. I'm on my master branch. I'm not in any new branches here, and I will just do bun run dev. In here, you might have noticed some new products here. It's because I was actually recording the demo video for this tutorial. But anyway, I am on my local host now, and I'm going to open my application tab so I can monitor the cookies here. And I will delete all cookies for my local host. And now I'm going to go ahead and attempt to log in. And you will notice that absolutely nothing happened. So currently on development, we cannot log in. The reason we cannot log in is because of our utils inside of modules auth right here. More precisely, it's because of the combination of same site, domain, and secure. So we need to make sure that these settings are only applied if we are in production, or more specifically, if we are not in development. So inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to spread process.environment, node environment is not equal to development, and then just go ahead and add these options here like this. And in this case, we can improve this by simply setting it to true. So this way, these three settings will not be applied unless we are in production, or in this specific case, when we are not in development. So if you actually save this, it should now start working. But this is very important to understand. This enables the cookie auth on localhost, but it will not work with subdomains turned on. So basically, just make sure that if you are testing this in localhost, you cannot turn on the subdomains. So this will work perfectly with subdomains in production, but in development, it's definitely possible, of course, to make it work, but I haven't found an easy and fast, clean way to do it. So I think it's just easier, to work without that. Basically, work with this set to false in development, and in production, just change it to true, and then this will be applied in production as well. So when you've done these changes, try logging in again on your local host here. So let me try with Antonio, demo.com. And there we go. You can see the payload cookie is set, and I can now access the Antonio's dashboard. So that is the first fix that we had to do here. So now I'm going to close localhost because we don't need it anymore. And that is the fix that we wanted. It was basically the combination of secure true, same site, and the domain. The other issue I had is the complete opposite. The logout doesn't work in production. So if you go to funroad.dev, so go to the actual deployed website, not localhost, right? So this is my URL, funroad.dev, right? The domain we have purchased. And I have subdomains turned on here. So if I go and log in here, the login actually works. But if I go inside of the dashboard, and if I try to log out from here, you will notice that it says logging out, and then nothing. I can try it again. Logging out, nothing. No matter what I do, the cookies are always here inside of my application, funroad.dev, the cookie stays here. It will never get deleted unless I manually delete it. So immediately I got to thinking, why is this happening? And I knew it had to do something with this, right? It's something with the same site, this domain here, and secure. It's got to be it. And then I remembered. Payload has its own auth operation. You remember that we demonstrated using login via the REST API, right? Well, they have the same thing for logout. And this dashboard right here actually uses /admin/logout, which most certainly uses this API route. So then I was again confused because I assumed that when you log out on Payload, what they do is they delete the cookie, but they don't actually delete the cookie. You see, thankfully, Payload is open source, so I just went into their cookies package and I found out that something they do is they generate the expired Payload cookie. So basically what happens is the cookie they expire is not the same as the cookie we create. And that's why the logout is not working. And the fix for this is actually very easy. We just have to use the exact same settings that we use in our custom cookie util inside of the collection, which controls the REST API authentication from Payload, which is the users here. So I'm going to open this up, add cookies, and I will do the same thing like this. But we just have to change the same site here to use none with capital letter N. Exactly like this. And if you're wondering about these fields here, you don't have to worry about that. You can see that it only allows these three options to be changed. So this will now fix both the local and the production instances. And I'm going to try it out now before I mark it as completed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down the app and I'm just going to do fix resolve invalid cookie settings. And let's do git push. When you git push on master directly, just confirm that it's been pushed, you can now go to your Vercel deployments here. And there we go. You can see that I have a new deployment. So I'm going to pause the video and we are going to test out logout feature once more. And there we go, a successful deployment. So I'm going to go to my funroad.dev domain. And what I'm going to do is I will purposely clear my cookies here. So for funroad domain, I'm going to clear everything and refresh. And we are now going to monitor what happens. So antoniodemo.com and demo. Keep in mind, this is deployment, right? Let's first check if this works. I can already see dashboards, so I know that this works. There we go. I have my cookie. And now, since we have modified our users collection to have the exact same cookie settings as our utils here, the function that Payload uses to generate the expired Payload cookie will now correctly modify the cookie. So they don't delete the cookie. Instead, they find the cookie that you have and they simply expire the cookie. So you can go inside of your Payload here and try and log out now. And there we go. You can see that now the cookie no longer exists here because it's been properly expired. So maybe they do delete it in some other mechanism, but the problem was the mismatch between the settings in here and in here, which is now completely resolved. Amazing, amazing job. So what I like to do is just one more time confirm that the local host is working, simply because we didn't test it after we added this out here. But since we don't even use that directly, I don't think there's going to be any problems. But I'm just going to go on localhost and I'm going to try to log in and I'm going to try to log out. So I am already logged in here. I'm going to remove the cookies on localhost here, refresh. I'm going to log in as Antonio. Actually, let's try someone else just to, test multiple users. Login obviously works. I can now compile the dashboard, and let's try logging out on localhost. That works as well. Great. So we definitely fixed those issues now. We have fixed our localhost and we fixed our production. We pushed to GitHub, which means we automatically deployed this to Vercel. Amazing, amazing job. In this chapter, I want to build a feature that we have seemingly forgot to implement, and that's the search filter. So if you go to localhost, you will notice that our search filter does nothing at all. And while I have no doubt that if you have watched the tutorial this far, you can definitely build this yourself. Perhaps you might have already done it, but still, I'm going to show you how I would do it. So let's start with use product filters hook and search params file. So I'm on my master branch, I'm up to date, and I have bun run dev running. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go inside of source. Let's go inside of modules. And let me find where we keep it. I think it's inside of products. We have use products filters and we have search params. So open up both of these. Let me try and separate them like this. And we're going to add search. And search will simply be a string, so we can do parse as string here. We already have this imported. And let's go ahead and pass in dot with options, clear on default, set to true, and with default, empty string. And I think we don't need to execute the parse as string. Great. Now let's copy this and let's paste it here. So you should have it both in your search params and in your use product filters. Great. Now that we have this, we can mark that as completed. Now let's go to our products get many procedure. So products server procedures get many, and in here let's add the search to be a string, nullable, and optional, like this. You can move it down here with the rest of the filters. So now we have to choose how to query, and from payload documentation you can see that for querying search they have two options you might want to use: like and contains. Like is case insensitive and all words must be present in any order. Basically, that's the rule. So case insensitive and any order. So it's much more intuitive for users. Whereas contains is case insensitive as well, but I believe that this works on the specific order of words that you write. So I think that like is a better solution to use and will give a better experience. So let's go ahead and use get many here. So we are going to focus on querying the name field for the products. It doesn't make sense to query the description because the description is a rich text element. There we go. So I'm going to go after the sort. Let's actually go all the way down here, right after the input. We can even do after category. Let's add it here just before we query. So if input search, let's go ahead and add where name, and let's add like input dot search, like that. So now we should be able to query our elements by search. So let's see if we've done this correctly. So without doing any new modifications now, you should be able to do the following. You should be able to add search And then, for example, let me search for, I don't know, the word daily. If I try this, there we go. You can see that only daily appears. So our filter already works, right? There's nothing more that we have to do here, except, of course, connect it to the actual search input component. So let's see the flow. Let's see how this works. Inside of our home UI, we have search filters, and it has no props, which means that we can go directly inside of search input here, and we can go ahead and grab our filters and set filters here. Use product filters. Make sure to import this from modules. And we are specifically going to focus on modifying the search filter. So let me find the input here, and I will just collapse the items like this. So I'm going to pass in the value, and I'm going to make the value filters.search. And on change, I'm going to grab the event, and I will do event. I will do set filters, specifically the search event target value, like this. So let me go ahead and refresh this, and you can see that now it auto-populates to daily. But if I go ahead and change this to 10, for example, you will see that it auto-populates to 10. So just like that, we have implemented, for example, let's search for ebook. There we go. You can see that it loads ebook. So it was that easy to implement the search filter. Obviously, now we have a question of adding debounce, right? So if you go ahead and look in the network tab, it causes a lot of requests to type absolutely anything in here. So there's a couple of options here. We can implement a simple debounce hook and add it specifically here in the search input. But one thing that I perhaps want to do instead of that is go inside of my products, hooks, use product filters. And I think that in here, we might have some options like shallow and throttle milliseconds, for example, like this. And I think that this might actually, it's not debounce, but it's throttle. So I think that it works in a similar way. For example, let's try 10K. Doesn't look too good, I'm going to be honest. So perhaps this is not how it should be used. So let's quickly visit the Nux documentation to see. So instead of the docs, I actually found an open issue on Nux where they discuss about the bouncing URL updates. And you can actually see that they are making a lot of progress here. So depending on when you're watching this, maybe it will be merged because it looks like they are very close to merging this, but it is not as simple as it seems. So as of right now, no, Nux does not have built-in option to debounce. I'm not sure why my throttle here is not doing anything at all. Perhaps I don't understand throttle myself. So I'm just going to remove that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how you can implement a very quick debounce yourself. Of course, if you want to, you can use any package, use debounce or something like that. So I'm going to add a field here, const search value, set search value from use state with a default value of filters.search or an empty string. Actually, I don't think there's a need for the fallback here because search should be an empty string by default because we added with default empty string here. So now what we're going to do inside of use effect is const timeout ID to be set timeout. And I'm just going to debounce for half a second. And then I will set filters search value. And I will return here, basically unmount. And I will clear timeout ID. And inside of here, we can pass the search value and set filters. And now all that we have to do is modify the value here to be search value. And in here, we simply have to change this to set search value, event target value. So I'm not sure if this is like the best way to do it, but I think this is like a super simple debounce that you can test out. So let's try it by looking at the network tab. Let's refresh this. Super simple debounce. There we go. So you can see that only after I finish typing for half a second, it now fires an event. So yeah, if you want to, here's a super simple way to clear the search value. And that's exactly how we implemented our search filter. And you can see that when we remove everything, the URL is completely clear. Excellent. So let's go ahead and mark this as completed and this as completed. And we can now push to GitHub. Since we have this deployed, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to directly push like this. So 32 search filter. And let's just do git push directly. And once you do git push on the master without branching, this will automatically trigger a new deployment. And by doing that, you have also deployed to Vercel. Amazing, amazing job. So after deploying my search filter changes, my deployment actually failed, and perhaps yours will fail as well. And the message is a little bit cryptic. It is telling us that use search params should be wrapped in a suspense boundary at page pricing. So why does it say that? I made sure to run run build locally just to confirm that I'm getting the same error locally, and I am, which is a good thing. This will make it much easier to develop on. So I searched for use search params, and it's nowhere to be found in our project. But it's obviously related to use product filters. So this is what I suggest we do now. I suggest we find where we use the search input here, and we've wrapped that inside of suspense from React. And let's go ahead and give this a fallback of search. I'm not sure if I can put search input inside now. So maybe I'm going to do export const. Actually, I don't think we have to do anything. I don't think you even have to add a fallback. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do run build and see if this maybe fixes it. Because now use product filters, which is the equivalent of use search params, is wrapped in a suspense. And the reason that this is telling us that it's in the pricing page, I think that's just a coincidence. It is because we are using this in a layout file, right? So we are using it inside of app here, home, layout. This is where we are using it. And while it has suspense, it looks like it needs to have a lower suspense here. Let's see. So now it's simply telling me that it should be wrapped in a suspense boundary some other page. So I'm not sure if our suspense wrapping actually made any difference. So I'm just going to pause the video and look at how I have to implement this. I think the reason it's still happening is because of the search filters skeleton. So that kind of makes sense. We just wrapped the search input into suspense. But that initially didn't make sense to me because in our layout, we've wrapped the entire search filters into suspense. So what's going on here? Well, what's going on is that we use search input in our search filters skeleton, which we then use here outside of suspense. So that's the issue. So this is how we are going to fix this. You can remove the suspense wrap around the search input, and you can remove this from here. Since search filters is safely wrapped in suspense, what you can do here is simply transfer loading of the filters from search input component inside of the search filters component. So use product filters, add the import here, and we're simply going to add the default value to the search input component. So let's do it like that. Default value is going to be filters search, and on change is going to accept the value and call set filters and set the search to be the new value. As simple as that. So we only have the default value here, and the rest will be controlled inside. So obviously this can be, made in a kind of a nicer way, but I think for now, the goal is to preserve the functionality and to fix the deployment issue. So let's see. We have added use product filters here. We have added on change. And let's go inside of search input and let's add the default value here. Or, if you want to, you can just call it value like this. But this is kind of incorrect because technically, yeah, I would rather we call this default value because we want to stay true to what it is. So it is an optional string. Let's see if this still works. It does. And in here on change is a string, value string void. As simple as that. And now here we have the default value and we have on change. We can now remove use product filters from here. There we go. And inside of here, we're going to pass the default value. And then inside of here, instead of set filters, we just call the on change, which is the new search value here. And let's just see. So this is string or undefined for this. Okay, so let's do it like this. There we go. And the on change here is because we marked this as use client. So you can remove this as use client and then the warning will go away. The reason you can remove this is because we use it inside of a client component. And now in here, we need to add on change. So I think that now we are officially preserving this, and yeah, make the on change optional. So then you have to call the on change optionally, and there we go. No more errors. And before I try running the app, I'm going to try building the app first, just to see whether I understood this correctly. So basically, you can search throughout your app for use product filters, and you will see that in all of these places where you use it, you actually have to wrap those things inside of suspenses. So the reason it doesn't appear in other places is simply because I assume we are either using it in a dynamic page or we are not using it in a layout. Right? I think the problem is mostly with these static pages and using of the use search params. I think that if you use search params inside of something that is recognized as a dynamic page, it won't cause that error. There we go. We fixed it, right? So I was correct. Okay. But if you want to, you can go throughout your project, right? If this is still causing you problems, you can, of course, go throughout your project and look for all the places where you use product filters. Though I think that majority of them are in one way or another wrapped in some kind of suspense here, or if not wrapped in a suspense, well, in that case, they are at least in a dynamic component, so that's why it's not a problem, right? If it's causing you problems, feel free to just wrap these inside of suspenses like this, because apparently you should do that. So I'm not going to do that simply because my builds are passing and there's no reason for me to do so. So what we did is we moved the importing of use product filters from inside of the search input to adding it to the search filters component, which is wrapped inside of suspense. And then we can safely use the search input component in the skeleton. So the skeleton was actually the problematic build here. So now I'm just going to do run dev just to confirm that we can still use our application here. So let me just try it out. And let's try 30 days. There we go. Everything still works fine. So now I'm going to go ahead and commit this and push to GitHub, which will cause another deployment, hopefully this time passing. So git add, git commit, 32, search, filters, fix, and git push. And once you do git push here, you should see a new deployment appear any second. Let's see, there we go. So I'm gonna pause and we're gonna see if this one is successful. But since our local git build works, there's no reason for the remote one to fail. But yeah, interesting bug. It was fun to debug this. So it was because of the usage in the skeleton, which is then used outside of suspense. Quite hard to track. And here we go, a successful deployment, meaning that it was officially the fix. So obviously we're going to try it here, 10 minutes. Let's see. And there we go. Our search is officially working. Amazing, amazing job. So yes, now we officially resolved the search filters and we fixed that interesting bug with suspense. So one more thing. So if you're using use product filters, search it like this. If you're getting similar errors, you can always search them like this, and then you will see the component that should potentially be wrapped inside of suspense. You can see that not all of them need that, but these ones which are in the layout seem to have caused some problems. So be careful, and at least you now know how to fix it. It needs to be wrapped in a suspense. One more thing that I want to talk about before we end the tutorial is private media collection. And I want to give you a warning and a word of caution here because I didn't have enough time to test this out. So just be careful and test out the app. Make sure you can still see all the images that you should be able to see. It's going to be a very simple change, and this is why. So let me go ahead and do bun run dev and go to localhost 3000. After that, go ahead and create a completely new account. So for the first time, just create a brand new account. So for example, I'm going to use, I don't know, hello demo.com and demo. And once I create this account, I'm going to go ahead into the dashboard. And no need to verify this entire thing yet. All we are going to do is enter the user's tenant, and we're going to attempt to add an image for our tenant store. So go inside of the tenants, select your new tenant. And here's the thing, if you click choose from existing, you can find all media from all other users. And this is kind of the thing I find problematic, right? So you shouldn't be able to see any of these things. So what we are going to do, again, word of caution, I have not tested this yet. What we are going to do is the following. Let's do bun run database fresh. So we have a completely blank database. Confirm that you want to drop it, and this error is okay. It's simply telling us we don't have any migration files. After that, wait a few seconds and go ahead and seed your database. Once you have seeded your database, go ahead and run bun run dev. And after that, go to payload.config.ts and go inside of the multi-tenant plugin and add media alongside our products here. So just as our products are private in CMS, right? So in CMS, the only people who can access the products are the tenants of that product. When it comes to our local API, of course, anyone can see them. But in the CMS, it's important that only the tenant can see them. And after you do this change, you should also get another change in your payload types. if you are not seeing that change, you might have to run generate types separately. So let's do bun run generate types. So this should generate new types for me, and you're going to see that in a second. And once it's completed, you will now see a new file here, payload types, which basically add the tenant field to the media interface, and also down here for some media select querying options. So all I'm going to do now is just, go to my localhost 3000 here, and I'm going to repeat the process. I'm going to create a new user completely. So I only have my categories here. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new user, antoniodemo.com. Let me just reverse these things. Let's create an account. And after you create an account, let's go ahead and try adding an image for our store by going inside of the tenant. So tenants right here and demo. And let's click create new. And let's click select a file. So I'm just going to select an image. I will add some alt text and click save. And it looks like it is working, right? So perfect. I now have this media. I will click save. This works great. Only I can see my media now. And now I'm going to log out. And I will create a completely new account. So johndemo.com, demo. And now I'm going to see if I can see that in here. So choose from existing. There we go. We have successfully privatized media. So now one more thing to make sure is that I can go, for example, to /tenants/Antonio. So I just want to see that I can load Antonio's store. And I'm just not sure, did I create my username correctly? So tenant not found. What did I call myself if not Antonio? I'm not sure. Or maybe I don't allow the store unless I'm verified. So basically, it's important for you to just, test your app more specifically, because I don't know if this will cause any issues. So let me just add a note here. Please test your app. I think that this should work just fine, but go ahead and test out your app. Ensure that you can still add new images to your products and that they are visible. The only thing that should be different is that now it should only be visible in the CMS to the author who uploaded that image. And one more thing that we can do in this chapter, which is just a funny thing I forgot. Inside of the product view right here in the products module, in here, we have a button called cart button. Let me just find it here. Basically, this is where we import it, cart button. So go inside of UI components cart button, and this is actually problematic because what it does is it will try to redirect you in production. It will try to redirect you to antonio.funroad.dev/library. That doesn't exist. It should lead to funroad.dev/library. So go ahead and add process environment node, my apologies, just next public app URL like this, and remove prefetch. So if it's purchased, this is the URL we should redirect the user to. So that's another bug that we had. Hopefully you will watch to the end so you can see me fix this. Great. So what I'm going to do now is just git add this, git commit changes, and I will do git push, and I will just confirm that we didn't introduce any new deployment errors. So I think this is, there we go. So this one 7 seconds ago. I'm just going to pause, and when I confirm that we didn't break the deployment, that's it. That will be the very last chapter. Here we go. Looks like we didn't break the production, which is great news. And that officially means this is our last chapter. So we have made media private, we pushed to GitHub, and we deployed to Vercel. I would highly suggest that you test your app after this, not because I think something will break, but I didn't have time to develop with this feature turned on initially, right? So during my first build, I didn't do this. I forgot to do it. So I can't tell you with confidence that this will all work out of the box. Using what I know so far, it definitely should work without any problems, but please be careful. Just test your app before, going to production and actually selling things here. Amazing job. Thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next tutorial.